Chapter 1. Take good care of your master's wife. Lei Ling, your master has acquired another batch of photos of beautiful women. As always, you pick, and I'll bring them in. In the jeep, a fierce-looking middle-aged man with a thick beard, cigarette dangling from his lips, handed a stack of photos to the young man with slicked back hair in the passenger seat. A wicked smile curled at Lei Ling's lips as he took them and examined each one. Every woman fair-skinned and gorgeous, their figures alluring, their ample bosoms nearly bursting from the frames. Lei Ling selected 2 photos and placed them on the dashboard with a chuckle. Master, we're choosing 2 this time. Oh, Duan Yinshan turned to look at Lei Ling and smiled meaningfully. Your appetite's growing bolder, huh? One's not enough to satisfy anymore. Hiff hiff. Lei Ling exhaled smoke rings with a grin. I'm in the mood for something exotic. Men are hardwired for thrills. Haha. Duan Yinshan roared with laughter. When we reach the ruins of the Ghost Valley Gate and obtain its legacy, we'll soar to greatness. Then we'll possess wealth, rivaling nations, with fine wine, beautiful women, and luxurious estates to enjoy endlessly. Truly, this life will have been worth living. Lei Ling gazed out the window as the mountain terrain grew increasingly treacherous. The jeep jolted along the rugged, muddy road, branches scraping and snapping against its sides. 3 years ago, fresh out of university, he'd been found and taken in as a disciple by Duan Yinshan. Whatever Lei Ling desired, Duan Yinshan would procure for him, even delivering celebrities to his bed. According to Duan Yinshan, the master had no heir and treated you like his own son, wanting to experience the joy of fatherhood. Duan Yinshan was not only skilled in martial arts and medicine, but also proficient in esoteric techniques like the 8-trigram formation. In these 3 years, Lei Ling had grown remarkably fast. We're here. The mud-splattered jeep came to a stop, the valley deep under the blazing sun alive with the chirping of birds. A refreshingly cool breeze swept through, a stark contrast to the stifling heat outside the mountains. Countless collapsed gates and stone houses covered in sky-blotting vines came into view, their sloping beams carved with ghostly totemic patterns. Like an ancient, mysterious ruin hidden within the river of time. Both men felt their hearts surge with excitement at the unfolding scene before them. Then he jumped down from the jeep, lit a cigarette dangling from his lips, and began hacking through obstructive thorns with a long blade. Master, how did you know the Ghost Valley Gate was hidden so mysteriously? Duan Yinshan swung his long blade ahead with a laugh. I happened to learn about it from an old master. They say this Ghost Valley Gate was utterly unfathomable in ancient times, but deep within its ruins lie extreme dangers. I dare not come alone, so I put it out of my mind. Later, when I saw you being bullied in Jiangyang City, I took pity and accepted you as my disciple. I figured I'd nurture you, so I'd have someone to rely on in my old age. Recently, it suddenly occurred to me, why don't we, master and disciple, try exploring this Ghost Valley Gate? What if there really is some inheritance there? If I succeed in molding you into someone capable in this lifetime, it would be a great achievement. Lei Ling smiled. This disciple will forever remember his master's love. He turned back and patted Lei Ling's shoulder. Your master knows you're a filial child. A python as thick as a bowl suddenly slithered out from the vines. Lei Ling sidestepped and swung his long blade. Thump! The python's head and body separated, its warm blood splattering across both their faces. Lei Ling licked the intensely metallic blood from his lips and wiped his face. This Ghost Valley Gate is truly treacherous. Had I been a second slower, it would have bitten me. Duan Yinshan chuckled and continued walking forward. Along the way, they encountered a ferocious tiger, and the master and apprentice fought side by side. Covered in wounds, the tiger charged toward Lei Ling. He leaned back and fell to the ground, planting his long sword firmly against the earth with the blade tilted forward at a 45-degree angle, gripping the back of the blade tightly. Thud! The tiger lunging at him had its belly sliced open and slid straight down the length of the sword before collapsing, its scorching hot innards and massive body pressing down on Lei Ling. Duan Yinshan rushed over, grabbed the tiger, and hauled it aside before pulling Lei Ling up. Spitting blood, Lei Ling cursed. Damn it! That tiger was too fast. Almost didn't react in time. Duan Yinshan patted him on the shoulder. Well done. I remember 3 years ago you were even afraid to slaughter a pig, and now you don't even blink covered in blood. All thanks to you, master. Lei Ling grinned. That's right, let's keep moving. The master and apprentice proceeded cautiously. Boom! A stone wall was blasted open with gunpowder, the deafening roar echoing through the valley as dust and smoke filled the cave entrance. The two stepped out from behind the rocks, their eyes alight with excitement. Master, are you sure the inheritance is inside? Duan Yinshan frowned and said, I don't know for sure. It depends on whether that old master was lying to me or not. The two entered the cave with flashlights in hand, the biting cold piercing their bones as shafts of sunlight filtered down through small holes above. They swept aside cobwebs with their long knives as they advanced, eventually arriving before a stone door. The door bore a ghastly face totem, its chiseled grooves as deep as fingers, surrounded by densely intertwined runes. Lei Ling stared at the menacing face, his scalp tingling with dread. His heart pounded wildly, as if death itself were gazing straight at him. Master, this ghost face looks kind of sinister. I feel like someone's gripping my heart. Can hardly breathe. Duan Yinshan patted his shoulder and chuckled. What's there for us living men to fear? Relax. With your master here, it's nothing, right? Lei Ling nodded with a smile. Duan Yinshan handed him a cigarette, and soon both were puffing away. This gate's fused with the mountain itself. Not even explosives could blast it open. What do you think? Duan Yinshan exhaled a plume of smoke and glanced at Lei Ling. Lei Ling squinted his eyes against the smoke, took a deep drag before flicking away the cigarette butt. Let's search for any mechanisms. All right. The two searched the vicinity thoroughly, but found nothing. Duan Yinshan ran his palm over the cold stone door's ghostly face carving. Maybe it opens differently? Let me try using blood. With that, he drew his long knife across his palm and pressed it against the stone door. Still no reaction. Disciple, your turn. Without hesitation, Lei Ling sliced his own palm and stepped forward, pressing his bleeding hand against the ghost face. The heart-pounding feeling of unease grew stronger by the second. The moment his palm made contact, the blood in his hand was instantly devoured. Duan Yinshan's eyeballs bulged outward, his frenzied gaze flickering with unrestrained fervor. At the same moment, thunderous killing intent flashed in Lei Ling's eyes as he swung his greatsword backward in a sweeping arc toward Duan Yinshan. Duan Yinshan couldn't dodge in time. He felt a cold sensation at his neck as his body swayed. Clutching his throat, blood seeped through the gaps between his fingers. He never would have imagined Lei Ling would stab him in the back. For 3 years, that boy had acted like the most filial disciple, obeying his every word. With his palm still suctioned to the treasure, Lei Ling turned back with a cold smirk. No one in this world is good without reason. Beautiful women and fine wine served to me daily, only meant to dull my vigilance. Opening the ruins of the Ghost Valley Gate must require special blood, right? Sorry, but I've known since childhood that I'm special because I've never fallen ill, and insects, fish, and birds all seem drawn to me. Duan Yinshan fell to his knees with a thud, a sinister grin twisting his lips as he produced a small remote control. Did you really think I'd come unprepared? There are many bombs in your shoes. Duan Yinshan pressed the detonator without hesitation. Bang! Lei Ling's body was blasted over 20 feet into the air, yet it remained intact. How is this possible? Duan Yinshan's eyes bulged in shock. Lei Ling staggered, his legs going numb. With a pale face, he turned his head and grinned. The soles of my shoes are thicker than most. Every time I go out, I slip in hidden steel plates. I've been prepared for you all along. You're even more cunning than your master. Duan Yinshan laughed bitterly at himself, vomiting more blood. He never imagined his airtight plan had long been seen through by Lei Ling. The key was, he had never shown any sign of it. Duan Yunshan collapsed to the ground, his gaze growing dim. Disciple, your master has lost to you. In truth, I'm rather pleased. At least, you were trained by me, weren't you? Take care of your Shenyang for me. I've always failed her. Lei Ling looked at him and said, if I don't die, I'll go to her. Disciple, you are your master's pride. Enjoy. Duan Yunshan died with unseeing eyes. Lei Ling withdrew his gaze and turned toward the stone gate. The grotesque blade pit was now filled to the brim with blood. Duan Yunshan schemed to the very end, only to achieve nothing. Keeping me captive for 3 years. All you wanted was to wait until my unusual constitution grew even more potent. Before, only insects and birds were drawn to me. Now, even large animals approach willingly. Both the python and the tiger were eager to approach him. At this moment, the suction from his palm vanished. Lei Ling collapsed weakly to the ground. Suddenly, the ghostly mask flickered with a blood-red glow, and the stone gate rumbled as it began to retract into the mountain wall. Lei Ling tore off a piece of his clothing to bandage the wound on his palm. Propping himself up with his long blade, he muttered, Duan Yunshan schemed for years, only for his efforts to become my stepping stone. The legacy of the Ghost Valley sect. I can't wait to see what it holds. Dragging his weakened body forward, Lei Ling stepped inside. Chapter 2. The Legacy Takes Effect. Lei Ling shone his flashlight inside. The mountain cave wasn't large, containing a raised platform with a stone chest placed on top. Yet the cave walls were carved with vivid, ancient figures, 33 in total, all resembling primordial beings. Among them stood an elder clutching medical texts, a god of slaughter wielding a spear, a towering giant, a shadowy man draped in a black cloak, and a blood-drenched woman radiating the aura of a death goddess. The auras of these 33 individuals were strikingly distinct. Could it be that these character portraits are somehow connected to the inheritance? Lei Ling looked at the stone chest on the high platform, walked over, lifted the lid, and found a small black pagoda inside. Lei Ling took out the icy black pagoda and examined it carefully, confirming it indeed had 33 layers. Is there something locked inside this? Lei Ling leaned closer, trying to see within. But the black pagoda suddenly flew straight between his brows. Before he could even react, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed his mind. At the same moment, the mountain rumbled with a resounding crash that sent cold sweat down Lei Ling's back. He turned to look inside the stone chest, where a mechanism slowly rose upward on its stand. This is a mechanical trap. Taking the black tower triggered the mechanism. Lei Ling, dragging his weakened body, ran toward the exit. As he passed Duan Yunshan's corpse, he cast a complex glance before rushing out of the cave. A thunderous roar echoed as the entire mountain collapsed, sending up clouds of dust. Gasping heavily on the ground, Lei Ling thought, if I hadn't acted fast enough, I would have been buried alive. With years of planning, how could Duan Yunshan have let him obtain the inheritance? He was merely being used to unlock the mysterious stone gate. From what he observed, forcing entry was out of the question. Doing so would cause the legacy to self-destruct. This treasure has been stored here for many years. Could it be that the Ghost Valley sect didn't want it? If it could be taken by external means, why would it still be here today? But where has this black tower gone after entering my head? The moment this thought crossed his mind, he clearly saw the black tower hovering in his consciousness. How has my vision become so sharp? Can I actually see inside my own head now? This shocked Lei Ling deeply, once again surpassing his understanding. He had been a staunch materialist before following Duan Yunshan for 3 years. Let him know that this world holds many hidden depths, where there will always be those greater and beyond expectation, as mysterious and unfathomable as the heavens themselves. Lei Ling rested for an hour but still felt extremely weak. After all, nearly all of his blood had been drained. He rose to his feet, leaning on his long blade. Being trapped here by Duan Yunshan for 3 years. My parents and little brother must be so worried about me. I wonder how they've been getting along. Once I see my family again, I'll track down Duan Yunshan's wife. Too many things don't make sense. How did Duan Yunshan ever know about my special constitution? How did he know about the Ghost Valley Gate? Who is he, really? With doubts still lingering in his mind, he returned to the jeep and left the ruins of the Ghost Valley Gate. Nestled in a secluded area outside the mountains stood a villa, surrounded by towering ancient trees, as if it were a dwelling hidden from the world. A lean young man opened the door and greeted Lei Ling respectfully, saying, "Welcome back, young master." Lei Ling entered the villa's courtyard, got out of the car, and waved dismissively at the young man. The young man approached him with vacant eyes. Lei Ling picked up an acupuncture kit from the car and inserted 2 needles into the man's temples. When Lei Ling withdrew the needles, the young man's eyes shone with renewed vigor. Gazing around in bewilderment, he asked, how did I end up here?" With a chuckle, Lei Ling replied, "You fell unconscious while hiking in the mountains, so I carried you back. But you couldn't remember who you were, so I had to let you stay for a few years. Do you recall your identity now?" Trembling with emotion, the young man said, "I'm Zhang Xiaoyun. Thank you, my savior." Lei Ling patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. I'm giving that motorcycle to you. Go on home." Watching Zhang Xiaoyun ride off on his motorcycle, Lei Ling sighed. He was also brought here just like me. However, he was controlled by Duan Yunshan's memorager acupuncture technique, becoming a puppet who cleaned, grew vegetables, and raised chickens and ducks for them. From the villa's entrance emerged a tall woman whose simple attire couldn't conceal her breathtaking beauty, especially her chest, defying gravity with astonishing upward curves. 2 beasts, keeping us captive like dogs, now pretending to be decent. Lei Ling leaned against the mud-splattered car, lighting a cigarette with a smirk. "Su Yunxi, if I were truly a beast, would you still be intact? Haven't you seen the other women Duan Yunshan sent to my room? They all scream through the night." This Su Yunxi was also captured by Duan Yunshan. She was the renowned young mistress of Jianyang City. Pity that after being brought here, she ended up doing laundry and cooking for the master and apprentice pair. The goddess worshipped by countless men had been trained into a chef by him. But her personality remained quite spoiled. Even after 3 years, she still loved talking back. Didn't you tell that old dog you'd make me your wife and bear your sons? Trying to train me first? Let me tell you, even if you force yourself on me and get me pregnant, I'll punch your son to death in my belly." Lei Ling stepped forward and gave her pert backside a resounding smack. "You heartless bitch. Even a vicious tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. That bastard spawn of yours. Not even a dog would want it. You looking for another beating?" Lei Ling loved teasing her. It was the only way to make being imprisoned by Duan Yunshan slightly bearable. "Go ahead, beat me to death." Su Yunxi thrust her face toward him. Lei Ling rolled his eyes. "Forget it. You're going to be my wife someday. I don't hit my own woman." Lei Ling walked to the dining table and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Su Yunxi peered outside for a moment, her willow leaf eyebrows arching as she stepped in. "Where's that old dog today? Haven't seen him around." Lei Ling downed a cup of Moutai liquor and replied, "Dead." "He's dead." Su Yunxi was astonished. "He was your master. You'd lick his boots every day, giving him massages, serving tea. You'd have gladly knelt and kowtowed, calling him ancestor. He treated you so well, you'd kill him? Aren't you lying to me? What the hell do you know?" Lei Ling sneered. "If I hadn't played that role these 3 years, you think I'd have gotten such royal treatment?" Lei Ling fished out a key and handed it to Su Yunxi. Her ankles were fitted with tracking locks and small explosives. "You're willing to let me go?" Su Yunxi's face lit up with disbelief as the key was handed to her. These two were devils in cahoots. She couldn't believe they'd actually release her. Lei Ling raised an eyebrow. "Don't want it? Fine, I'll toss it away." Su Yunxi immediately snatched the key from Lei Ling's hand, unlocked the tracking shackle on her ankle, and turned to bolt for the door. Without even glancing at Su Yunxi, Lei Ling continued eating his meal casually. "There's only one dirt road leading in and out of these mountains. If you plan to walk, it'll take you at least a full day and night. And if you meet any wild beasts, Don't blame me. Su Yunqi halted her steps, immediately turned around, and ran to sit beside Lei Ling. With a suppressed smile, she grabbed Lei Ling's arm and shook it lightly. Look at what you're saying. I was just too excited and wanted to go out for some fresh air. Let's go out together, shall we? When the time comes, I'll still be your wife and take care of you. Lei Ling replied. We leave the day after tomorrow. Also, slaughter more chickens and ducks for me to eat. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he went upstairs to rest. Having lost too much blood, he urgently needed to recuperate. Su Yunqi watched Lei Ling's retreating figure, biting her rosy lips. That little beast is ruthless enough to scheme against even that old dog Duan Yinshan. He must be dead, otherwise he wouldn't have given me the key. One day later, bird songs and floral fragrances drifted through the window. Lei Ling picked up the photo from the nightstand with a cigarette dangling from his lips. It showed a voluptuous woman around 30 years old, with an exceptionally elegant demeanor, like a peerless noblewoman in her prime. Duan Yinshan's wife, also known as Lei Ling's martial aunt. Lei Ling took down the photo, folded it neatly, and tucked it into his pants pocket downstairs. Su Yunqi was already waiting anxiously by the car. Lei Ling pressed the car key to unlock it, and Su Yunqi proactively opened the door for him. Young master, please get in. Lei Ling slapped her on the bottom again. You damn woman, your motives are way too obvious. Su Yunqi blushed, but forced a smile through her anger. Since you're going to be my husband, serving you well is a wife's duty. Lei Ling couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He had Su Yunqi's intentions figured out completely. Although they'd never crossed that intimate line, they'd done everything else short of taking that final plunge. It had to be said, among all the women Duan Yinshan had captured, Su Yunqi had the most flawless figure. Seated in the passenger seat while Su Yunqi drove, Lei Ling fixed his gaze on the obsidian tower looming in his mind's eye. The first level of the Ghost Spirit Tower now glowed with a crimson light, emitting faint wisps of energy that drifted outward. Beside the Ghost Spirit Tower, a humanoid figure began to materialize, though still ethereal. Could it be one of the ancient figures from the cave walls long ago? Who could it be? Thinking of reuniting with his family after 3 years apart, his heart swelled with excitement. With his current abilities, he could finally give them a comfortable life. By the time they traveled beyond the mountains, it was already noon. Lei Ling took out his phone and tossed it to Su Yunqi, saying, call your family and have them pick you up outside the city. But don't tell them who I am, or you know what'll happen. Su Yunqi eagerly replied, got it. She immediately made the call in front of Lei Ling. The two hastily grabbed a few bites on the road before continuing their journey. Nightfall, in a grove on the outskirts of Jianyang City. A black-clad elder concealed himself in the undergrowth, his face marked by a hideous scar. He glanced at the group behind him and said gravely, after spotting the young lady, apprehend anyone accompanying her. The young lady's tone was very anxious when she called. Someone must be holding her hostage. Yes. Chapter 3. Young master, I was wrong. Outside the city, a jeep sped down the road while Lei Ling in the passenger seat focused inward, examining his own thoughts. The phantom beside the Ghost Spirit Tower had now fully materialized. It was a man clad in a black cloak, standing like a specter of the night as his gaze locked with Lei Ling's. Lei Ling immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Why are you staring at me? He shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Shadow Dancer Step, first level. A voice echoed in his mind. Lei Ling saw an airflow circulation diagram light up within the cloaked man's body, then watched as he took a single step and instantly covered a considerable distance. Lei Ling's heart pounded. It seemed the other was teaching him. Just from its name, Shadow Dancer Step clearly enhanced one's speed. Having trained in martial arts under Duan Yinshan all these years, Lei Ling understood qi circulation techniques. He immediately attempted mimicking the movement pattern he'd just witnessed. He suddenly felt his body become much lighter. Holy shit, this is amazing? Only then did he realize how mysterious the Black Tower truly was. The key point was, within the Black Tower, there were 33 such entities. And this was just the first layer. How incredible must the 32 layers above be? Just as Lei Ling was about to give it another try, Su Yunxi, who was driving, said, "We've arrived." The jeep stopped by a remote grove, surrounded by pitch-black darkness. Lei Ling looked outside the vehicle and asked, "Where are the people you called?" Su Yunxi curled her lips into a mischievous smirk. "Uncle Hong, the kidnapper's right here. Come out and get him," as she shouted. Su Yunxi yanked out the car keys and bolted. Glancing over her shoulder while running, she taunted, "You're done for, little thunder. Just wait till I catch you. I'll whip you every single day, make you beg for death while clinging to life. Every bit of suffering I endured these 3 years, I'll pay you back double." From the woods in front of Su Yunxi, 10 figures rushed out, switching on flashlights. At their head was a gaunt old man, who immediately grabbed Su Yunxi's arm. "Miss, step back quickly. You two protect the young lady. The rest follow me." The old man led 7 men charging toward the jeep, while 3 others raised guns, aiming at Lei Ling. "Ha ha ha." Standing at a distance, Su Yunxi laughed triumphantly. "Lei Zi, didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you? You're finished. The rest of your life will be spent suffering under my rule. Regretting it now, aren't you? What are you staring at? Come and bite me if you dare." Su Yunxi crossed her arms with a snort and said, "If you kneel down and call me grandma, I might consider letting you eat with the dog from now on. Otherwise, no dog food for you, just dog shit." Lei Ling was speechless for a moment. "I kindly let you go, and you pull this stunt on me? Aren't you afraid? I'll just nab you again. Come on. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Can't you see all my family's experts are right here? Tremble, little thunder." Su Yunxi's domineering aura was unleashed in full force. The old man also raised his gun, the flashlight beam shining on Lei Ling. "Come down quickly, or we'll shoot." The car door opened, and Lei Ling stepped out with a sinister grin. "I don't like people pointing guns at me. Otherwise, I'll have to pull my own trigger on your young lady. If I shoot her, I might just fire out a living person." Su Yunxi recalled what Lei Ling had done to her in that desolate villa. She often had to warm his bed without clothes, letting him take liberties with her entire body. Her face flushed red as she shouted, "Uncle Hong, stop chatting with him. Break that dog's legs." But Lei Ling flashed forward, appearing beside the old man. "Bad move." The old man barely had time to swing his gun around before Lei Ling seized his arm and forced it outward with a twist. As the pistol clattered to the ground, Lei Ling yanked the man's head downward into a brutal knee strike. Thud! Before the old man could grasp what was happening, his vision went dark as he lost consciousness. "Fire! Now!" But in the darkness, their aim faltered, and meanwhile, Lei Ling continued to move with the flow of the cloaked man's air currents. His body grew light, as if merging with the night itself. The darkness like wings, lifting him, making his movements swift as lightning. Bang! A fist slammed into the opponent's face, sending blood flying from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by dull thuds, the bodyguards surrounding Lei Ling were all knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. For 3 years, Duan Yinshan had trained him in martial arts, and now, with the shadow gliding steps enhancing his moves, dealing with them was barely a challenge. Holy shit! Su Yunxi watched under the moonlight as only Lei Ling remained standing while all her bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground. Her heart pounded. How could this guy be so damn fast? No way. She couldn't let herself fall into his hands again. Who knows? He might really knock her up this time. Get him! Su Yunxi spun around and bolted. The 2 remaining bodyguards exchanged a glance and charged at Lei Ling in unison, their daggers flashing toward his throat. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. Still not taking the hint after all this? Think I don't have a temper. Once again, activating Shadow Stream Step, he instantly appeared behind the 2 men, grabbing their wrists and slashing their throats with their own daggers. Thud! Thud! The 2 only felt a chilling sensation at their necks before blood gushed forth violently. They collapsed to the ground, bodies convulsing. Watching Su Yunxi fleeing down the road, Lei Ling cracked his neck with a sinister chuckle. Run all you want. Let's see where you think you're going. You're all trash talk, but love to play tough. After I kindly brought you back, You sent people after me? So this is how you repay kindness with spite, huh? You don't know how good my aim is, right? Lei Ling walked while puffing on a cigarette, eyeing her like a starving wolf watching a timid little rabbit scampering ahead. Su Yunxi immediately burst into tears. This guy had actually killed someone, and she'd clearly pushed him too far. Young master, I was wrong. Spare me. You're magnanimous. Don't hold it against a mere woman like me. My hair is long, but my vision short, while young master's foresight stretches far. Su Yunxi begged for mercy endlessly. But Lei Ling exhaled a plume of smoke and said, "Take one more step toward the young master, and he'll take you right here tonight, populating the earth on the spot." Su Yunxi suppressed the trembling in his body as he approached Lei Ling, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Lei Ling slapped her, but with a sharp crack. "Still playing mind games with me? 3 years wasn't enough to teach you obedience." "Young master, I was wrong." Su Yunxi surrendered too quickly, dropping to her knees and clutching Lei Ling's thigh. Lei Ling nearly laughed. This pampered young mistress truly was something. He crouched down, cupping her face in his palm. "Come on, give your young master a kiss." Having already kissed her own sworn brother, what did she have to lose? Su Yunxi promptly planned a kiss. Lei Ling smiled contentedly and said, "Seeing how promptly you admitted your mistake, I'll let you off this time, young master." A swift karate chop rose and struck the back of her neck, knocking Su Yunxi unconscious on the ground. Lei Ling took out his acupuncture needles and inserted them into her temples. "Forget these 3 years. I also thank you for your company. Without it, I would have gone mad from loneliness. I wonder if we'll ever meet again." Then, Lei Ling used the memory-erasing acupuncture technique on all the unconscious individuals. Lei Ling tossed the lighter onto the jeep and walked into the darkness as flames engulfed it, as if casting his experiences of the past 3 years into the river of time. "After reuniting with my family, I'll go ask Shenyang about Duan Yunshan's origins. He not only knows a great deal, but his methods are downright extraordinary. Just who exactly is this master of mine?" Chapter 4. The charm of the Rose Woman. Shortly after Lei Ling left the scene, several luxury cars pulled up and came to a stop. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses watched as bodyguards rushed in all directions. With a grave expression, he approached Su Yunxi and asked the doctor, "How is Yunxi?" "Chairman, the young lady is fine. She just fainted." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses was Su Weilong, chairman of the Su Corporation. After being given water, Su Yunxi gradually regained consciousness. "Dad, why am I here?" she asked. Su Weilong's gaze turned grave as he said, "Yunxi, where have you been taken these past 3 years?" Su Yunxi tried hard to recall, but a throbbing headache overwhelmed her. Pressing her temples, she shook her head. "Dad, I don't remember anything. All I know is that night when I went to the bar, a man in black suddenly took me away, and then I was here." Su Weilong frowned, glancing at Su Yunxi before saying, "Let's go home and rest first." Then Su Weilong turned to a stern-faced, burly man in close-fitting attire, who jerked his chin toward the distance. Su Weilong followed him to the 2 corpses. The man in martial attire squatted down, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Chairman, I've examined the wounds. Their depth is uniform. The perpetrator is a trained fighter with exceptional skills, and everyone who was knocked unconscious was taken down with a single strike." Su Weilong raised an eyebrow. "Only these 2 died." "Correct. The others were merely knocked out, but they don't remember what happened either." The martial-attired man stood up, his expression grave. "Chairman, it seems like whoever did this is trying to send us a message." "How so?" Su Weilong arched his brow. The man in tight-fitting clothes said, "Given their skills, they could have killed everyone, but they only took out 2. That's clearly a warning for us to drop the investigation, or they'll get serious." They returned Miss unharmed and wiped her memory clean. This means they want the matter closed. Pushing further would only bring us trouble. The main problem is they operate from the shadows while we're exposed. We can't defend against what we can't see. Su Weilong took a deep breath. Seems we truly shouldn't investigate this. But Ayong, if you were to face them, what would your odds be? Ayong gave a bitter laugh. Chairman, forget about his strength. Just his ability to erase memories alone puts me at a complete disadvantage. Su Weilong nodded. Fine. Since they returned Yunshi, they clearly don't intend to cause us any more trouble. Let's consider this matter closed. Act as if nothing happened. Yes, Su Weilong said as he walked away. Now that Yunshi is back, her engagement to the Li family's young master should be back on track. Notify them about it. Lei Ling's home was in the old Kengshi, where the nights were lively, with every household exuding the vibrancy of daily life. Mothers frantic over their children's homework, pulling their hair out before dragging their husbands onto the balcony to scream insults like good-for-nothing at them. When a child struggled with homework, the father would endure the scolding without daring to breathe a word of protest. What an injustice. Lei Ling took a deep breath, savoring the aroma of home-cooked meals drifting through the air, and smiled knowingly. 3 years. I'm finally reuniting with my family. Walking down the alley, Lei Ling hadn't gone far when he encountered a burly young man being beaten up by a group. Damn it, you still dare not sign? I'll beat you to death. Giving you 200,000 is already treating you like a human. If you still dare not sign tomorrow, it'll be 100,000. Pah! 7 or 8 thugs spat at a young man curled up on ground. Lei Ling hadn't planned to meddle, but when he saw the brawny young man raise his head, his eyes narrowed sharply. Zhang Hu. When Zhang Hu spotted Lei Ling, he scrambled to his feet and rushed over with a foolish grin. Bro, you're finally back. Where have you been these 3 years? Seeing Zhang Hu's bloody face, Lei Ling turned his head and said grimly, Stay where you are. The 8 thugs stopped in their tracks, turned around to look at the 2 figures in the alley, then spun back with cigarettes dangling from their mouths, surrounding the pair. You looking for a beating? The bald leader sneered, jabbing a finger at Lei Ling's nose. Lei Ling remained unhurried, smiling faintly. Why did you hit my brother? You owe us an explanation. The bald man froze momentarily. Ah, so you're his brother. Your family's relocation compensation is set at 200,000. Go tell your parents. The money gets transferred the moment they sign. If they refuse, he cracked his knuckles. We'll beat you every time we see you. Lei Ling turned to Zhang Hu. How much did the neighbors get? Zhang Hu glared and said, Ernie Yu's family got 1.2 million, and our properties are the same size, but they're only giving us 200,000. Ernie Yu's dad is a civil servant. They're scared of people like him, but not of us. Lei Ling finally took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and chuckled. Playing favorites, huh? Now, even 1.2 million won't solve the problem. The experiences of these 3 years had utterly transformed his temperament. With a kick to the bald man's stomach, the man was sent flying belly first before collapsing to the ground, howling in agony. The others whipped steel pipes from their backs and swung them at Lei Ling. But within the dim alley, Lei Ling's fists flashed out viciously. Every strike spelled snapped bones and shattered limbs. In the blink of an eye, the entire gang lay moaning on the ground. Zhang Hu gaped, bro. How'd you get so damn strong? Zhang Hu had dropped out after middle school to work alongside their parents, pooling their earnings to put his brother through university. He once dreamed of making money after graduation to give his family a good life, never expecting to be abducted by Duan Yinshan. Now he was determined to stand at the pinnacle of this city of 10 million. He would make his family live in mansions, drive luxury cars, and feast on delicacies every day. No more breaking their backs for pennies or suffering from illness. Lei Ling lit a cigarette without answering Zhang Hu's question and chuckled. Zhang Hu, go tell mom and dad I'm back. Also, grab some pig's head meat and a few bottles of liquor. I'll catch up with you all later. Zhang Hu nodded excitedly. Got it, bro. Lei Ling walked toward the bald man, who turned and fled toward the alley exit. Now he was terrified because his underlings had either their hands or legs broken. This was even more ruthless than their gang's usual methods. If you dare take another step, you'll spend the rest of your life bedridden. The bald man immediately spun around and knelt before Lei Ling with a thud. Big bro, I was wrong. Spare my life. I'm just an errand boy. I only do what I'm told by my superiors. Lei Ling walked up to him, looking down imperiously. Then who is your superior? Sister Meiguei Li Meili. Lei Ling had heard of the name Meiguei before, a woman involved in the underworld with ties to the entertainment industry. Rumor had it she had killed her own husband, then took over his business to become one of the few female crime bosses in the underworld. Take me to see this, Rosa, Lei Ling said with a laugh. Yes, yes, of course. The bald-headed man quickly rose to his feet and led the way out to a black sedan. 7 Emotions Bar. A group of black-suited bodyguards stood outside the entrance. The place seemed closed for business. The bald man grew fearful at the sight and whispered nervously to Thunderclaw, "Big bro, maybe we should wait a little longer?" Lei Ling gave him a slap on the head. Why? Seems like someone's discussing something with Sister Meiguei. Lei Ling grabbed him by the neck and shoved him forward. What other people discuss has fuck all to do with me, move. The bald man had no choice but to lead Lei Ling inside. The two entered the bar, which was massive. In the very center stood a woman in a red Chong Sam, her long pale legs exposed, her figure fiery and seductive. She wore serpent-shaped earrings, her nails painted red, casually leaning against the bar with a glass of whiskey in hand. Gazing at the middle-aged man seated on the sofa, she cooed with a playful laugh. "Gangu, I've already started paying out demolition compensation for that land. There's no way you could just swoop in for a joint development." Behind Gangu stood over a dozen bodyguards. He sat with his legs crossed, a thick cigar dangling from his lips, unabashedly admiring Rose's bare legs. "Rose, sis, there's no way you're keeping such a big piece of meat all to yourself without letting me have a bite. If you don't partner with me on this development, I guarantee you won't be able to break ground." Rose sneered just about to speak. The bald man approached her and whispered, "Rose, sis, he wants to talk business with you." He hunched his shoulders slightly and glanced back at Lei Ling. Rose gave them both a look. "You two go sit over there and have a drink. Wait till I'm done talking with Brother Gang." The bald man had no choice but to approach Lei Ling. "Big bro, why don't we wait a bit? It's so hot. How about cooling off with some ice-cold beer?" "Fine by me." Lei Ling, now drenched in sweat from the heat, promptly stripped off his shirt and sat on the sofa, waiting for the bald man to fetch the drinks. The bald man sat beside Lei Ling, pouring his beer and lighting his cigarette, his expression deferential. "Are those two discussing my family's land?" "Yeah, worth over $1 billion. Chen Gang's got his eyes on it too." Lei Ling drank 2 bottles of chilled beer and now felt completely refreshed. He didn't want to wait any longer. It was time to go home and reunite with his parents. Lei Ling stood up and walked over to Rose. "Talk to me first. I have to get back for dinner." Rose arched her willow leaf brows, clearly displeased. Gang, however, was even angrier. He immediately started cursing out loud. "Are you fucking blind to the situation? Believe it or not, I'll chop you up right here, you bastard." Chapter 5. My daughter is young. Lei Ling slowly turned his head, fixing Chun Gang with an icy stare. Back then, he would have been terrified of these gangsters. But during these 3 years, Duan Yinshan had indeed put his heart into training him, often taking him deep into the mountains to battle fierce beasts, instilling in him a ruthless, violent instinct. Lei Ling walked up to Chen Gang. Chen Gang rose to meet Lei Ling's gaze, licking his lips with a smirk. "Yo, that look in your eyes, you want to kill me? Do you even know who I am?" Lei Ling chuckled. "You're my son." With a swift motion of his hand, matching his current speed, Chun Gang's body hit the ground with a thud, his face slamming hard against the floor. The world spun violently before his eyes. Before he could react, Lei Ling's foot slammed into his face, sending him sliding backward to crash onto the sofa, blood streaming from his nostrils. Fuck your mother. Kill him." Chun Gang hadn't expected a reckless youngster to dare strike him, a seasoned gang leader. His lackeys grabbed nearby liquor bottles and stools, charging at Lei Ling. But Lei Ling instantly employed shadow, flowing steps, knocking them out one punch at a time. None of the lackeys managed to touch him before they all lay defeated on the ground. Especially when Sister Rose saw this scene, those bewitchingly beautiful eyes lit up with astonishment as she stared at Lei Ling. "Holy crap, when did Jianyang City get such an expert? How come I've never heard of him? Those moves are impressive. Lei Ling grabbed a liquor bottle, smashed half of it off against the table, and strode over to Chun Gang with the sharp broken edge, aiming straight for his neck. Brother, I was wrong. Chun Gang trembled all over, squeezing his eyes shut in terror. The sharp liquor bottle pressed against his neck would surely kill him. A pungent smell of urine filled the air. Lei Ling glanced at the spot where he lay, noticing a stream of yellow urine spreading beneath him. Lei Ling scoffed. I thought you gangsters weren't afraid of death. Scared after all? Chun Gang trembled as he opened his eyes, only to realize the liquor bottle had been stabbed into the sofa behind him all along. At this moment, he felt utterly humiliated, actually pissing himself in fear of some brat. The other man was clearly toying with him. Chun Gang sobbed, Brother, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Having witnessed Lei Ling's skills, he didn't dare act as arrogantly as before. Only then did Lei Ling rise and command, Get out. Chun Gang immediately stood up and, looking at his gang members with gritted teeth, said, You heard him? Let's go. As he was about to leave, Lei Ling narrowed his eyes and growled, Didn't you hear what I said? Get out. Each word was bitten off coldly. Chun Gang clenched his fists tightly. I'm a man of status in the West District, damn it. Telling me to get lost. Isn't it going too far? Lei Ling picked up another broken bottle from the table. Chun Gang shuddered in fear, immediately crouched down, and wrapped his arms around his head. He glared at his underlings and growled, Are you fucking deaf? Roll out with me now. And so, a dozen men crouched with their hands on their heads, rolling themselves non-stop toward the exit of the bar. Lei Ling set down the shattered liquor bottle. These street thugs were textbook bullies, all bravado against the weak, but cowardly before the strong. He used to think there was something special, but now they just seemed pitifully ordinary. Meanwhile, Rose clapped her hands together, swaying toward him in stilettos, her supple waist undulating as if boneless, and purred with a sultry laugh. Who knew little brother could be so fierce? Watching you got big sister all flustered and thrilled. What brings you to me, Lei Ling curled his lips in an amused smirk. Is little brother really that formidable? Rose's cheeks flushed crimson as her slender fingers traced over Lei Ling's toned chest. You're right, she murmured. I haven't experienced it before. Shall we try? Lei Ling grabbed her waist and pulled her forcefully towards his body. In an instant, their figures pressed tightly together. Lei Ling used to be very shy around women, but in these 3 years, he had encountered too many. Now he was more unrestrained than anyone. Try me then. Let's give it a try. As he spoke, Lei Ling grabbed her skirt and yanked it upward, then seized her hair and slammed her face onto the table, forcing her to sprawl across the liquor-stained surface. Holy shit. The bald guy in the distance and a few bartenders witnessed this scene, their eyes widening like saucers. What the hell? Bro, you're too brutal. That's the infamous Rose sister of the West District. Rose's face flushed crimson, her heart pounding. Little brother, stop, I was just teasing. I surrender. She heard him unbuckling his belt and was utterly terrified. She'd never seen such a violently savage man before. Lei Ling gazed at Rose as she turned back, her delicate face now completely flushed pink. Done trying? Next time, she hastily pleaded. Only then did Lei Ling fasten his belt again and sit down on the nearby sofa. Sister Rose immediately turned to the others in the bar. Everyone out. If anyone dares to speak a word of what just happened, you won't need your tongues anymore. Yes. After all, it would be too humiliating for a female boss to have her reputation tarnished by nearly being taken advantage of by a man on the table. Rose sat beside Lei Ling, smoothing her disheveled hair before carefully studying him. His looks were above average, his body toned with firm muscles, but it was his personality that was most captivating. Not just wild and brutal, but with a roguish masculine charm. What brings you to talk to me? My home falls within your demolition zone. The bald guy beat up my brother just because we're getting $200,000 in compensation. The neighbors next door all got $1.2 million. Rosemary arched her willow leaf brows. Is this true? Lei Ling glared at her irritably. Wasn't this your order? Rose smiled wryly, How would I bother with such trivial matters? There are several managers under me. It must have been them trying to skim off the top. Well, I'll make sure your family's relocation compensation is settled at a satisfactory price. Lei Ling nodded. Fine, I trust your word. But my brother was beaten by that bald guy. What about the medical expenses? How badly is he injured? Just superficial wounds. How about I transfer you 200,000? Is that all right? Lei Ling was surprised. Quite generous, aren't you? Sister Rose trailed her fingers teasingly across Lei Ling's chest. Can't help it. Older sister here is quite taken by such a formidable little brother. I'd like to establish a long-term strategic partnership with you. Lei Ling removed her hand and said, overthinking it. Looking at your age, you're what, 30 or 40? I'm not interested in older women. You, Sister Rose was momentarily speechless. Youth doesn't know the treasure of a mature woman, foolishly taking young wives as jewels. That's not how the saying goes, is it? Yes, it is. Lei Ling picked up a glass of wine and said, give me the cash. I need to get going. Won't you have a drink with your big sister? No time today. All right then. Then, he handed Lei Ling 2 stacks of cash, each containing 100,000 yuan. Without greeting her, Lei Ling walked straight out the door. Little brother, are you free tomorrow, Sunday? I told you, I'm not interested in older women. My daughter is young. Lei Ling stopped at the door and turned back to say earnestly, actually, big sis, you're quite charming. I only teased you to get your attention. See you tomorrow night. Sister Meiguei smiled and nodded. Sure, I like to learn from you too. How are you so amazing, little brother? Got it. Lei Ling made an okay gesture. Chapter 6, Her Peerless Beauty. At the doorstep, Lei Ling carried 200,000 in cash, his heart pounding with excitement. Even though he was an adopted child, the elderly couple had always treated him as their own. The aging couple, then in their late 30s, hadn't been able to conceive when they adopted him from the orphanage. To everyone's surprise, they conceived Zhang Hu 3 years later, yet their love for Lei Ling never diminished by even the slightest degree. Later, Lei Ling achieved excellent grades, while Zhang Hu wanted to attend vocational school. But their parents refused, forcing him to work at a construction site alongside them to support Lei Ling's education. Lei Ling knocked on the door. His motherly Mei, her face weathered with age, opened it. Seeing him, she immediately grabbed his hand, her eyes moistening as she said, Lei Ling, my dear child, you've finally come home. Come inside. You've gotten so thin. I made lots of food for you. Our family is finally reunited. Lei Ling's eyes also welled up with tears. Mom, I'm sorry for making you worry. Just coming home is enough. As they entered the cramped living room, Zhang Dachui, seated in a wheelchair, eagerly stretched out his arms. Lei Ling, come here, son. Give her dad a hug. Lei Ling frowned. Dad, why are you in a wheelchair? Zhang Dachui looked conflicted, then forced a smile and said, it's nothing. After hugging Zhang Dachui, Lei Ling sat beside him, holding his hand. Dad, tell me, what exactly happened? Zhang Dachui didn't want Lei Ling involved in his affairs, especially after hearing from Zhang Hu that Lei Ling had become quite skilled at fighting. Young people full of vigor are certainly eager for revenge, but considering the opponent is someone they can't afford to provoke, he doesn't want the kid to get hurt. It's nothing, just a fall. Zhang Hu immediately widened his eyes and said, Dad, you're lying. It wasn't from a fall. Someone broke it. Zhang Dachui glared at him speechlessly. Shut your mouth. Lei Ling understood his father's concern and decided to question Zhang Hu privately later. The somewhat simple-minded Zhang Hu then began pouring wine, laughing sheepishly as he said, Bro, hurry up and take a seat for dinner. Lei Ling then handed the black bag at his feet to him. This is the 200,000 compensation I got from that group who just beat you up. Ah. The whole family looked at Lei Ling. 200,000? Zhang Hu touched his own face and asked, Can I get beaten up some more? Lei Ling sighed helplessly. Are you really that eager for a beating? I didn't even feel any pain, but just made 200,000. Bro, this is way faster than hauling bricks at the construction site. With this money, I could buy a mountain's worth of bricks. Lei Ling felt a pang of sorrow. His family had endured so much hardship to put him through school. I must earn money to give him a good life. Lei Ling sat down with a smile and said, "Let's eat first, then celebrate slowly." Zhang, who clutched the cash, inhaling the scent of fresh banknotes, grinning so wide his mouth couldn't close. Only after seeing Li Mei bring the final dish and take her seat did Lei Ling raise his glass. "Dad, Mom, Xiaohu, it's been 3 years. I made you worry. This toast is for you." The strong liquor burned down his throat with a fiery heat. This authentic Ergo 2 had the most potent kick. Li Mei and the others kept putting meat into Lei Ling's bowl. "Silly child, stop being so polite. Come, eat more meat." "Mom, Dad, I've had enough. You eat some." "No way. You're the skinniest, so you need to eat more." Zhang, who stuffed the braised pork directly into his mouth. "Mom, Dad, stop giving brother more portions. He may look thin, but he can fight really well. He sent those gangsters flying with just a few punches. I need to eat more to become even tougher than him." Both raised their chopsticks and smacked Zhang Hu on the head. "You blockhead." After 3 rounds of drinks, their faces flushed red with intoxication. "Lei Ling, where exactly have you been these past 3 years? We filed a police report, searched everywhere, but couldn't find you." Lei Ling took a drag from his cigarette. "It's a long story. Let's just say I've been through a lot. Didn't little Hu say I'm good at fighting? Well, that's precisely because of what happened these last 3 years." The elderly couple stopped asking when they noticed Lei Ling didn't want to elaborate. After all, their only concern was his safe return. "Mom, Dad, I just want to negotiate with the leader of those troublemakers. They'll give us a satisfactory price for our relocation compensation." Zhang Dachui patted Lei Ling's shoulder approvingly and laughed. "Good. Seems my son is truly grown up. Even those hoodlums have to show you respect now." We chatted for quite a while longer until past 1 in the morning, and only then did we begin washing up for bed. The elderly couple sat on the bed whispering. "Did you notice Lei Ling's transformation? I see calluses on your palms and scars lining your arms. Seems you've been through a lot these past few years." "That's not the point. Didn't you notice the change in his eyes too?" "What change?" "When he talked about my leg, his eyes just narrowed slightly, but I immediately got goosebumps. Lei Ling has definitely killed before. People from that world have that same look in their eyes. Let's not interfere. The boy's clever. He knows his own limits." "You're right. He's the only one in our family who's had much schooling. He must think things through more carefully than we do." Lei Ling lay on the bed, his clothes folded neatly beside him. The musty scent of old books, the companions of his late-night studies, drifted in from the balcony. Many of the books were worn ragged from use, bearing witness to the path his life had taken. Though the home was shabby, it remained the warmest harbor in his life. Lei Ling picked up the photograph resting nearby, the woman of Duan Yinshan, his martial master's wife. Her fair skin and tall figure, captured in the photo, revealed a woman both voluptuous and exquisitely proportioned. Her bright, beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle like speaking stars. She's absolutely the most feminine woman I've ever seen, just based on looks alone. But what really sets her apart is that powerhouse aura. No one else comes close. Duan Yinshan said he'd wronged her before he died. What exactly did he do to her? Lei Ling picked up Duan Yinshan's phone and dialed Chao Chiuyue's number. A woman's calm voice came through the line, cold enough that its chill was palpable even over the phone. "What's the call about?" Lei Ling paused briefly before replying. "I'm Duan Yinshan's disciple." There was a pause on the other end. "When did he take on a disciple? And why have you called instead?" Lei Ling said, "I took him in 3 years ago. Master is unconscious from his injuries. I wanted to ask, does Shenyang have time to visit him?" Chao Chiuyue let out a cold laugh. "Serves him right." Then she hung up. Lei Ling stared at his phone, exasperated. Why did she hang up like that? What exactly is the grudge between her and Duan Yinshan? After all, Duan Yinshan often muttered about her in front of him, his eyes brimming with unconcealed affection. He told her that Duan Yinshan was unconscious, but she paid no attention. This only deepened Lei Ling's suspicions. Lei Ling called again, only to find her phone turned off. "Damn it, Lei Ling cursed in frustration. How can this martial ant be so heartless? Duan Yinshan mentioned she was in Modu before, but Modu is huge. Finding her won't be easy. Demon City. By the floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite on the 100th floor of a skyscraper. Chao Chiyue wore a pure, white silk gown, her voluptuous curves exuding an intense feminine allure beneath the soft, flowing fabric. Any man who laid eyes on her would be seized by the most primal urges, for such supreme beauty was impossible to resist. Her raven black hair cascaded down to her rounded hips as she swayed a wine glass, crimson lips lightly parting for a sip. This face was also flawlessly perfect, its aloofness brimming with natural allure. Just unconscious? It'd be better if he were dead, Chao Chiyue remarked coolly. A woman clad in form-fitting leather walked through the door and approached Chao Chiyue from behind. Sect leader President Ma of Tongyan Group wishes to invite you to dinner tomorrow evening, she said. I'm unavailable, Chao Chiyue replied indifferently. The leather-clad woman nodded. Chao Chiyue moved to the nearby sofa, reclining lazily on her side. The breathtaking curves of her figure were mesmerizing. Her exposed long legs, flawless and white as warm mutton fat jade, gleamed under the light. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, as if hovering between tipsiness and wakefulness, as she murmured softly, "Book a flight to Jianyang City for tomorrow." Duan Yinshan took on a disciple. Just got a call saying he's unconscious. I need to see if he's dead yet. The woman in leather froze for a moment, her willow leaf brows knitting tightly. Sect leader, if Duan Yinshan dies, it could spell trouble for us. Blessings and calamities are fated. What comes will come. Let's go see first. Understood. Now that Lei Ling heard no movement from his parents' room, he quietly crept to Zhang Hu's bedside. Wearing only his boxers, Zhang Hu lay sprawled in a starfish position, snoring loud enough to shake the heavens. Zhang Hu wasn't one to overthink. He fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Truth be told, Lei Ling envied his carefree nature. Little tiger, wake up. Tell me what's going on with Dad in the wheelchair. Chapter 7. These Jianghu waters run deep. Rubbing his eyes as he sat up, Zhang Hu looked at Lei Ling and said, "While I was sleeping just now, Dad told me I can't tell you." Lei Ling laughed. "Thinking about getting married? I'll introduce you to someone when the time comes." Zhang Hu nodded vigorously. "Bro, the year you went missing after Mom and Dad reported it to the police and still couldn't find you, they went to the construction site boss to settle the unpaid 50,000 wages. They said they had to find you first, but the boss claimed he'd already paid up. Dad argued with him, and then he pushed Dad off the second floor. Dad's leg got broken from a fall. Later, we reported it to the police, but everyone at the construction site said Dad fell on his own. They only gave us 3,000 yuan for nutrition fees. I want to cut off their power, but they beat me up instead and threatened me, saying if I ever went back, they'd break both my legs too." Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. "The boss of Jianyun Real Estate, right?" "Yeah." Lei Ling patted his shoulder and said, "All right, go to sleep now. Don't let Mom and Dad know I asked you about this, or I won't introduce you to a big butt wife." "Haha, bro. How do you know I like big butts?" Lei Ling glanced at the silent phone screen beside his bed. He'd been scrolling through videos before sleeping. A woman with a curvaceous backside swayed her hips on the screen. "Isn't this exactly your type?" Zhang Hu nodded vigorously. "Bro, I'm telling you, this is the one. I want her to bear me 10 sons." "No problem." Lei Ling smiled. Lei Ling quietly stepped out of the room, then lit a cigarette and dialed Rose's number. The two had exchanged contact information when they parted earlier. "Sister Rose, are you asleep?" Rose's alluring voice came through. "Sister's lying in bed, missing my little brother so much I can't sleep." Lei Ling grinned. "I've got a question to ask." "Go ahead," she replied with a light laugh. "Do you know the boss of Jianyun Real Estate?" "Yeah, but not well." "Do you know where he is?" "I need to talk to him about something bloody." Rose smiled and said, "All right, I'll have my people check and call you back in 3 minutes." Rose hung up the phone, and Lei Ling sat on a stone bench in the alley, beginning to introspect within his own mind. The man in the black cloak lay with his eyes closed, as if asleep. Yet, during Lei Ling's spiritual inspection, a crimson light flashed from the second level of the Ghost Spirit Tower. Could the entity from the second level be emerging too? Earlier, the red flash from the first level had brought forth the black-cloaked man. Now that the second layer is flickering with red light, it should also lead to the same outcome, right? Thin strands of light drifted out from the second layer, beginning to coalesce into a humanoid form beside the Ghost Spirit Tower. A gleam of joy flashed across Lei Ling's face. It seemed the second-floor master was also about to impart secret techniques to him. However, it would take a few hours for the opponent's human form to fully materialize. Just as Lei Ling was eagerly awaiting, his phone suddenly rang. Lei Ling answered immediately. "Sister Rose, any news?" "Yes," Rose replied. At number 9 in the Riverside Villa district, Lei Ling exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Thanks, sis. Tomorrow night, I'll come ask Sister Rose for some advice." "You have to come." Sis canceled all her work for tomorrow night. "But you beat Chen Gang today." He won't let it slide. Many of those who run the underground scene in Jianyang City are utterly shameless, with no bottom line and zero morals. You need to be careful. Lei Ling nodded. "Got it." Riverside Villas. The standalone villa at number 9 sprawled over an area as large as a football field. Under the cover of night, Lei Ling activated his shadow light steps to evade surveillance cameras and slip into the villa grounds. Now he'd grown increasingly adept with shadow light steps and had tested its speed, roughly 30 meters per second. This is cheetah speed, the fastest known animal speed, but it's extremely draining. By the time Lei Ling raced through the villa district and reached Building 9, he was drenched in sweat with aching legs. "Seems my body can't sustain prolonged use of shadow flash steps. 5 minutes max is all I can handle." Lei Ling sat resting in Building 9's enormous courtyard garden. The villa garage parked over a dozen luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, Porsches, Maybachs, convertible sports cars. The faint sound of singing drifted up from the mansion's basement. What a blood-sucking capitalist. This luxury villa was built on countless drops of sweat and blood squeezed from workers. Absolute bastard. Lei Ling rose silently and approached the villa, leaping in through a window. He headed toward the basement as the singing grew louder. Finally, Lei Ling moved close to a window along the dim corridor. The massive basement chamber pulsed with dazzling lights, a world of debauchery, extravagance, and unrestrained indulgence. 10 young women, dressed in revealing outfits with exposed breasts, surrounded a middle-aged man, feeding him alcohol. Wang Jianyun, the boss of Jianyun Real Estate, was notorious for his fondness for young, beautiful women. Wang Jianyun wore shorts and went bare-chested, his beer belly prominently protruding. "Ladies and beauties, let's raise our glasses high to celebrate my 50th birthday." The beauties all cooed in unison. "Happy birthday, Boss Wang. May you ride 10 women every night, strong as a stallion, living to old age and still going strong. President Wang, you're so majestic and domineering. We'll always be your dearest little darlings." "Ha ha ha." Wang Jianyun laughed maniacally. "I love you all the most. Cheers." They all raised their glasses with him and drank heartily. "Now let me sing today a song that truly mirrors the journey of your CEO, Wang. Only my darlings here get to hear it." Instantly, thunderous applause erupted around them as they pulled out their undergarments, waving them while swaying their hips exuberantly. "I've waited so long for this day to come, dreamed so long, and now the dreams come true." Wang Jianyun sang with deep emotion, drinking wine as he watched the beautiful women sway their seductive waists, lamenting the hardships of life's journey. You all only see Boss Wang feasting on meat, but never see him getting beaten. Back in the day when he left the countryside, he only had 17 yuan for travel expenses, and even that was borrowed money. Back then, countless relatives and friends refused to lend me money, and speaking of reaching this point today, it brings both tears and sniffles. When he first arrived in Jianyang City, powerless and without influence, the local bosses forced him to his knees. To secure deals, He would even drink from glasses laced with urine without hesitation. Wang Jianyun's tears welled up as he recalled those heart-wrenching experiences. Only those embroiled in the game truly know just how vast the oceans stretch, how fathomless the martial world runs. The beauties beside Wang Jianyun wiped his tears and fed him wine. Boss Wang moved himself by singing with such abandon. Don't cry, Boss Wang. We'll always be by your side, willing to endure all your bitterness and suffer whatever torment you give us. Wang Jianyun's tears flowed even more profusely as he wrapped his arms around their waists, letting the beauties hold the microphone while he continued singing hysterically. If I want to soar high, I must forget the horizon. With endless roads ahead for me to conquer, thankfully I have you by my side. After waiting so long, today has finally come. After enduring so much, the dream is finally realized. Those unchanging hardships long cease to matter. I'm tired but won't admit fatigue. After finishing his song, Wang Jianyun roared into the microphone. I've finally clawed my way to the top. Who the hell knows how much suffering I've endured? Tears streamed down Wang Jianyun's face. 10 beautiful young women clung to him, covering him with kisses. Business is a battlefield. To succeed, he had to swallow his pride. There was even once when a pervert made special demands of him. He lay face down on the hospital bed for half a month. By now, grass must already be growing on those bastards' graves. Though bittersweet, the feeling of being a big shot was fucking fantastic. Money, beautiful women, mansions, yachts, he had all. Relatives who'd once ignored him now found him utterly out of reach. Such was the life of Wang Jianyun. Lei Ling leaned against the window with a cigarette between his lips. Watching Wang Jianyun move to tears by his own singing, he exhaled a smoke ring and chuckled. Boss Wang is quite the sentimental soul. Shall I sing one too? As soon as these words were spoken, the once noisy private room fell dead silent, leaving only the background music still playing. Boss Wang and his 11 companions stared blankly at Lei Ling in unison. Chapter 8. Lovely ladies, we adore you. Lei Ling pushed the door open and entered, throwing them a mischievous grin. Don't just stand there, folks. Let's liven this place up. The 10 beauties simultaneously turned to Boss Wang and whispered, Boss Wang, is this your friend? Wang Jianyun frowned. No. Who the hell are you? Lei Ling strode over to the karaoke console, picked up the microphone, and announced, Boss Wang, who I am isn't important. What matters is that I'm here to celebrate your 50th birthday. I ordered Hunk Diary. All the beautiful ladies and handsome guys here. Let's get wild together. Instantly, the super explosive beat of Hunk Diary blasted through the speakers. Lei Ling shaking his head with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lei Ling moved next to the group of beauties and bumped his hips against theirs. Don't just stand there. Like before, wave your arms, swing your hips. Get frisky, girls. Lei Ling suddenly burst into song. Oh my god, my muscles are so big, come and feel them. Lei Ling flexed his biceps at the group of beauties. They all turned pale, forcing smiles. The atmosphere was getting a bit awkward. The old lady next door thinks I don't understand, borrowing soy sauce from me while giving me this creepy look. Then on my way out, a female dog kept sniffing my strong pheromones. Immediately, several beauties started quietly edging toward the door. As Lei Ling sang, he pulled out a dagger and casually flicked it. Thud! The dagger lodged into the door. Several beauties collapsed to the floor in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Lei Ling approached them, took their hands, and led them into the room. With his arms around their waists, he resumed singing. Only after mastering the cleavage on my chest did I truly understand the contradictions of womanhood. The group of beauties burst into tears as Lei Ling's demonically wicked gaze raked over their bosoms. He was unquestionably abnormal, an utter madman. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Jianyun slipped his hand into his pocket to grab his phone. Lei Ling dashed forward in a flash, planting a foot squarely on Wang Jianyun's stomach. As soon as Wang collapsed to the ground, Lei Ling dropped his full weight onto his chest, pinning his flailing arms underfoot while choking his neck with one hand, all without skipping a beat from his frenzied singing. Oh my God, look how big my muscles have gotten. Come feel them. I want a full-on solo showdown. Just 1-2, 1-2, left, right, left. Every day, I tell myself, come on, you beast. I'm the toughest. The 10 young girls were so terrified that urine streamed down their legs. A pungent odor of urine filled the private room. Then, Lei Ling grabbed Wang Jianyun's phone, approached them with an outstretched hand, and collected all the phones into his possession. He sat alone on the sofa, watching the massive screen as he sang the latter half of the song by himself. I'll protect my girlfriend. I'll save our Earth. Ah, go for it. I'm the strongest. Lei Ling finished singing The Diary of a Tough Guy and saw the 11 people in the private room tense and fearful. Holding the microphone, he chuckled. Why are all you beauties sitting on the floor? Come here, sit by me, and have a wild night drinking with your big brother. Suppressing the trembling in their legs, they crowded around Lei Ling and poured him a drink. He tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp, then fixed his gaze on Wang Jianyun and laughed loudly into the microphone. Happy 50th birthday, President Wang. I sang this song just for you. Did you enjoy it? Feel like you become a tough guy now. Wang Jianyun clenched his fists, cold sweat running down his face. This man was absolutely ruthless. B brother, thanks for your blessing. But I don't think I've offended you, have I? Lei Ling had the beauty hold the microphone as he draped his arms over the necks of the women on either side, leaning back on the sofa with his legs crossed and smiling. You haven't offended me, no, but you've offended my family. 3 years ago, my father, Zhang Dachui, worked at your construction site. For 50,000 yuan, you pushed him off a building and broke his legs. Does that ring a bell? Wang Jianyun choked up slightly as he recalled the incident. Back then, he had been strapped for cash. Otherwise, why would he have gone through such trouble? Who would have thought the migrant worker's son would turn out to be so formidable? Wang Jianyun gazed into the man's ruthless eyes, took a deep breath, and said, I'll give you 2 million to make up for my mistake. Lei Ling smiled and replied, Fine, write down the whole story yourself. He had brought paper and pen downstairs earlier and now placed them on the table. After Wang Jianyun finished writing, Lei Ling checked for any loopholes before finally putting it away. Shortly after, he received a notification confirming the 2 million yuan had been transferred. Wang Jianyun forced a smile. Brother, it's just 2 million. You really didn't need to break into my home. I'll give it to you. Lei Ling smiled. We're done discussing monetary compensation. Now it's time to talk about emotional distress. My father broke both his legs, so you must also suffer an injury. Boss Wang, you have 2 choices. First, give up 1 leg, or second, give up 1 arm. That way, we'll be even. Wang Jianyun's eyes widened. I can pay more. Lei Ling shook his head. This isn't about money. Adults must pay for their mistakes. Brother, in Jianyang City, even Wang Jianyun has some dignity and reputation. If you push me too far, none of US will come out of this unharmed, he said through gritted teeth. Lei Ling picked up the dagger from the table and walked towards Wang Jianyun. If you won't choose, I'll kill you. Leave the country immediately. It depends on whether President Wang values his life more or his hands and legs. I'll count to 10. If President Wang doesn't make a choice, I'll kill you. Lei Ling closed his eyes. 1, 2. The private room was now deathly silent, all the beautiful women looking at Wang Jianyun with pity. This man absolutely dared to kill Wang Jianyun. His aura made it clear he was no ordinary person. Wang Jianyun gritted his teeth and said, I'll give 10 million. 7, 8. Lei Ling continued counting, ignoring him. Wang Jianyun trembled uncontrollably. 10. Lei Ling's eyes narrowed sharply, murderous intent exploding outward like a demon ready to devour a heart. Wang Jianyun felt as if he'd been plunged into an icy cellar, terror striking from the depths of his soul. I choose. Whoosh! The dagger grazed past Wang Jianyun's neck. A bloody gash was left behind, and he wet himself in sheer terror. Lei Ling slowly withdrew his hand and chuckled. Option number 2. 2, 2, 2. His voice trembled as he answered. Lei Ling reached out and patted Wang Jianyun's face. I thought Boss Wang wasn't afraid of death. I was just about to cut off your head. Since President Wang has chosen the second option, that's fine too. Go give me a cleaver. If you're not back in 3 minutes, I'll come up there myself. A woman trembled as she stepped out, fetched a knife, and placed it before Wang Jianyun. Lei Ling turned on his phone's recording and said, President Wang, let's begin. Never before had Wang Jianyun teetered so close to the gates of hell as he did today. He still refused to give up. How about 50 million? Lei Ling replied coolly, same old rules. I'll count to 10. 1, 2. Lei Ling counted rapidly. For Wang Jianyun, this agonizing weight tormented him more than death itself. This man is a devil, deliberately tormenting his spirit. Wang Jianyun gritted his teeth and chopped down with his blade. Ah! Blood gushed from his wrist. Lei Ling put away his phone and stood up. President Wang, if you want to play with me next time, I'll keep you company to the end, on the condition that President Wang prepares his coffin first. You should know what they say about those with nothing to lose, fearing no one. Lei Ling walked out of the private room, then turned back at the doorway with a smile. President Wang, happy 50th birthday. Lei Ling blew another flirtatious kiss. Love you, ladies. Then he quietly slipped away from Villa Number 9. He arrived at a riverside where cool breezes carried faint whiffs of fishy scents. The glittering reflections of skyscrapers from the opposite bank danced upon the rippling river waters. Lei Ling lit a cigarette and took a drag, inwardly observing the second fully formed figure in his mind. Chapter 9. Big bro, don't mess with me. The second figure was an old man in a white robe, holding a book in one hand while the other was clasped behind his back. The moment Lei Ling's eyes met his, he felt overwhelmingly insignificant, weighed down by an immense psychological pressure. The demon ancestor's medical codex, it can wreak havoc upon all living beings, casting them into hell. It can also save them from peril, delivering all souls to salvation. The first set, the 13 needles of Yama. One needle grants life, one needle brings death. Life and death hang by a thread. Open the divine eye, receive the inheritance. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted within his mind. An ancient book in the old man's hands emitted a streak of white light, which merged into Lei Ling's consciousness. At the same moment, Lei Ling not only felt his head spinning, but warmth also trickled down his eyes. Immediately, his vision improved manifold. The secrets of the 13 Yama needles seemed innate to him. He immediately raised his arm and focused inwardly on the initiation technique of the 13 Yama needles. The flesh of his arm began turning translucent, revealing the meridian channels within. Lei Ling took a deep breath and exclaimed excitedly, Senior, who exactly are you people? How are you all so powerful? He turned his gaze inward to the white-robed elder in his mind. But the old man simply closed his eyes, refusing to utter another word. The demon ancestor's medical canon was the first set, and the flowing light steps were also the first level. Did they discuss in the Black Tower and offer him customized services based on his physical condition? Since his father now had disabled legs that needed treatment, the elder from the second level appeared. This made him think further. Damn it, if I become too powerful, wouldn't they try to kill me? These are 33 unknown old monsters. Lei Ling then furrowed his brow. Duan Yinshan also taught me needle techniques, with traces of the 13 Yama needles. Could it be this guy is a descendant of the Ghost Valley sect? Otherwise, how would I know about the ruins of the Ghost Valley sect and the Inheritance Cave? It seems the doubts in my heart can only be resolved by my voluptuous master's wife. I'll call her later. I must see her in person. Lei Ling pondered by the riverside for a long time, completely mastering the 13 hellish needles technique. Lei Ling stood up, brushing the mud off his backside, and gazed at the sparkling river with a laugh. With the ghost spirit tower in my possession, I should be able to make a fortune, right? Isn't that thinking a bit small? Indeed. It kind of lowers the prestige of all the seniors inside the Ghost Spirit Tower. As he spoke, Lei Ling secretly observed the expressions of the two figures in his mind. But there was no reaction at all. Damn it, They're even better at acting cool than I am. Lei Ling puffed on his cigarette while walking and muttered, Sister Rose warned me to watch out for that gang dude. These underworld types have no moral bottom line. Looks like I'll have to pay him a visit. If he targets my family behind my back, it'll be too late for regrets. Lei Ling didn't know where Chun Gang lived either, so he had no choice but to call Rose. Rose's chiding voice came through. My mighty little brother, are you trying to keep your sister up all night? I was having such a lovely dream, and you had to wake me up. You know, if it were anyone else, I'd have slapped him silly in person by now. Lei Ling felt a little embarrassed. Sister Rose, I had no other choice. I'm not familiar with your circles, so you're my only option. Unless you come kiss me and prove your manliness to Sister Rose tonight, I won't forgive you, she cooed. An old woman acting coquettish. How embarrassing. Didn't we agree on tomorrow night? Do you know where Chun Gang lives? Only then did Sister Rose relent. Knew you'd come bother me again. He's usually at Dynasty KTV, top floor's his place. Thanks, Sister Rose. Humph, just wait till tomorrow night when I deal with you. Is your daughter coming? What do you mean? Is Sister Rose not charming enough? No, I just think it's dangerous for you and your daughter to navigate Jianyang City alone. I won't look out for you. My daughter is even harder to impress than I am. You sure about this? Just making friends here. If you want to be my son-in-law, you'll have to pass inspection first. Damn, things just got complicated. You think Sister Rose got ahead by playing nice? I've got no limits either. Damn, you're hardcore. It's those people. After hanging up, Lei Ling chuckled bitterly. These underworld types all seem like real pieces of work. Dynasty KTV. Since it's past 4 a.m. now, many tipsy men and women came stumbling out with arms draped over each other's shoulders. Lei Ling gazed at the 5th floor, narrowing his eyes as he moved to the rear. He stretched his body, his bones cracking like firecrackers. He began using the shadow, flow, step to build momentum, instantly scaling the wall to the 3rd floor and grabbing onto an air conditioning unit. Lei Ling's body swayed in midair as he glanced downward and muttered, Not bad. With a running start, I could only climb 1 floor before. Now I can reach the 3rd. With a swift motion, Lei Ling swung his body, muscles in both arms tensing as he pulled himself up. In an instant, he stood perched on the side windowsill before leaping down. When Lei Ling reached the fire escape and was about to ascend to the 4th floor, he noticed figures blocking the passage, engaged in conversation. It seems these gangsters take security very seriously, sleeping with bodyguards on watch. Lei Ling pulled out his acupuncture kit and initiated the 13 Yama needles technique, his eyes seeming to pierce through flesh to see the meridians. There's no denying the 13 Yama needles are incredible. Removing the needles, he immediately used shadow gliding step to appear beside them before they could react. With precise movements, he inserted the acupuncture needles into the fainting pressure points on their necks. All 3 burly men collapsed unconscious into their seats simultaneously. Lei Ling continued upward toward the top floor. 2 more guards were stationed above, but they too collapsed unconscious. Only then did Lei Ling quietly push open the fire door, peering down the hallway. 4 bodyguards stood on either side. Unlike the others, these had pistols holstered at their waists. In the dead of night, they leaned against the walls, each stifling yawns. Lei Ling flashed to the side of the 4 men, causing them to shudder momentarily as they braced to react. Gripping acupuncture needles in both hands, Lei Ling swiftly pricked their necks in unison. The 4 immediately slid down the wall, collapsing unconscious. Lei Ling collected the needles into their pouch and brushed his palms together. Combining shadow flow step with heaven's eye works remarkably well. Lei Ling approached the passage's end, grasping the doorframe to push it open gently. Beyond lay a parlor. Even in darkness, his heaven's eye granted him dim yet perceptible vision. Entering the master bedroom, I gently twisted the doorknob only to find it locked from the inside. Damn, good thing I worked as a lock-picking king during my college days. This might have stumped me otherwise. Finding a wire, my eyes lit up upon hearing a faint click inside. I grasped the doorknob and pushed the door open softly. Lei Ling saw Chun Gang lying naked in the center of the large bed, with beauties on either side, both similarly unclothed. The ground was littered with crumpled paper balls, and the air was thick with a peculiar odor. Lei Ling picked up the acupuncture needles and pricked the two women's necks. They immediately fell into a deep slumber. Only then did Lei Ling sit opposite the bed, fishing out a lighter to ignite his cigarette and take a slow drag. Ew! At the crisp snap of the lighter, Chun Gang instantly opened his eyes. After all, those who walked the underworld path stayed vigilant, especially in their sleep. Instantly, he spotted a glowing ember burning on the bedside sofa, growing brighter with each deep drag of the cigarette. In that instant, Chun Gang was so terrified that cold sweat broke out down his back, his scalp tingling with fear. Holy fucking shit. What the hell are those bodyguards outside good for? How could they not notice someone entering the room? Chun Gang was too scared to move. He pinched the women on either side of him hard with his fingers, but neither of them reacted. Damn it. Wake up. Sleeping like this, you wouldn't even know if someone tried to mess with you. I'll tear the flesh right off your bones. His nails actually tore off a chunk of flesh, yet the two remained unresponsive. Holy shit, did that guy by the bed already kill them? Chun Gang's heart pounded like a drum as he slowly sat up, choking out between sobs. Be big brother. WHO, who are you? Chun Gang's face was dripping with sweat, his voice trembling as he spoke. He had no idea who this person was or where they came from. Lei Ling flicked away the cigarette, but crushing its ember under his toe. I just met you tonight at Sister Rose's bar. Chun Gang instantly realized who the other person was and hastily knelt on the bed, pleading, Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Close the door, I don't care about dignity anymore. Just let me live. I'd even offer you my ass if I had to. I could kneel before you right now. Fuck my life. This is disgustingly vile. Lei Ling was instantly speechless, on the verge of vomiting blood. Chapter 10. You've got some nerve. Chun Gang froze for a moment. Could it be that he doesn't like men after all? Killing the two women, but letting me live. Doesn't that just scream twisted tastes? Lei Ling didn't expect Chun Gang's thought process to be so bizarre and quickly said, Are you holding a grudge because I beat you up tonight? Thinking of taking revenge on me? Chun Gang quickly glanced at the nightstand beside him, his face flushing with guilt. Lei Ling froze for a moment before following his gaze, where in the moonlight he caught sight of a photograph. Damn it! You're actually planning to retaliate against me. Lei Ling walked over and discovered several photos of his family members. Chun Gang was also stunned. Holy shit, he hadn't noticed? Did I just confess without being pressed? He wanted to slap himself hard. This was a classic case of overplaying one's hand. Chun Gang rolled off the woman on the bed, dropping to the floor with a thud as he knelt down, feeling like his kneecaps were about to shatter. Grabbing Lei Ling's thigh, he pleaded, Big brother, I just had my men collect photos of your family, planning a visit later, but I was worried I might mistake someone else. You think I believe that? Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. It's true, cross my heart. If I'm lying, I'm your son, Chun Gang declared righteously. Lei Ling crouched down and patted his face. I hear folks like you in the underworld have no bottom line. If I walk out that door, you won't pull any tricks, will you? Chun Gang shook his head vigorously. Absolutely not. Your parents are my parents, boss. Huh? Lei Ling sneered coldly. I came here to warn you. If you dare touch my family, I'll cut your head off while you're sleeping. Got it. I got it. Chun Gang nodded vigorously. Lei Ling stood up and pondered. He needed to instill real fear in the man, or else he might easily revert to his vicious ways later. Come with me to the Sky Tower. Chun Gang clung desperately to Lei Ling's leg. Big bro, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. He thought Lei Ling was about to strike. Let go of me and behave. It's not that serious. Okay. Chun Gang scurried after Lei Ling barefoot. When stepping out of the room, Chun Gang saw all his bodyguards unconscious on the floor and his legs instantly weakened. Holy crap. These bodyguards all came from underground fighting rings and even carry handguns. But this beast subdued his bodyguard without a sound. That level of power is terrifying. How could I have provoked him? What a lack of judgment. Sky Lounge. Chun Gang stood trembling in the center of the Sky Lounge. Big bro, why did you make me stand here? Lei Ling pulled out a dagger and placed it in his hand. Let's play a game. You stab at me with this knife. If you touch my clothes, you live. If you don't, the consequences will be severe. Big brother, I was really wrong. Chun Gang kneeled down again. If you won't make a move, then I will. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Chun Gang thrust his dagger toward Lei Ling. But Lei Ling vanished from his spot. What the hell? Where'd he go? Chun Gang's heart pounded. How could he disappear when I stabbed at such close range? Behind you. Lei Ling's icy voice echoed from Chun Gang's back, sending chills down his spine like needles. In an instant, he turned and stabbed towards Lei Ling, but the blade merely grazed Lei Ling's shoulder. Keep going. Chun Gang gritted his teeth and continued stabbing relentlessly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yet despite the target being right before his eyes, every time the dagger was about to strike, the man vanished. Is this even human? Why is he like a ghost? Chun Gang was drenched in sweat. Big bro, I give up. Spare me. Playing this cat-and-mouse game with Lei Ling was torturing his nerves. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Lei Ling's lips as he suddenly activated Shadow, Flow Steps, gripping the man's throat. Their bodies shot forward with a thunderous boom, as if exploding through the air. Chun Gang only heard the roaring wind in his ears, his body weightless, his brain flooded with blood. Boom! Chun Gang's body smashed heavily into the wall. Excruciating, bone-piercing pain surged through him, making his scalp tingle with agony. Lei Ling tightened his grip around his neck, narrowing his eyes. If you so much as dare to make a wrong move, I'll toy with you, just like today, first slicing your flesh piece by piece, then cutting off your head. Chun Gang's mind went blank, his body slumped to the ground, paralyzed with terror. Once again, fear had him losing control. In his blurring vision, Lei Ling vanished from his sight. A full 3 minutes passed before Chun Gang finally snapped out of it, gasping heavily, drenched in sweat as though he'd just taken a bath. It's too horrifying, he stammered, trembling uncontrollably. He's not human at all. Chun Gang had been around the block for years, but he'd never encountered such a ghost-like presence. He knew it would be child's play for the other guy to kill him. From now on, he'd steer clear of this grim reaper whenever he saw him. Lei Ling strolled down the street, watching the neon-lit city where taxi drivers and delivery guys were still hustling late into the night. Taking a deep breath of the city air tinged with the aroma of barbecue, Lei Ling smiled knowingly. Life in the city is so much more comfortable. These past 3 years I've been trapped by Duan Yinshan like some wild man. Although he provided many women for my entertainment, he never allowed me to leave the mountains. Suddenly, a voice came from beside me. Show me your ID for inspection. A patrol officer crouched on a motorcycle, legs stretched taut, her curvaceous figure accentuated by the uniform, radiating an uncommon blend of grace and authority. That devilish silhouette paired with the uniform instantly awakened Lei Ling's deepest urges for conquest. Her wild and defiant eyes contrasted starkly with her doll-like face and lowly voice, creating an extreme sense of fancha. Lei Ling couldn't tear his eyes away. This beauty was way too striking. Miss, why do you need to check my ID? I haven't committed any crime. She swung her long, straight legs down and strode toward Lei Ling, her gaze intensely aggressive. Recent thefts have been frequent in this area, so I'm conducting routine checks. Please cooperate. Her voice remained that of a lowly. Lei Ling really wanted to pinch that doll-like face. The lowly voice was simply too delightful. I didn't bring my ID card with me when I went out. She picked up a query device and said, "Tell me your ID number." 513022. Yao Lily arched her slender willow leaf brows, her eyes fixed intently on Lei Ling. Are you a missing person? The records show you've been missing for 3 years. Lei Ling laughed. I went out to have fun with friends for a few years. My family mistakenly thought I had gone missing. Yao Lili immediately grabbed Lei Ling's wrist and slapped handcuffs on him in one swift motion. "What are you doing?" Lei Ling was speechless. "Don't you think it's suspicious that a grown man suddenly reappears after being missing for 3 years? You're coming with me to the police station. I need to verify your identity." "Lady, I'm just walking around in the middle of the night. What did I do to upset you? Is putting me in handcuffs really necessary? If you're innocent, naturally nothing will happen to you," she said in a lowly voice, speaking casually. "No way. I'm going home to sleep. Dare to resist, and don't blame me for being rude." Yao Lili narrowed her beautiful eyes into crescents, though she looked adorable even when angry. Lei Ling chuckled. "Sorry, but I'm going to resist. What right do you have to handcuff me?" Yao Lili instantly attempted a grappling move on Lei Ling, but against Lei Ling's counterattack, she simply couldn't overpower him. Their bodies brushed against each other in close contact. In the end, Lei Ling countered and pinned her down. "Let me go, or you're done for." Her face flushed red with anger. She was supposed to be skilled. She could take on 5 or 6 thugs easily. So how'd she gotten restrained instead? Lei Ling leaned in close behind her, his warm breath teasing her delicate earlobe as he smirked mischievously. "You got quite the nerve, huh? There's no one around. Aren't you afraid I'll drag you into that alley?" Chapter 11. Inheriting the legacy you wouldn't dare. Yao Lili gritted her teeth, still pinned with her back to Lei Ling. "If you don't let me go right now, you'll face consequences you can't handle." Lei Ling reached out and began feeling her body. Yao Lili felt her hair stand on end as the man's fingers traced across her delicate skin like a feather's touch. "What are you doing? Don't you dare!" Yao Lili panicked. She was after all an untouched maiden. Could this scoundrel actually be tempted by lust? Such audacity. "You're overthinking it. I'm searching for the keys." Lei Ling retrieved the key and unlocked the handcuffs. The moment Lei Ling released Yao Lili, he dashed into the alleyway and vanished in the blink of an eye. When Yao Lili turned to look around, there was no trace of Lei Ling left. She stomped her foot in anger, causing her ample G-cup bust to heave dramatically. "I've memorized your name, Lei Ling, right? I'm off tomorrow, but I'll personally come find you the day after. Let's see where you can run then." Yao Lili rubbed her wrist, admitting reluctantly that the guy was strong. He'd even managed to hurt her body. She strode to the police motorcycle and swung her long, straight leg over it, crouching on the seat like a panther exuding a uniquely wild beauty. Lei Ling quietly returned home. After lying down, he turned his gaze inward to his mindscape. Instantly, the 3rd level of the Ghost Spirit Tower began glowing with a crimson light. Damn, so soon? The big shot on the 3rd level is already coming out. The black-cloaked man on the 1st floor had bestowed upon him the initial tier of Shadow Flow steps. The white-robed elder on the 2nd floor had granted him the first set of the demon ancestors' medical codex, the 13 Needles of Yama. What ability would the big shot on the 3rd floor grant him? Lei Ling's heart raced with excitement. Seeing the airflow emerging from the 3rd level, Lei Ling knew it would take at least several hours. Get a good sleep and recharge, preparing to face the 3rd big shot tomorrow. The next day, sunlight streamed through the window onto his handsome, masculine face. Lei Ling's eyelids fluttered as he awoke, sitting up and stretching his back with a series of crackling pops from his bones. "Even with just a few hours of sleep, I feel completely alert. It seems my body has changed after obtaining the Ghost Spirit Pagoda." He picked up a cigarette from the side, lit one, and then turned his attention inward to his mind. The 3rd elder's body hadn't fully taken form yet, but it should be soon. Lei Ling, brimming with energy, flipped up like a carp and headed toward the door. "Mom, Dad, Xiaohu?" Lei Ling called out in the living room, but no one answered. Lei Ling pushed open their bedroom doors. No one was home. He quickly grabbed his phone and dialed. "Mom, where are you all?" Li Mei said softly, "Lei Ling, we got up and saw you were still asleep, so we came to the hospital first. Didn't you bring back 200,000 yuan yesterday? Your father's leg has been troubling him for years, and he needs treatment urgently, or he'll really end up in a wheelchair for life. Originally, We planned to wait until the relocation compensation arrived before coming to the hospital. Lei Ling had intended to treat it with the 13 Yama needles in the morning, but he didn't expect them to have already gone to the hospital. All right, I'm on my way. Which hospital? TCM Hospital. Got it. TCM Hospital. A woman doctor wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a pretty face and gentle expression. She placed a freshly taken x-ray on the light board and smiled. Uncle Zhang, from the scan, you'll need surgery. Li Mei stood beside her with an earnest smile. And Exine, you and Lei Ling have been classmates since high school and attended the same university too. Tell Aunt Li the truth. After spending this money, will your Uncle Zhang be able to walk again? And Exine looked at this simple, honest family. Aunt Li, I can't make absolute promises, but regaining sensation after surgery is certain. As for walking, that depends on follow-up treatment. Based on past patients' recovery outcomes, there's an 80 to 90% chance of success. All right, then we'll proceed with the surgery. An XIN had previously mentioned that the surgery and follow-up treatments would cost around $200,000. Now that they had the money, they would definitely go through with the treatment. Li Mei held an XIN's hand and said, An XIN, you're so capable. Just 3 years after graduation, and you're already a chief resident doctor. Back then, we wanted Lei Ling to study medicine too, but he insisted on choosing literature instead. Sigh, being a doctor is so much better. The older you get, the more valued you become. You'll even have a pension later. It's really enviable. An XIN stood up and replied, Aunt Li, it's not as rosy as you make it out to be. The overtime leaves me with dark circles under my eyes, and I don't even have time to go shopping. But hasn't Lei Ling returned yet? Li Mei quickly responded, Lei Ling came back yesterday. I heard you're still single? Should Aunt Li introduce you too? Zhang Dachui beside her immediately patted her arm. Stop speaking nonsense. An XIN here works for a formal organization. An XIN smiled. Aunt Li, don't worry about us young people's matters. We know what we're doing. Lei Ling has been missing for 3 years, currently unemployed, and comes from a family without connections. The two of them simply don't belong to the same world. An XIN became a chief physician at such a young age, comes from a prominent family, and has suitors as numerous as fish in a river. Once she had feelings for Lei Ling, but he didn't choose her. Now, weathered by the realities of life, she realized how foolish she had been back then. Then I'll go ahead and arrange the hospitalization procedures for everyone, after which I'll handle the payment. All right. An XIN, thank you for your trouble. You're too kind, Aunt Li. Though I won't be performing the surgery myself, I'll be there throughout. The family expressed tearful gratitude toward an XIN. The three of them stepped outside, and Li Mei sighed. Back then, Lei Ling told me an XIN had written him a love letter. Yet now when his name comes up, she tactfully declined. Zhang Dachui said, People become pragmatic once they enter society. Don't blame an XIN for being materialistic. Our family has nothing, and Lei Ling doesn't even have a job. How could an XIN possibly consider him now? But Lei Ling needs to get married soon. There are so many single men these days. Even a second marriage requires the bride price 5 golds, plus buying a house and a car. And we have 2 sons. Oh, what a headache. Li Mei felt a pang of frustration just thinking about it. Back then, they thought having sons was a status symbol, but now they realized sons were nothing but money pits. Zhang, who pushed his wheelchair forward, chuckling. Mom, Dad, once the demolition compensation comes through, let's get my brother married first. The 2 elders exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. Indeed, according to tradition, the elder brother must marry before the younger one can. Zhang, who is rather simple-minded, with nothing but brute strength to his name. Given the societal climate these days, chances are 9 out of 10 he'll end up a bachelor. Nowadays, even those on their 2nd or 3rd marriages are extremely picky. If you don't serve them well enough, they'll run off. What's the difference between that and marrying an ancestor? Lei Ling dashed into the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. Spotting his family turning away from the payment window, he ran over. Mom, Dad, Xiaohu, have you paid the bill yet? Li Mei nodded and said, Yes, an advance payment of 100,000. Your father needs the surgery. An XIN had everything arranged for the hospital bed. Son, why don't you go see her? Now that girl in XIN is doing really well. She's already a chief physician. Now that mom and dad have paid the money, they'll surely feel more at ease with me here in the hospital. Not being medically trained, if he suddenly claimed he could treat them, his parents probably wouldn't believe him. Lei Ling quickly said, Mom, don't blame an XIN. Later, when we get to the ward, I'll try treating Dad myself. Over the past 3 years, I met an old man who taught me a bit of medical skills. Li Mei froze for a moment. Why didn't you mention it sooner? You rushed us to the hospital before I had the chance. But no matter, I'll just give it a try. Fine then. You guys go ahead first. I'll buy some herbs and catch up. Then Lei Ling went to the herbal medicine shop and purchased over a dozen different medicinal ingredients, which he had ground and blended right there at the store. This was what Duan Yinshan had taught him, mainly used for broken bones and tendons. Now, when combined with his 13 needles of Yama, the effect would be extraordinary. Lei Ling returned to the hospital. Seeing the long crowd waiting for the elevator, he opted for the fire escape instead. As he walked, he focused inwardly on his mind's eye. The third shadow of a supreme expert had fully manifested. Towering like an ancient giant, his eyes gleamed like bronze bells, radiating peerless, domineering majesty. Lei Ling's heart skipped a sudden beat. His father's leg needed time. He should first receive the legacy of the third Grandmaster. Lei Ling arrived at the top floor, found a secluded spot, and locked eyes with the third big shot. Chapter 12, There's Such a Thing? At the moment Lei Ling locked eyes with the towering giant, a golden glimmer flashed in his pupils. Suddenly, a voice rang out thunderously in Lei Ling's mind. 9 revolutions golden body technique. First revolution, strength of an elephant. Lei Ling felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his skin burning as if scorched by flames. His muscles felt as though they were being kneaded and crushed, and he distinctly saw foul, grimy filth seeping from his pores. This went on for half a day until Lei Ling clenched his fists, feeling strong enough to kill an ox with a single punch. This overwhelming surge of power feels incredible. And this is just the first cycle of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. What about the second? The qi and blood within his body surged violently like a boundless ocean, the boiling sound of his blood incessantly roaring. After the first transformation activated, his skin turned a pale bronze color. He drew a dagger and lightly ran it across his arm without feeling any pain. Like hardened calluses from years gone by, it was incredibly tough. The blade can't even make a mark on the skin. Damn, that's intense. He punched the wall in front of him. Bang! A hole appeared in the wall. The entire floor seemed to tremble from the impact. Lei Ling's face lit up with delight. Damn, that's insane. Hurry downstairs. Be careful, someone might come up and notice. Lei Ling swiftly descended the stairs, heading straight for Zhang Dachui's hospital room, inside the ward. Lei Ling pulled up the hem of Zhang Dachui's pants and grabbed a packet of dark, freshly prepared medicinal paste. Zhang Dachui said hesitantly, Lei Ling, are you sure this medicine works? It feels like mud and kind of stinks. Lei Ling chuckled. Dad, would I ever harm you? That old man back then said this was his family's secret recipe. When I broke my leg, this was how he treated it, and I recovered within days. Lei Ling decided to bluff them first, then seized the moment to apply the acupuncture needles without giving them a chance to object. Lei Ling was the first to activate his heavenly eye, clearly seeing the meridians in Zhang Dahui's legs. Following the records of the 13 needles of Yama, he silently recited the essential formulas for treating leg ailments. Instantly, 13 red dots appeared along the meridians of Zhang Dahui's thighs and brain. The Ghost Emperor's 13 needles are indeed remarkable. When treating corresponding illnesses, the heavenly eye can immediately discern which acupuncture points to target. Moreover, auxiliary treatment methods would emerge in his mind, including which medications to use in combination, and so on. However, the prescription Duan Yinshan taught him to prepare had a similar effect, though likely not as potent. He had never used it before, unaware that it would also bring auxiliary therapies. Lei Ling gently twisted, pressed, and stimulated the acupuncture points according to the essential technique. What's going on here? An ex-IN walked in with a nurse for rounds and froze at the sight of Zhang Dachui's pitch-black legs covered in acupuncture needles. Her gentle expression instantly turned frosty. Li Mei hurried over to an ex-IN and said, "An ex-IN, Lei Ling mentioned he once met an old man who taught him this method to treat leg injuries. He wants to try it on his father first to spare him the suffering." Nonsense. An ex-IN slammed the file folder onto the adjacent table. "If something goes wrong, are you planning to blame our hospital for it?" Lei Ling turned his head and said indifferently, "If anything happens to him, your hospital won't be blamed. Stop right now, or don't blame me for showing no mercy." An ex-IN felt that Lei Ling had been missing for 3 years and must now be trying to kill his father just to sue the hospital for compensation. But Lei Ling ignored her. An ex-IN called security to come up and escort him out. But when the 2 security guards grabbed him by the shoulders, Lei Ling glared, flung his arm out, and snarled, "Get lost!" Boom! Boom! 2 security guards crashed into the wall. The wall collapsed instantly, dust billowing into the air. Holy shit! Is this guy freakishly strong or what? An ex-IN and Li Mei were both terrified. "Son, don't be like this. An ex-IN meant well for us." Lei Ling looked at Li Mei, his expression softening as he said, "Mom, I already told him that if something happens to Dad, we won't blame the hospital. But he just had to disturb me. At this moment, Dad's treatment must not be interrupted." An ex-IN gritted her teeth in anger. "Lei Ling, you lunatic?" As she spoke, she called the hospital director. "An ex-IN, what's happening?" An elderly man with reading glasses rushed over in a white coat. An ex-IN immediately reported the situation. "Director?" The old man exploded in fury. "Outrageous! What kind of deranged son would profit by risking his own father's life? Don't even let him lie on a hospital bed. Otherwise, he'll definitely try to pin it on us." But as they reached the door, they heard Lei Ling's voice. "Dad, try lifting your leg. Do you feel anything?" The hospital director swallowed his words. He wanted to see what tricks this kid was up to. Zhang Dachui nodded, trying it out, and his toes started to move. Zhang Dachui's face lit up with joy, overwhelmed to the point of incoherence. "Son, I can feel it. I can feel it. Look, my leg can slowly lift up now." As Zhang Dachui spoke, one of his thighs slowly rose into midair. Lei Ling also breathed a sigh of relief. Truly worthy of being the 13 Yamen needles. Such impressive results. Li Mei was so moved, she burst into tears, clutching Lei Ling's arm. "Son, you're amazing. Since we can cure your father's leg, why waste money unnecessarily? Let's go get our refund immediately." Especially the dean and an ex-IN at the door hurried over to Zhang Dachui's side. "Impossible. Is someone lifting his legs?" Both of them immediately looked around Zhang Dachui's legs. Chapter 13. How could this be, however? The two soon realized no one was helping Zhang Dachui. He was lifting it all by himself. Seeing their incredulous expressions, he even smugly waved the prescription in the air. "My son cured me. Didn't cost a single penny." "No way." The dean looked at an ex-IN in disbelief. "Hand me the test report." The dean took it and scrutinized it carefully before swallowing hard, staring at Lei Ling with wide eyes. "So in just this short time, your father's legs actually regained sensation?" With a calm indifference, Lei Ling replied, "Didn't you see it for yourself?" The dean inhaled sharply, giving him an impressed thumbs up. "Young man, you're no ordinary one. What method did you use?" "My master. Can you introduce me?" "He's already dead." The dean smiled warmly. "Lei Ling, is it? On behalf of the Chinese Medicine Hospital, I sincerely apologize to your family. We're transferring you to the VIP ward immediately. All medications and hospital stays will be completely free of charge. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and transfer the patient to the VIP room. This is utterly disgraceful. How can anyone think of kicking out patients who came to our hospital for treatment? Who gave such an order?" I'll make sure to settle this with them later. An XIN and a group of nurses all looked to the hospital director. The director hastily winked. An XIN hadn't expected the director to be so shameless, so she had no choice but to say, "Director, what I meant was outrageous. Write as self-criticism later. Hurry up and escort them to the VIP ward." The nurses then escorted Zhang Dachui and the others to the private room. The dean patted Lei Ling's shoulder with a beaming smile. "Lei Ling, could you share with me the secret behind your treatment method?" Lei Ling glanced at him. "Sorry, my master's secret technique cannot be disclosed." The dean didn't mind. To think such treatment methods still exist in the world. Your master must have been truly remarkable. Lei Ling nearly blurted out, "Remarkable indeed. I killed him in return. So, are you married?" "No." "How about I introduce you to my granddaughters? I have twin granddaughters, fair-skinned, beautiful with long legs. Would you like to meet them? How about choosing one of my granddaughters for marriage?" "Twins? I haven't tried that yet." "Choose. Doesn't exist. Adults don't make choices." "Dean, good day." "Very well. I'll arrange it for tonight." "Not tonight, tomorrow." "Whatever you say." The chief was thrilled. Lei Ling must possess numerous medical scriptures. If he were to become his son-in-law, the Lin family would undoubtedly be immortalized in history. The dean was called away by others. An XIN remained standing at the door and only approached Lei Ling after the dean had left. She adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, pursed her delicate lips, her gaze a little evasive. "Lei Ling, sorry about earlier," she said. "I didn't actually expect you to know medical treatments." "Oomph." Lei Ling shrugged indifferently. "You stopped me from treating the patient earlier because you wanted to settle a personal grudge, didn't you? Is it just because I rejected your confession back then? The reason I chose Chu Mingyao over you back in the day was precisely because you're such a fake. Chu Mingyao is so bold, so wild. I like them wild. You. An XIN never expected her to become so crude after 3 years apart. An XIN fired back. After graduation, you disappeared without a trace. I heard Chu Mingyao has a new boyfriend. Doesn't seem like she was that devoted to you." Lei Ling had already turned to leave, but he spun around and fixed his gaze on an XIN. "Stop being jealous. Even if Chu Mingyao moves on, I wouldn't blame her. After all, during those college years, she was so obedient to me, doing it in broad daylight by the campus lake, even getting secretly filmed, and the whole school found out. Despite the humiliation to her reputation, she still kept her garage door open for me anytime, anywhere, even mowing the lawn outside the garage every single day. Can you do it? You. An XIN stamped her feet in frustration. You're truly shameless. Lei Ling despised women who pretended to be different from others. But just at that moment, a young man with a crew cut walked through the door, holding a bouquet of roses in his arms. An XIN's eyes flashed with panic as she hurriedly rushed to Lei Ling's side and hooked her arm through his. "What are you doing?" Lei Ling gazed into an XIN's eyes. "You don't have a masochistic streak, do you? Did my scolding actually turn you on? Are you already thinking about that right now?" "Shut up. Help me out," she whispered, voluntarily stepping closer to the young man. The buzz-cut guy frowned. "An XIN, who's this?" An XIN smiled. "Qin Hao, this is my new boyfriend." Lei Ling quickly leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Are you sure it's new?" An XIN froze for a moment, her face burning crimson. Qin Hao watched the two whispering intimately, with an XIN blushing furiously. It made his blood boil. Gnashing his teeth, he snapped, "An XIN, you're lying. You never had a boyfriend before. How did you suddenly get one? Look at the way he dresses. He's not worthy of you. Kid, don't shamelessly cling to an XIN like that. Even if she agrees, her family won't." Lei Ling instantly got annoyed. "What do you mean I'm not worthy of her? Back then, she was the one chasing me, and I was the one who refused. What the hell are you spouting, you little shit? Dressed like a respectable person, but spewing filth from your mouth. Whether an XIN and I are together or not is none of your damn business." Exclamation point. "Your family's so rich. Why don't you wear a golden outfit? You're so wealthy. Do you eat a bucket of pig slop every meal? Your family's so rich. Gonna need 10 urns when you die? Trying to step on me to show off how great you are? What a fucking idiot. You really think everyone's gonna indulge you? Go home and suck your mom's milk. You're still weaning and reek of sour breast milk. Lei Ling fanned his hand in front of his face. An Xian stared at him wide-eyed, never expecting his words to be so vicious. Duan Yinshan's various women had no choice but to sharpen his sharp tongue, and with frequent use, anyone could become silver-tongued. Qin Hao never dreamed that a single sentence would unleash a torrent of magical backlash. The fuck? You cursing now? Chapter 14. She arrives. Lei Ling charged forward like a madman, grabbing his opponent by the collar and slapping him hard. Not just cursing. I'll beat your ass too, wanna bite me? Qin Hao was about to throw a punch when Lei Ling lifted him off the ground with one hand. This startled Qin Hao. Could this guy really be so strong? Fighting back would undoubtedly invite brutal retaliation. But this was his chance, because he had connections at the government office. You'll face criminal charges for assault. He spat a mouthful of saliva straight at Lei Ling. With a quick jerk of his head, Lei Ling dodged, and the spit landed on the ground. Still spitting like a bitch, huh? Real fucking classy. Lei Ling slammed him to the ground with a single motion, smashing Qin Hao until his eyes rolled white. Before he could even process what had happened, Lei Ling bent down, grabbed him by the hair, and hurled a fist straight at his face. Spit again, go ahead. Damn bastard. Lucky I dodged fast enough. An Xian was startled and quickly grabbed Lei Ling's arm. Lei Ling, why did you hit someone? Let go now. Lei Ling looked at the guy who had been beaten until his face was covered in blood, then stood up and whispered in an Xian's ear, remember this, you owe me one. Who helps like this? An Xian stared at Qin Hao, who was trembling and spitting blood, utterly speechless. Later, they went to the VIP room and chatted with her parents. The hospital nurses now treated their family with great courtesy, especially since the director had personally given instructions. Lei Ling, right? Come with us. At the door of the VIP room, several uniformed officers glared coldly at him. Qin Hao's head was still wrapped in bandages, which were now stained red with fresh blood. Lei Ling walked out indifferently. Fine. Son, what's wrong? Li Mei and the others were expressions of concern. Lei Ling turned back. Mom, Dad, it's nothing. Xiaohu, don't slack off. Got it. Qin Hao gritted his teeth and said, You hit me, just wait to go to jail. I want to settle this privately. Lei Ling glanced at him and raised his fist again, causing Qin Hao to take a startled step back. The middle-aged constable narrowed his eyes. What? Daring to hit someone right in front of me? Lei Ling shrugged with a grin. Nah, just stretching. As they descended the stairs, Qin Hao whispered to the constable, Uncle, make sure he rots in jail. Don't worry. Uncle here will teach him a lesson. The Yamen, interrogation room. The middle-aged constable locked Lei Ling's hands to the chair before turning to another young man. Turn off the cameras. The youth nodded. Yes, master. The constable removed his hat, picked up an electric baton nearby, and cracked his neck. Kid, you think you're tough, huh? Beating people just because you don't like them? Need some discipline, do you? Lei Ling narrowed his eyes and said, What? Thinking of taking the law into your own hands? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? The middle-aged man pointed the stun baton at Lei Ling's chest. I'm a deputy chief here. What are you going to do if I make a move on you? For beating Qin Hao, I'll make sure the court sentences you to at least 3 years. With that, he instantly activated the stun baton. ZZZT. A surge of electricity coursed through Lei Ling's entire body, sending tremors through his frame, yet his consciousness remained startlingly clear. You're fucking pushing me too far. Lei Ling gritted his teeth and activated the first rotation of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. His blood surged violently within him, and his skin began taking on a faint bronze hue, an eruption of formidable strength. His hands yanked at the handcuffs securing him to the fixed seat. Crack, crack, crack. The cuffs began to distort under the strain. Holy shit. The middle-aged constable startled backward. Quick, shock him unconscious together. The young man also pressed an electric baton against Lei Ling's body simultaneously. Electric currents surged through Lei Ling's entire being, his hair and clothes beginning to smoke. This was plainly an attempt to electrocute Lei Ling to death. Meanwhile, at Jiangyang City Airport, a voluptuous woman wearing a mask and a baseball cap stepped out. She wore a long black dress, and the exposed skin of her wrists and ankles was exceptionally snowy white. Accompanying her was a woman clad in black leather clothing, her expression icy cold, sharp as a blade. "Master, we've uncovered information about Duan Yunshan's disciple. His name is Lei Ling, who was taken by Duan Yunshan 3 years ago. But now he's been taken to the authorities, supposedly for assaulting someone at the hospital." The voluptuous woman commanded, "Bail him out. I want to see him face to face." "Yes, ma'am." The two approached a business vehicle where an elderly man in traditional Tang suit bowed respectfully. "Master." Chao Chiyue gave a slight nod. "I heard your business ventures in Jiangyang City are thriving." The Tang-suited elder replied humbly, "By your gracious fortune, they fare moderately well." Chao Chiyue sat in the back row and closed her eyes. "Wait a moment. Adao has something to discuss with you." The car door slammed shut. This executive van had a partition separating the rear seats from the front. Adao took the front passenger seat and began conversing with the old man in Tang-style attire. "Guards, someone, come quickly." The middle-aged constable roared toward the door. 2 more young men burst through the door, their faces contorted with violent struggle as they spotted the youth seated in his usual spot. Electric currents crackled across his body, smoke rising from his skin while his hair stood completely on end. "Tase him. Knock him out with the baton. He's a fugitive murderer. Hurry." Amid his frenzied thrashing, Lei Ling sensed something shifting within his body. Against all reason, his flesh was absorbing those searing currents. He distinctly felt his muscles and bones being reinforced, for electric batons were discharging intense currents through Lei Ling's body. "You piss me off now." Lei Ling sensed the baton's electricity was nearly drained, and with a sweep of his arms, crack! The handcuffs around his wrists snapped clean off. Holy shit, is this guy even human? 4 batons couldn't even knock him out. "Someone come quickly." Their faces turned pale with fear as they shouted toward the outside. But Lei Ling grabbed the steel tabletop and lifted it with one hand. Crash! The 2 young men were struck and sent flying. Another man had barely started to run when Lei Ling dashed forward in a flash, kicking him squarely in the back. Bang! The man was flung into the hallway, smashing against the wall so hard it cracked. Holy mother of! The middle-aged constable scrambled away in terror. The gun holster that had just been grabbed onto the interrogation table ended up in Lei Ling's grip as he seized the man by his hair, flung him through the air, and slammed him against the wall. "This is a government office. Don't you dare act recklessly," he stammered through bloody lips, his voice trembling with terror. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. "So you do know this is a government office?" He strode forward, yanking the man's hair again before driving a fist into his nose. The nasal bone shattered instantly, leaving no time for comprehension. Lei Ling then gripped the man's clothes with both hands, hoisted him high, and hurled him violently onto the ground. Bang! The middle-aged constable felt as if his bones were about to shatter. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth. How could such a monster exist in this world? "Stop! Stop right now." A large group of constables burst in through the door. The square-faced constable leading the group narrowed his eyes into slits and quickly gestured placatingly. "Young man, don't be so impulsive. Let's discuss this properly. If we were to shoot you dead, any issues you have would become unsolvable." Lei Ling finally raised his hands and said, "Now you're speaking like a human being, unlike this dog Spawn here, who came at me with a stun baton right away. You must be pretty close to that Qin Hao, huh?" Qin Hao. The square-faced man paused for a moment. "Come to think of it, he does have a nephew named Qin Hao. That explains it. Personal vendetta disguised as official duty." Lei Ling understood the whole story now. Lei Ling sat back down. The square-faced man handed him a cigarette and even lit it for him. "Tell me the details." "All right," Lei Ling replied. The square-jawed man slammed his palm on the interrogation table. Serves him right. I always wondered how his cases were closed so quickly. Turns out he was extracting confessions through torture. He walked up to Lei Ling and extended his hand, introducing himself. Let me introduce myself. I'm Ma Yuanchao, the bureau chief here. Pleasure to meet you, Chief Ma. With an admiring look, he said, Kid, not bad. Your combat skills are practically top tier in our entire Western District. Would you be interested in being friends with Ma here? I'll take care of this assault case for you. Lei Ling felt that a bureau director lowering himself to make his acquaintance was definitely worth cultivating. More friends meant more opportunities. Director Ma, the honor is mine. At that moment, a young man entered and whispered something in Ma Yuanchao's ear. Ma Yuanchao looked at Lei Ling in surprise. Do you know Feng Mingzhi? Lei Ling shook his head. Never heard of him. Who's that? Ma Yuanchao smiled. Somewhat influential in Jianyang City. He's going to bail you out. Go on, get out of here. I'll handle the assault charges for you. Thanks, Chief Ma. Lei Ling walked out of the police station. A Tang suit-clad old man was waiting in a business car. Opening the door, he chuckled. Young Master Lei, right this way. Lei Ling frowned. Where to? Do I know you? Feng Mingzhi smiled. You'll find out when we get there. Lei Ling pondered for a moment. All right. Since the other party was bailing him out, there shouldn't be any ill intentions. Even if there were, he could protect himself. Chapter 15, She's Truly Beautiful. The business car took Lei Ling to the entrance of a private estate, where he followed the elderly man in Tang-style clothing inside. The wealthy really live differently. Such extravagant residences. The long corridor was adorned with ornate carvings and paintings, reminiscent of Suzhou-style gardens. In the middle of the distant lake stood a pavilion, where a woman in a tight-fitting black dress stood with her back turned, exuding an aura of aristocratic sophistication just from her silhouette alone. Though little skin was exposed, what was visible was exceptionally fair and tender, her voluptuous figure brimming with a luscious, silky softness. Her waist-length raven hair cascaded down, complementing her strikingly plump and rounded hips. Beside her stood a leather-clad woman whose gaze, when it fell upon Lei Ling, pierced like a blade, instantly filling him with a sense of danger. Were they the ones looking for me? Feng Mingzhi nodded before gesturing politely. This is as far as I can escort you. Lei Ling walked into the pavilion, frowning as he asked, What business do you have with me? Chao Chiwe slowly turned around, her gaze settling on Lei Ling. Her eyes were bright, large and full of vitality with naturally curved, thick lashes that fluttered, exuding an innate, bewitching charm. The spleen is located approximately between the 9th to 11th ribs and weighs between 100-250 g in adults. The duodenum, the first section of the small intestine, is about 25 to 30 centimeters long, shaped like a C, and is divided into 4 parts. 231014. This is a number and should not be translated. Her features were exquisitely refined, breathtakingly beautiful. The rosy lips glistened with a dewy sheen. Lei Ling wanted a taste. This was the most elegant and beautiful woman he had ever laid eyes on. Shenyang, Chao, Chiuyue. She was even more beautiful than in the photos. When Lei Ling looked at her face, he was stunned beyond thought. You mentioned on the phone that Duan Yinshan is unconscious. Where is he? Only then did Lei Ling snap back to reality. He had planned to seek out Chao Chiuyue, but never expected her to approach him first. He glanced at the leather-clad woman. Could you ask her to leave? I'd like to speak with you alone. Chao Chiuyue gave leather-clad woman a meaningful glance, and the latter stepped out of the pavilion. Duan Yinshan is dead. Dead. Chao Chiuyue arched her willow leaf brows. You killed him. Yes. Lei Ling nodded. Only then did Chao Chiuyue scrutinize Lei Ling anew. Where's the body? Buried in the ruins of Ghost Valley Gate. Chao Chiuyue narrowed her beautiful eyes. Did you obtain the Ghost Valley Gate inheritance? Did he try to seize the opportunity and you killed him instead? Exactly. Chao Chiuyue chuckled. Kid, you're something? Duan Yinshan schemed for so many years, yet you snatched his prize. and he lost his life. But have you considered Duan Yunshan's background? Lei Ling replied. He dragged me to the mountains and imprisoned me for 3 years. We only went to the ruins of Gigu Gate a few days ago. I know nothing about who he really is, what connections he has, or the relationship between you two. That's why I called you. I wanted my Shenyang to clear up these doubts for me. Chao Chua sat on the nearby stool, pressing her legs together. To answer your first question, who is Duan Yunshan? Duan Yunshan's background is terrifying to a degree you can't even begin to fathom at your current level. News of his death will soon reach the forces backing him. What comes next will be your annihilation. I can only hope you survive. Lei Ling frowned. Who stands behind him? Chao Chuyue gave a faint smile. You're not qualified to know. Damn it. Lei Ling clenched his fists. I'm strong. Otherwise, how could I have turned the tables on Duan Yunshan? Chao Chuyue glanced at the leather-clad woman outside the pavilion. Adao, show him something impressive. Adao stepped into the pavilion. Locking eyes with Lei Ling, make your move. Lei Ling twisted his neck as he stood up. I don't know my own strength. Don't blame me if I break her bones. Chao Chuyue looked at Lei Ling with pity in her eyes. The strongest person you know is your master, Duan Yunshan, isn't it? But he had long been crippled. If he were at his peak, a mere flick of his little finger could crush you. Do you know why he's so desperate for Ghost Valley Sect's legacy? Because he's been crippled. His lower body was even cut off. Only the Ghost Valley Sect's legacy could make him a man again. Lei Ling's heart trembled, so that was it. He'd wondered why Duan Yunshan found so many women for him to enjoy while often eavesdropping outside the door. Turns out he was living vicariously through him. Lei Ling curled his lips into a vicious smirk. So my Shenyang, master's wife, has been living as a grass widow all this time. No wonder Duan Yunshan kept throwing women at me. He can't perform himself, so he forces his will onto me, making me fulfill his duties as a man in his stead. Shenyang, why don't I do for you what a man should? I'll take his place, he sneered. Chao Chuyue's cheeks flushed faintly, her icy gaze sharpening. The leather-clad woman threw a punch straight at Lei Ling. Lei Ling snorted coldly, activating the first revolution of the 9-turn golden body technique. His skin took on a pale bronze hue as he unleashed a forceful punch. But, boom! Lei Ling felt as if his opponent were a high-speed heavy truck. His body was flung uncontrollably out of the pavilion and landed in the lake. Splash! Water sprayed everywhere as Lei Ling swallowed 2 mouthfuls on impact. His arms trembled from the clash, throbbing with scorching pain. Holy hell! Waves of shock surged through Lei Ling's mind. Was a female bodyguard by his master's wife really this terrifying? And he had even used the first stage of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. Without it, he would have been beaten to death just now. Chao Chuyue watched as Lei Ling swam toward the shore like a duck on water. Not bad. Surprisingly, you didn't die. If you had, I wouldn't have bothered telling you what comes next. Lei Ling got to his feet, his expression turning grave, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. Who knew this core disciple beauty could be so terrifying? Just you wait, woman. One day, I'll beat you into submission. Lei Ling took a deep breath. Seems my Shenyang, and the rest of you aren't so simple after all. 1. Shenyang, a term referring to the wife of one's master in martial arts circles. Chao Chua smiled faintly. Every man in this world who lays eyes on me desires to possess me. Considering your youthful vigor, I can forgive such thoughts. But don't be a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Even men 10,000 times superior to you aren't worthy of claiming me. Her gaze shifted sideways as she asked, do you know why Duan Yunshan was crippled? The moment the forces behind him announced our engagement, she was assassinated, severely wounded, her lower body crippled, reduced to mediocrity. If not for the forces backing him, he would have died on the spot. Lei Ling was shocked once more. It seemed his master was impressive, but his master's wife was even more formidable. Master's wife, how did Duan Yunshan find me? Why is only my blood able to unlock the Giga's sex inheritance? Chao Chiue said. According to Ghost Valley sex legend, only blood of Supreme Yang can open the gate of inheritance. Forcibly breaking it will incur its backlash. Moreover, for thousands of years, no one has ever found the blood of Supreme Yang. As for where Duan Yinshan got your information, only he knows that. Lei Ling continued. Shenyang, who exactly are you? Chao Chiue looked at him and said, I'm the sect leader of Ghost Valley sect. What? Lei Ling exclaimed in shock. Then why was Ghost Valley sect destroyed? Chao Chi said indifferently. When you have the strength, I will tell you. Lei Ling was speechless. Was he so weak now that he didn't even deserve to hear it? This was downright insulting. Lei Ling itched to rush forward and do something to Chao Chiue. She continued, Do you have any other questions? Lei Ling stood up, stroked his chin, and glanced at Chao Chiue's chest. So perky, it was undoubtedly the pinnacle of womanhood. Especially that voluptuous figure with its alluring curves made the little beast in Lei Ling's heart want to devour her bite by bite. So that means Shenyang hasn't been with Duan Yinshan yet? Can you leave her for me? Lei Ling curled his lips into a wicked smirk. Chao Chiue's fair and flawless cheeks instantly flushed crimson. The leather-clad woman roared, looking to die. Chapter 16. Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique. Seeing the leather-clad woman's blade-like expression and another fist coming toward him, Lei Ling immediately panicked and jumped into the lake. From the water, Lei Ling taunted the enraged woman above. So you're Adao, huh? Come down here and knife me then. Come on, hit me right here. Lei Ling stretched his face out, patting it provocatively with unparalleled audacity. Adao clenched her fists until her knuckles cracked. So eager to protect your master, but too scared to jump down. What a coward. Come up here if you dare. Adao ground out between clenched teeth from the edge of the pavilion. I won't come up there. That frigid expression on your face shows you're clearly sexually frustrated and never experienced intimacy. I'm always happy to help. I'll let you experience it for free. Look at these muscles of mine. They're huge, guaranteed to put you in a good mood. Jump or not. If you don't jump, I won't give it to you. Adao took a deep breath. Coward. Spineless weakling. Lei Ling chuckled darkly. Oh, so you've experienced it before? No matter, soft or not. It's more than enough to deal with you. Ada's face flushed crimson with rage. I'll kill you. She leapt forward. Chao Chiue quickly reached out to grab her. Ada, don't, but it was too late. Splash. Ada plunged into the water, barely managing to stay afloat. Scanning her surroundings, she realized Lei Ling had disappeared. Come out if you dare. But beneath the surface, Lei Ling watched Ada's thrashing legs overhead, then grab hold and drag her toward the lake's depths. Ugh, cough, cough. Dao immediately swallowed 2 mouthfuls of water. Only then did she realize this bastard was clinging to her legs, trying to kick free. But Ling Lei tickled her thighs. He even prodded at sensitive spots. Ah, this beast is utterly shameless. Dao's face burned crimson, desperate to break the water surface. Yet Ling Lei curled his lips in a vicious grin. Stupid woman, you punched me earlier. Now it's payback. He clung to Adao's legs at the bottom of the lake, grasping the lotus vines and swiftly binding them around her thighs. In the blink of an eye, Adao couldn't move. Having swallowed too much water, she began losing consciousness. Lei Ling burst through the lake's surface, sitting panting on a rock as he hauled Adao ashore. Chao Chiue saw Adao completely bound with lotus stem vines and said angrily, Lei Ling, release Adao. I won't. Lei Ling retorted, lifting his chin. This woman just punched me, and my hand still hurts. With that, he placed Adao on a rock and gave her a sharp slap on the leather-wrapped rear. A crisp sound echoed through the air. Hit me if you dare. Come on. Not hitting? Then I will. Slap. 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 Adao was jolted awake by the searing pain. You bastard. Let me go. I'll kill you. Lei Ling stroked his chin with a lascivious grin. Still want to kill me? Then I won't hold back anymore. He spat into his palms, rubbing them together. then licked his lips like a lecherous flower thief. The knife made Adeo turn deathly pale. "You, what are you doing? Don't act rashly." Lei Ling leaned close to her face, inhaling greedily. "What do you think I'm going to do? I'm going to strip you naked and do the deed right here. Just thinking about it feels nice." "No, please don't." Adeo saw this beast starting to undo his belt. "Don't want to? Then call me daddy." Adeo roared, "Never." Chao Chiyue in the distance also murmured softly. It seems Duan Yinshan's downfall wasn't without reason. This kid has a cunning, unpredictable nature. He's definitely not one to be trifled with. Perhaps he could bring me a miracle. Chao Chiyue raised her voice sharply. "Lei Ling, enough. For your master's wife's sake, spare her this once." Lei Ling froze for a moment, glancing at Chao Chiyue. It seemed this voluptuous and alluring master's wife had come to recognize his worth. Lei Ling grew even more arrogant, basking in the favor. "Shenyang, this won't do. If I'm bullied, I can't even sleep." After speaking, he stripped down to just his underpants. "If you don't call me daddy, then you're going to get it right here." Lei Ling grabbed at Dao's clothes with both hands. No. Daddy, you're my daddy. Ha ha ha." Lei Ling planted his hands on his hips, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. "I thought you had quite the tough mouth, but turns out it's soft after all. Since you call me daddy, I'll let you off this once, but don't let it happen again, or daddy will beat your bottom black and blue." Lei Ling pulled up his pants, hoisted Dao onto his shoulder, leaped into the water, and swam to the pavilion before climbing ashore. Bang! Dao was flung to the ground. "I called you dad. Let me go." Lei Ling said, "We'll talk later. Don't disturb me in Shenyang, or I won't be polite." She saw the sinister and eerie expression on Lei Ling's face and dared not speak. Lei Ling turned to look at Chao Chiyue, noticing that her face was slightly flushed. Perhaps it was really her first time. Just the thought of being with a master's wife excited him beyond belief. Her figure was so voluptuous, yet perfectly proportioned, with a gorgeously curvaceous silhouette. Truly a rare treasure in this world. "Master's wife, you mentioned earlier that the forces behind Duan Yinshan would come to kill me. How would they know where I am?" Chao Chiyue gazed into Lei Ling's eyes. "You said Duan Yinshan found many women for you. Did he teach you some secret technique that gradually enhanced your physical endurance?" Lei Ling was startled for a moment before nodding eagerly. Yes, exactly. He made me recite that secret mantra while, and now I can last at least 2 hours. Not only that, I even feel like my little brother is growing taller and stronger." Chao Chiyue's face flushed crimson. Fluttering her lashes to avoid Lei Ling's gaze, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. That touch of soft charm exuded endless allure. It made Lei Ling involuntarily gulp. "She's truly beautiful." This is a secret technique practiced by his faction, called the harmony of yin and yang. Only core members of his organization can cultivate it, so they must have known about your existence long ago. For instance, if they send a woman who's practiced the harmony of yin and yang technique, she can sense your presence. And likewise, you'll feel hers, stirring an irresistible desire within you. Lei Ling replied in surprise, "Martial Ant, now that you've said this, I'm feeling desires just looking at you. Does this mean the enemy won't come to kill me anymore?" Chao Chiyue rolled her eyes. "Do you get ideas just by seeing any woman?" "Ahem, no. Only for you, Martial Ant." Chao Chiyue slowly raised her palm. "Did you think your Martial Ant doesn't know martial arts? Shall I show you?" In an instant, Lei Ling felt the surrounding air compress, and he immediately wanted to drop to his knees. Holy shit, what the hell's going on? Lei Ling bolted out of the pavilion in fright, staring at Chao Chiyue with utter disbelief. After Chao Chiyue withdrew her hand, that heart-pounding, overwhelming pressure vanished. This master's wife is absolutely terrifyingly powerful. Master's wife, I want to cling to your thigh. Your thigh must smell so fragrant. Is that so? Chao Chiyue crouched down and untied the vines binding Dao. Then you carry her. Shit. Seeing Dao charging toward him, Lei Ling turned and ran. Martial Ant, I love your gentleness. Don't be so rough. Lei Ling sprinted wildly through the garden. Dao narrowed his eyes into slits. Today, I'm going to cripple your legs for good. You enjoy calling me Dad, don't you? Well, I'll make you call me Mom. Chapter 17. A feisty pair having witnessed a Dao's strength firsthand, Lei Ling knew better than to judge by appearances. Though she was a slender beauty, her curves defied expectations. Yet the sheer explosive power of her physique surpassed even the monstrous strength granted by his 9 Revolutions golden body technique's first stage. Though Lei Ling employed shadow flow steps in his frantic escape, she merely hefted a stone slab and swung. He barely dodged, tumbling gracelessly aside. In that instant, a Dao closed the distance, pinning him bodily to the ground before driving a fist straight into his eye. What the hell? Lei Ling couldn't even open his left eye from the pain. Call me sister. A Dao pinned him down, grinding her teeth. Lei Ling roared. I ain't calling you that. Another fist came flying at him. Lei Ling crossed his arms to block. Bam! The impact made his arms feel like they'd snap. Call me sister. She raised her fist again. All right. Sister, I was wrong. Don't hit your little brother anymore. Lei Ling hastily pleaded. Dao chuckled triumphantly. I don't have such a disobedient little brother. If you don't listen to your big sister next time, I'll beat you blind, understand? Good little brother. Lei Ling was so angry he could spit blood. My dignity. Yes, I'll listen to my sister. Lei Ling suddenly grabbed a handful of dust and threw it onto a Dao's eyes. The moment a Dao closed her eyes, Lei Ling struck her pressure point with a single finger. Her delicate body shuddered instantly, losing all strength to resist. In a flash, he flipped over to pin her hands and bit her nose. Call me Big Brother. Hurry up, or else Big Brother will bite your nose off. A Dao felt like his nose was about to fall off from the pain. You bitch, ambushing me. I won't scream. Lei Ling increased the pressure of his teeth. Then Big Brother will bite your nose clean off. Tears streamed down A Dao's face. Big Brother. Lei Ling chuckled darkly. Say it quick. Good little sisters must obey their big brothers. Listen to Big Brother. Sweet little sister. Remember now. Next time, Big Brother won't just bite your nose. With that, he bashed his head against A Dao's. Both of them saw stars. Lei Ling sprang up and dashed outside, his steps swaying awkwardly like a Yanko dance for a dozen paces before he finally steadied himself. He then charged toward the distant courtyard wall and vaulted over it in a single leap. Sweet little sister, remember to listen to Big Brother's words. Lei Ling dashed away at full speed. If Dao Dao caught him again, he'd be in serious trouble. Dao Dao charged furiously after him, tears welling in his eyes. I'm going to beat you to death, you bastard. Chao Chiwa approached them and laughed. All right now, you two really are a pair of sworn foes. One wants to be the elder brother, the other insists on being the elder sister. Feels like you're playing some role reversal game? Dao Dao's tears immediately began streaming down. Chao Chiwa walked towards the door. Next, we'll see if he can withstand the pursuit from Duan Yunshan's faction. Back then, none of those people dared to kill Duan Yunshan, but he did it. They'll probably explode with fury. A Dao gritted his teeth. I hope he gets hacked to pieces by a mob. That's not necessarily the case. This kid is cunning. I told him the situation. He's definitely prepared. Chao Chiwa chuckled. At the doorway, the elderly man in Tang's suit, Feng Mingzhi, bowed respectfully. Master. Chao Chiwa nodded and said, we shouldn't give Lei Ling any special treatment in Jianyang City, or else it would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Let me know if there's any news about him. Understood. Remember this, Dao. Next time, I won't just take it with my fingers. Lei Ling clutched his left eye, now swollen shut, blood pooling darkly beneath the skin like a panda's eye. Lei Ling bought a pack of cigarettes from a roadside stall and lit one, taking a few puffs. I should go to the herbal medicine shop and get some traditional Chinese herbs to treat this. It's ruining my handsome looks, he muttered with the cigarette dangling from his lips, heading off in search of the herbal store. A medicinal herb shop exuded the scent of traditional Chinese herbs. A chubby man promptly smiled and asked, Brother, what herbs are you looking for? Lei Ling glanced at him and said, "Is it okay if I get the medicinal herbs from the cabinet myself?" The chubby man nodded. "No problem. We'll weigh them for you later." Lei Ling walked behind the counter and began selecting herbs from the wooden medicine chests. But when he pulled open one drawer, he spotted a ginseng root. Judging by its color, it had aged for quite some time. Lei Ling was about to take it out to admire, but he clearly sensed a surge of energy emanating from the ginseng, flowing straight into the ghost spirit tower within his mind. Instantly, the ghost spirit tower trembled. Lei Ling frowned deeply. What was happening? Meanwhile, the black-cloaked man, the white-robed elder, and the burly giant standing beside the ghost spirit tower. Their eyelids were all quivering, as if struggling to open yet unable to do so. Lei Ling shuddered in his heart. Could it be that the ghost spirit tower relied on absorbing medicinal power to keep them transmitting the secret techniques to him? That was highly possible, because after transmitting once, they all closed their eyes and remained silent, as if drained of energy. The fat man stood by with a grin and said, "Buddy, this is a century-old wild ginseng. Really hard to come by." Interested, he picked up the century-old ginseng as he spoke. "How much?" 360,000. "So many." The fat man beamed like a laughing Buddha. "These are wild ginseng roots, extremely rare." Lei Ling took a deep breath and asked, "How many of these wild ginseng roots are there?" "Two more," came the reply. "What does the grade compare to this one?" "A bit better." Lei Ling chuckled. "In that case, I'll take all three. 1 million. I lost out on 1 million. To be honest, my cost price was 1,050,000. Lei Ling said impatiently. "This herb has very limited demand. If you keep it here, doesn't just tie up your cash flow? A big client like me. Where else can you find one? I'll take the whole million's worth. If you won't sell, forget it." Lei Ling began gathering the other herbs. The chubby man pondered briefly before conceding, "Fine. 1 million it is." Lei Ling curled his lip. That profiteer's cost price was probably around 8 or 900,000, possibly even less. But Thunderbolt needed to test the Ghost Spirit Tower's effects immediately. He couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. After all, his master's wife had warned him. The forces backing Duan Yinshan were coming to kill him. Thunderbolt prepared the medicinal herbs, ground them into powder, and applied it to his eyes. Covering them with a black cloth, he looked just like a one-eyed bandit. The chubby man handed over 3 wild ginseng roots. "Bro, checking out." Fortunately, boss Wang Jianyun, who had beaten my father, gave 2 million yuan in compensation, or we really wouldn't have had any money. After the inspection, Lei Ling transferred 1 million to the other party. "Bro, leave your contact info. If I come across good herbs, I'll reach out to you again." "Deal." Lei Ling hastily left the Chinese herbal medicine shop and arrived at a secluded spot. Sitting on a rock with a cigarette dangling from his lips, he first pulled out a century-old ginseng root and placed it before his head. He watched as the 100-year-old ginseng visibly withered before his eyes, threads of energy steadily flowing into the ghost spirit pagoda. The white-robed old man was the first to absorb those white medicinal energies. After absorbing them all, he slowly opened his eyes. Lei Ling's face lit up with joy. Just as he thought, they could only pass on more formidable secret techniques by relying on the potency of the pills. They must be trapped in the ghost spirit tower, their souls severely depleted. Otherwise, why would they need century-old medicinal herbs? Lei Ling pieced together the whole story. The moment he locked eyes with the old man, an ancestral voice resonated in his mind. Chapter 18, Qi Observation Art. A thunderous voice exploded within Lei Ling's consciousness. Art of Qi observation. Between heaven and earth, all living beings possess Qi. Qi can nourish people, yet it can also kill. Lei Ling saw a beam of white light from the ancient scripture in the old man's hand floating towards the space in his mind. Instantly, all the essentials of the art of Qi observation poured into his mind, becoming intimately familiar. In that moment, Lei Ling understood the uses of the art of Qi observation. It could discern a person's fortune, assess the Qi of dwellings, and even observe the fate of nations, among other things. Simply recite the incantation of the Qi observation art, and standing before a person, you can see their lifespan, wealth luck, romantic luck, and nobleman's fortune. However, the Qi observation art concludes with a solemn warning. Never attempt to alter heavenly secrets, or you will surely suffer divine retribution. Lei Ling hurriedly turned his gaze to a distant vegetable patch where an old farmer was tending to his crops. He immediately employed the Qi observation art and saw 7 energy spheres, each the size of a fist, floating concentrically above the man's head. But one of the spheres was completely black, its darkness filling nearly 9/10 of the space, just a sliver away from being completely full. The other 6 spheres were utterly empty. These 7 spheres must represent the 7 fortunes of a person. Black symbolizes the aura of death. Could this old man be dying? Let me go ask him. Lei Ling hurried over to the old man's side and said with a cheerful smile, "Uncle, busy planting vegetables?" The old man stood up, saw Lei Ling offering him a cigarette, and nodded. "Yeah, why are you handing me a smoke? Is there something you need?" Leaning on his hoe, he took a puff and gave a kindly smile. "Uncle, here's the thing. I'm a novelist who writes stories online, and I want to interview people about their life experiences to give my work more soul and depth. Would you be willing to chat with me?" The old man sat on the stone, plucked a cucumber from the vegetable patch, and handed it to Lei Ling. "Since I've got nothing else to do anyway, chatting with you won't hurt. Can you write me into your book someday? Even after my body decays, at least someone will remember that I existed. As the saying goes, one isn't truly dead in this life as long as someone still speaks their name. When no one remembers you anymore, your soul vanishes completely from this world. That's when death truly comes." Lei Ling took a crunchy bite of cucumber while watching the old man. "You have my full attention, elder. Please speak." The old man's gaze drifted to the alleys and where the street bustled with figures moving in endless variety. "My name is Yang Feng. I'm 79 years old. I used to be a leader at a state-owned enterprise. I always believed that staying incorruptible and considering others would bring good karma. But sometimes, heaven just loves to toy with honest people. When I was about to retire, my wife and children went out for a trip and died in a car accident. That was the darkest moment of my life. I kept thinking I mentored so many students and donated much of my salary to help children in impoverished mountainous areas. How could heaven treat me like this? During that time, I resented the world so much that I almost didn't make it through. Until later when I figured it out, why do all babies cry when they're first born? Yet why do the elderly pass away so peacefully? Because this is purgatory. The fear of arriving in purgatory makes them cry. The relief of leaving it brings them peace. In that instant, Lei Ling felt his scalp tingle as he stared at the old man. Hastily, he handed the elder a cigarette and lit it for him, then lit one for himself and took a deep drag to steady his nerves. "Senior, with so many students you've mentored, do they all come to visit you?" The old man shook his head. "No. There's only one sponsored mountain girl who visits me during the holidays. When I was in leadership, these students would call me Master so affectionately. Whenever my family had good food, I'd invite these young ones over for a feast, just like family. But as they say, life is like a play, all about acting. The hearts beneath these masks are a strange and varied lot. If hearts could be weighed, they'd never measure up to a few scraps of silver." Lei Ling gave the old man a thumbs up. "Elder, you're quite cultured. That makes perfect sense." "Ha." He patted Lei Ling's shoulder. "Of course, don't be so pessimistic. There are still grateful people in this world, like the girl I sponsor, very kind-hearted. Life may be bitter, but it's also interesting. Without the bloodied struggle through thorns, how could one ever experience the joy of reaching the mountain's summit to gaze at the starry river? Look over there." The old man pointed to a shirtless man, drenched in sweat, working on a distant rooftop shelter. "That's Xiao Chun, in his 50s, with 5 daughters and a son at home. Works construction by day, delivers takeout by night. He never complained about anything. He said no hardship or exhaustion mattered. because coming home to a bowl of hot soup, 3 or 5 simple dishes to fill his stomach each day, a caring wife, and filial children, that alone made life worthwhile. Leave the best of your back view for those who truly care. Just keep moving forward. As for how it all ends, leave that to heaven. As for whether to toy with you or reward you, that depends on the heaven's mood. Lei Ling felt this old man had given him much spiritual nourishment. Senior, how's your health then? Yang Feng patted his chest and laughed. Terminal lung cancer, got a few months left. Lei Ling gazed at the 7 energy spheres hovering above Yang Feng's head. No wonder only one black orb was nearly full. The others had all but vanished. Because he had nothing left in this life. He only had a few months to live. For those whose names have already been marked by the King of Hell, Ling Lei wouldn't interfere. Otherwise, just as the breath divination warned, it would bring disaster upon him. Elder, may I come chat with you again next time? Yang Feng nodded. Young man, you're welcome anytime. I'm in room 2, 3rd floor of that building. After all, you'll write about my experiences in your book, won't you? I want to read it when it's done. Cough, cough. Thunderblade cleared his throat awkwardly. I'm still working on it. I'll let you see once it's written. Ha ha ha. Excellent, excellent. Even a wretched old man like him will have his name recorded in history. Lei Ling parted ways with the elder and arrived at another secluded spot. He picked up a century-old ginseng and placed it before him, absorbing its medicinal essences strand by strand into the spectral spirit tower, which then transferred to the cloaked man. His tightly shut eyes flickered open. Shadow current step, 2nd layer. Instantly, a surge of energy drifted from the cloaked man into the mental space. Lei Ling gained the key principles of the 2nd layer in his consciousness. So this is how the effects of Shadow current step 2nd layer are triggered. The 2nd layer was far more challenging than the first, requiring weighted sprints to activate the entire meridian circulation diagram before mastery could be claimed. The 1st layer had merely awakened the simplest meridian pathway. Yet, the human body contains 12 primary meridians and 8 extraordinary vessels. In other words, the Shadow Radiant Step technique must be cultivated to 20 levels to reach the pinnacle of speed. It seems the subsequent speed enhancements require dedicated training and cannot be obtained just by inheriting the technique. But that makes sense. These inherited abilities belong to the realm of the extraordinary, and my current physical body simply can't withstand them. Lei Ling placed the 3rd ginseng root before him, its medicinal energy continuing to be drawn into his body. Clearly seeing the giant in his mind begin to absorb the medicinal potency, his closed eyes trembled once before opening. Chapter 19, Thrilling. Lei Ling stared intently at the burly giant. The towering figure returned his gaze squarely, creating an immediate staring contest. Lei Ling couldn't help but speak up. Senior, shouldn't you be imparting to me the 2nd revolution of the 9-fold golden body technique? Even the white-robed elder and the black-cloaked man turned to look at the colossal figure. Their expressions seemed to say, "We've already passed on our knowledge. Why are you hesitating? See? The other 2 seniors are both watching you now. Aren't you embarrassed? You already absorbed one of my century-old ginseng plants." The old man and the cloaked man nodded. Don't be so stingy. What do you mean? Absorb the medicinal power, but not pass on the secret manual? Can you be any more miserly? Will they even help us find treasures next time? But the burly giant seems single-minded, directly closing his eyes. Seeing this, the cloaked man and the old man also closed their eyes. Damn it! Lei Ling cursed inwardly. Why won't you pass down the secret manuals to me? Damn it, next time I won't give you any of those century-old elixirs. But seems like he doesn't even have a say in this. Lei Ling then pondered. Elder, is it because I haven't perfected the 1st transformation of my 9 revolutions golden body technique that you're withholding it from me? Yet the other party completely ignored him. Lei Ling was speechless. Couldn't you at least give me a response? Why are all these old geezers so tight-lipped? Are they afraid of something? Lei Ling had no choice but to exit the alley and head to a mobile phone store, where he purchased a fully charged power bank. Lei Ling stepped out, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then clenched his fist and silently recited the 9 revolutions golden body technique. He clearly saw the electric current inside whoosh in his palm. Holy crap, Lei Ling exclaimed in shock. So the 9 revolutions golden body technique improves by absorbing electricity. Because earlier at the police station, when several officers shocked him with batons, the electricity was absorbed by him. Now experiments have confirmed his suspicion. Lei Ling hurried inside the shop. Boss, your power bank is defective. It won't charge at all. No way. Wasn't it fully charged earlier? Try it yourself. Is this some knockoff from Pinduoduo? The boss quickly plugged in the charger. Holy shit. It's really broken. Pick another one then. No way. What if your other products are also fakes? Refund me. Or I'm calling the Commerce Bureau to report you for selling counterfeits. Fine. Here's your refund. Lei Ling received the transfer and walked out of the phone shop. He stared at the roadside power lines. You don't expect me to touch those, do you? What if I get electrocuted? Whatever, we all gotta go sometime. Lei Ling took a taxi to the outskirts and squinted at the distant transformer. The other end of this transformer isn't high-voltage electricity. I could try it first. The key is, there's no one around here. No one will notice. Lei Ling walked beneath the massive transformer, found a slender tree branch, tucked it into his waistband, and began climbing up the transformer. Then, standing on the edge of the transformer, he pulled out the branch, took a deep breath, and muttered, "Big bro, don't electrocute me." The slender branch slowly approached the power line, and Lei Ling's heart began pounding wildly. Just as it was about to make contact, he suddenly pulled back. "Damn, too nervous," he muttered. His sweat stung as it trickled into his eyes. He quickly blinked several times and wiped them with the back of his hand. A flash of determination lit up his gaze. "Just touch it. What's the point of hesitating?" he growled. The branch instantly collided with the power line. Zzzzzt. Smoke rapidly rose from the wood. Lei Ling felt an electric current surge through his body. At first, it was slightly painful, but then a tingling sensation spread through his flesh, as if a beautiful woman's tongue were gliding across his skin. His clothes also began to emit smoke. The physical body is truly being fortified, Lei Ling muttered under his breath. He saw the electric current spreading across his skin, yet it didn't take his life. In that moment, he became certain the 9 revolutions golden body technique required external force for refinement. Perhaps long ago, it wasn't electricity, but other external forces that powered things. However, in our current era, energy sources like hydropower, solar, and wind have all been converted into electrical power. This actually gave Lei Ling a quicker opportunity to advance his 9 revolutions golden body technique. Suddenly, crack, that slender branch snapped. Emboldened, Lei Ling directly grabbed both electric wires with his bare hands. Zzz. In an instant, Lei Ling was completely enveloped in electric currents, crackling sounds reverberating non-stop. His clothes instantly ignited, turning to ashes that scattered towards the ground. His hair stood on end while smoking, and immediately afterwards seemed to become reinforced. At this moment, his heart roared like an engine, its thunderous beats clearly audible even to himself. Thump, thump, thump. After absorbing the electric current, the heart then pumped it towards the internal organs before spreading outward to every limb and bone. At this moment, the current on the power lines was flickering wildly, especially the transformer beneath his feet, which was emitting an ominous buzzing sound of overload. Lei Ling felt a numbing sensation all over his body, the itching on his skin growing increasingly intense. It was as though countless women's tongues were roaming across his flesh. "Fuck yeah, this feels fucking amazing," Lei Ling yelled excitedly as leaped up and grabbed the high-voltage power line on the other side. Zzzt. Untransformed high-voltage electricity surged through his body. Lei Ling seemed to transform into a sphere of lightning, his body madly absorbing the powerful electric current. Nearby power lines began smoking, particularly the transformer beneath his feet. It suddenly exploded with a deafening boom, flames immediately igniting. My body's starting to hurt. Just hold on a little longer. At the same moment, the lights of all the shops, mahjong parlors, tea houses, and restaurants on Chaoyang Street began flickering. Seconds later, all power facilities went down. Damn it. Why the hell is the power out in this sweltering heat? Exactly. How are we supposed to live like this? I've got meat thawing in my fridge. Call the power grid company, quick. A yellow utility vehicle from the power company raced down the road like lightning. Damn it. We just replaced the transformer the other day. Could it already be broken again? Could it be a short circuit in the transformer? No, that shouldn't be the case. As the car moved forward, both of them were stunned by the scene ahead. There seems to be someone up there. Could it be some dumbass climbing the power transformer? The two of them saw a pitch-black figure standing atop the burning transformer. Damn it, go save him. The two of them sped toward the transformer in their car and jumped out, looking up at the scene above. Huh, there was definitely someone here just now, covered in smoke. Where'd they go? I saw someone too. Could it be a ghost? Damn it, it's broad daylight. There are no ghosts. You don't know, the ghosts in my hometown all come out at high noon. Bro, stop scaring people. Then how do you explain the person we just saw? Do we misjudge? Probably. Never mind that. Report the situation to headquarters immediately. These specialized transformers cost over 1,000,000 yuan each. The two power company repairmen didn't notice as a dark figure silently slipped away through the grass behind them. Chapter 20. The Horrifying Body. Lei Ling's entire body was as black as if he had been smeared with soot. He pushed through the grass and reached a small river, where he plunged in to take a cold bath. Let's see how my body fares after absorbing all this electrical energy. Silently reciting the 9 revolutions golden body technique, his chi and blood surged violently within him. The savage power made him feel as though his body might explode at any moment. He threw a punch at a nearby rock, shattering it instantly. His skin, originally a pale bronze hue, had now deepened to a burnished copper color. Lei Ling picked up a sharp stone and dragged it across his skin. Squeak. The bronze color is clearly harder than the previous pale bronze hue. As he spoke, Lei Ling immediately visualized the burly giant within his mind. Esteemed senior, my body has grown stronger than before. May you now impart to me the 2nd revolution of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. Yet the giant remained with closed eyes. Lei Ling furrowed his brows. Could it be that the 1st revolution of the 9 revolutions golden body technique hasn't yet reached perfection? This likelihood seemed quite great. Without delay, Lei Ling emerged from the water, completely unclothed. Go find another power line to absorb electricity and max out the 1st stage of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. After all, the forces behind Duan Yinshan are highly likely to send someone to kill me. Only by being strong enough can I resist the danger. Lei Ling dove into the wild grass, moving stealthily. After all, being naked would get him branded as a pervert if seen. Meanwhile, on a plane bound for Jianyang City, by the window sat an aloof woman in her early 20s, dressed in black athletic wear. A young man beside her frowned and asked, "Yuer, can you sense his presence?" The aloof woman quickly halted her secret technique and let out a long sigh. Yes, he's in Jianyang City now. The sensation from using the yin-yang bliss technique is growing stronger by the moment. The young man narrowed his eyes. Uncle Gio's soul lamp has been extinguished. It seems his apprentice is the one who harmed him. I'll chop off this dog's head and make him pay for killing Uncle Gio. The aloof woman said coolly, "Our orders are just to bring him back. Don't take matters into your own hands." Last time Uncle Gio reported back, he said he was about to obtain the Ghost Valley sex inheritance. Now he's suddenly dead, most likely killed by his own disciple, who must have stolen the opportunity. So, I hope Brother Fei won't act impulsively and affect the bigger picture. Duan Fei chuckled. Then I'll listen to my dear Yuer. As he spoke, Duan Fei reached out to take Duan Yuer's hand. But Duan Yuer immediately dodged, turning her head to glare at him coldly. "What do you want?" Duan Fei's expression softened with tenderness. "Yuer, don't you know how I feel about you?" Duan Yuer shifted her body closer to the window. You know my body is special. Until the time is right, I won't get close to any man. I hope Brother Fei will watch his words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Duan Fei smiled awkwardly, a flash of displeasure in his eyes. Duan Yuer was too unique. Lei Ling was making his way through the wild grass when he finally spotted high-voltage transmission towers in the distance. This place was quite far from the city center, desolate and uninhabited, which was why he had chosen it. Just as Lei Ling lifted his foot, an unusual sensation washed over him. The yin-yang dual cultivation technique was making his body feel restless and feverish. Lei Ling frowned. Not good. The person behind Duan Yunshan has appeared. Shenyang Chao Chuyue had said that as long as one practiced the yin-yang harmony arts, they could sense the location of others of the opposite gender. I didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. It seems they have a way to detect Duan Yunshan's death. I must quickly reach the peak of the first revolution of my 9 revolutions golden body technique. Otherwise, death is certain. From a moment he met his master's wife and A Dao, he realized he had been a frog at the bottom of a well. Beyond the dazzling neon lights and bustling city lurked a group of enigmatic and unfathomable beings. Lei Ling dashed beneath the steel tower, gripping its frame as he climbed upward. In the blink of an eye, he reached the high-voltage power lines. Taking a deep breath, Lei Ling seized the live wires with both hands. Zeitseat, the terrifying current surged through his body in a frenzied torrent. One could see dense electrical energy gathering along the high-voltage power lines, like lightning converging. Lei Ling's body transformed into a blinding sphere of electrical energy. Particularly, his heart throbbed violently like a roaring engine. Thump, thump, thump. Electricity surged from his heart, radiating through his entire body. If one's gaze could pierce through his skin, they would see his internal organs wrapped in crackling lightning, rapidly strengthening every fiber of his being. Other high-voltage currents surged through his bones and blood. The gaze delved into one of his blood vessels. This vessel was like a vast crimson river, turbulent and roaring. And above the inner walls of the blood vessels, as if it were the vault of heaven, electric currents cascaded down. Every single cell in the river of blood transformed into devouring monsters. The powerful electric currents that cleaved down from the vessel walls were eagerly devoured, one after another, by the single cells within the blood. Countless single cells became shrouded in electric energy, but in the blink of an eye, it was absorbed and digested into their cores. It felt as though a single cell could swallow 10,000 volts of high-voltage electricity. This level of terror was unimaginable. At this moment, all electrical devices in Jianyang City experienced unstable currents. In the headquarters of the power company, alarm sirens blared incessantly. Several leaders rushed into the power system monitoring room. The entire electrical transmission network was converging toward one location in the suburbs. What the hell is going on here? 160,000 kilowatt hours of electricity leaking every minute. Hurry up. Quick. The stray currents in the middle. We can't explain the reason. We'll end up in jail. Alert all departments. Contact the police station too. Get to the scene immediately. The entire power company was in chaos. Meanwhile, countless citizens of Jianyang City were flooding the utilities' phone lines with complaints. With temperatures hitting 41 degrees Celsius today, the lack of air conditioning was unbearable. At this moment, Lei Ling felt every strand of his hair standing on end. Suck it up, keep sucking. I need more. Lei Ling's eyes crackled with arcs of electricity. He never imagined his body would become so terrifyingly powerful. The amount of electricity delivered in just 1 second from the high-voltage current was already an astronomical figure. Yet after gripping it for over 10 minutes, he was still absorbing energy relentlessly, as if his body had become a bottomless pit. Holy crap. And this was just the first revolution of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. If it were the second revolution, the mere thought made his scalp tingle. If he reached the 9th revolution, Could he punch through the entire earth? A full half-hour passed. Lei Ling heard the distant wail of police sirens, his lips twitching in annoyance. We've alerted the Jianyang City Power Bureau headquarters. Move fast. At just 5 cents per kilowatt hour, absorbing at least a few million kilowatt hours in half an hour amounts to a few million yuan. Inheriting the martial arts requires century-old medicinal herbs. Leveling them up consumes so many resources. This is all money. No wonder the ancients said poverty breeds scholars, while wealth nurtures warriors. Chapter 21. Foes cross paths again. Lei Ling arrived at a secluded spot, this time looking much cleaner. After all, last time his clothes had burned off, leaving his body utterly blackened. He found a rural farmhouse's backyard to steal some clothes. Walking back to town completely naked simply wouldn't do. Lei Ling, dressed in laborer's clothes, trudged toward the city. With no vehicles nearby, he had no choice but to walk. According to Shenyang, the forces behind Duan Yinshan are horrifying, and those they send definitely won't be ordinary. The shadow drift steps and 9 revolutions golden body technique might help me resist them, though the Qi observation art could also let me assess the situation first. I'm still uncertain about all this. I need more preparations to guarantee absolute safety. Go find Sister Rose, get some life-saving card from her. After returning to the city, he bought a new phone and synced the contacts. Lei Ling dialed Rose's number. Sister Rose, didn't we agree to meet tonight? It's already 5 o'clock. Where are we meeting? Rose snapped irritably. I called you several times, but your phone was off, and now you're asking me? Sorry about that. My phone died earlier and I just charged it, Lei Ling said, rubbing his nose awkwardly. Still at 7 Emotions Bar, I had my guys prepare some barbecue and beer. Hurry up. Got it, be right there. I skipped lunch and I'm starving to death. Upon hearing about barbecue and beer, Lei Ling's stomach growled with hunger, his innards crying out for food. Lei Ling was waiting for a taxi by the roadside when a voice called out from behind. Lei Ling? Lei Ling turned to see a woman in an ultra-short skirt, with legs pale as snow and a slender waist. Though her face wouldn't be considered top tier, her figure was absolutely smoking hot. This was Chu Mingyao, Lei Ling's girlfriend of 4 years from university. The two frequently engaged in discussions about billion-dollar projects. Once, while strolling by the school lake, they had spontaneously launched into one such project discussion right then and there. The incident ended up being secretly filmed and posted online, turning them into school celebrities who became the subject of everyone's gossip. Standing beside Chu Mingyao was a goddess-like figure with sleek black hair, dressed in a white fitted gauze dress, exuding pure elegance. Her looks and figure surpassed even Chu Mingyao's. She was Meng Yao's close friend, Lin Zihan. A delighted smile spread across Lei Ling's face as he asked, Meng Yao, what are you doing here? Lei Ling stepped forward, but Chu Mingyao took a step back upon seeing his tattered laborer's clothes. Lei Ling, where have you been for the past 3 years? Wearing construction worker clothes. Don't tell me you were working on a site in Africa? Lei Ling laughed. No. As he spoke, he reached out to take Lin Zihan's hand. After all, their 4 years of practice together had brought them to a deep understanding of each other, achieving an extraordinary level of synergy. A single glance was enough for them to strike the perfect pose. Don't touch me. You left without a word after graduation. Doesn't that mean we broke up? No. There were circumstances I couldn't explain. I'll tell you later, Lei Ling replied with a smile. Chu Mingyao pressed her lips together and declared, Then let me say it, we're over. Lei Ling couldn't help laughing. Are you sure about that? Chu Mingyao gave Lei Ling a once-over. Look at yourself. Do you honestly think you're good enough for me now? Many people in our class earn over 10,000 a month now. Some have even started their own businesses, bought BMWs, Audis, or Mercedes, even super luxury cars. What about you? Lei Ling shrugged. Fine, I have no objections. He wasn't as fixated on women these days. Over the past 3 years, every woman Duan Yinshan brought over had been handpicked from the cream of the crop. He'd slept with several celebrities, let alone someone of average looks like Chu Mingyao. Lin Zihan, standing beside Chu Mingyao, sneered, If it weren't for you ruining her reputation, Ming Yao could have landed herself a decent man. Lei Ling glanced at Lin Zihan, the campus belle from their university days. You should blame the person who took the photos secretly, not me. Lin Zihan linked arms with Chu Ming Yao, saying, You harmed Ming Yao and still won't admit it. Men like you have no sense of responsibility. Ming Yao must have been blind to fall for you back then. Luckily, I'm about to introduce her to a much better match now. You're nothing but a pathetic loser now, probably the worst off in our entire graduating class. Still no car, no house, no savings, right? Looks like he's doomed to stay single from now on. What a pity. Ming Yao will be wearing a wedding dress for another man. Lei Ling shot Lin Zihan a displeased look. What business is it of yours if I stay single? Even if all the women in the world were dead, I wouldn't even spare you a thought. Think being pretty makes you special? But it's just flesh and bones. Hop in. Lei Ling hailed a taxi and got inside. Lin Zihan sneered contemptuously. You're not even worthy of tying my shoes, a goddess like me. Lei Ling flipped her off from the taxi. Lin Zihan gritted her teeth in anger. Lei Ling, if you've got the guts, come down here. Chu Ming Yao patted the back of her hand. Zihan, there's no need to argue with him. Lei Ling and I are history. But you mentioned your grandfather wants you sisters to go on a blind date with an exceptionally outstanding guy. What's he like? Lin Zihan pursed her lips. Grandfather only said he's outstanding and wants us sisters to meet him so he can choose one to marry. If he could take a liking to any one of us, it would be a blessing for our Lin family. For grandfather to praise him so highly, he must be quite exceptional. Chu Ming Yao smiled and said, Zihan, I'm truly happy for you. Of course, I'd rather go without than settle for less. Lin Zihan's mood brightened at the thought of the handsome and capable young man her grandfather had mentioned. But ever since we were children, my sister has always snatched away anything good from me. I just worry I won't be able to compete with her. I believe in you. Chu Ming Yao made a fist-pumping gesture. Lei Ling didn't take Chu Ming Yao's formal breakup with him seriously at all. At this moment, he got out of the car at Seven Emotions Bar, where there was a small courtyard outside. Sister Rose wore a red chong sam with side slits revealing her snow-white long legs as she directed her subordinates to arrange the beer. Lei Ling excitedly ran over. Sister Rose, sorry to keep you waiting. Lei Ling seemed very familiar with Rose, immediately embracing her while letting his hands wander around her slender willow-like waist. Rose blushed as she pushed Lei Ling away. You're quite good at taking advantage of me, so openly. Lei Ling chuckled. Sister Rose is too beautiful. I couldn't help it. She rolled her eyes. Didn't you call me an old woman before? Ahem, how could I? Lei Ling stubbornly denied, digging in his heels. I said that to grab your attention on purpose. By the way, where's your daughter? Look, the true colors are showing again. She pinched Lei Ling's arm with her fingers. Just as she perched on Lei Ling's lap, a cold voice sounded behind her. Mom, what are you doing? Rose was startled and quickly straightened up, immediately saying, Nothing at all. Lei Ling looked toward Roseji's daughter, and she met his gaze. It's you? It's you? They shouted in unison. Then the other person grabbed a chair and charged. I'll smash your damn head in. Chapter 22. Clear objectives. I'll smash your damn head in. Seeing this bob-haired woman with such a fiery temper, Lei Ling quickly hid behind Rose. Lei Ling racked his brains, but never expected that the gorgeous police officer he met last night turned out to be Rose's daughter. Baby face, Lolita voice, but with a temper like a wildfire. Rose swiftly shielded Lei Ling. Lily, this is the boyfriend I introduced to you. Why are you hitting him the moment you see him? Did he provoke you? Yao Lily pointed at Lei Ling through gritted teeth. If you've got the guts, come out here. Lei Ling revealed half his face. Showing my guts might scare you. I'm going to beat you to death. Yao Lily rushed behind him and swung a stool at Lei Ling. Lei Ling swiftly dodged. I'm warning you, don't push me. Just pushing you. Don't believe in evil, huh? Lei Ling grabbed the stool and wrenched it away. Yao Lily instantly responded with a sweeping whip kick aimed at Lei Ling. But Lei Ling caught her long, outstretched leg in midair with one firm grip. Yao Lily was wearing a pair of skinny jeans today, which hug her legs perfectly, accentuating their slender and curvaceous shape. Her tall, voluptuous figure with its pronounced curves was showcased to perfection. A wicked grin curled on Lei Ling's lips as he tugged off her sneakers. "Bastard, let go of me!" Yao Lily's face flushed crimson, her fists swinging wildly toward him. But Lei Ling lifted her leg upwards, and Yao Lily felt like she was being forced into a split. Losing her balance, she leaned backwards with her palms braced against the table, gritting her teeth as she spat. You shameless scoundrel." Lei Ling's fingers traced along the delicate whiteness of her bare feet. "You already called me a scoundrel. It'd be a shame to disappoint such praise," he murmured. Lei Ling started tickling the soles of her feet. Yao Lily had no strength left in her entire body, her voice trembling with tears. I surrender. I surrender." Lei Ling had just let go when Yao Lily charged again, only to be held back by Rose. "Enough. You're not as fast as him. Be careful, or he'll tickle you again." Yao Lily ground her teeth with a squeak. "Just you wait. You'll fall into my hands one day." Noticing the hostile looks between the two, Yao Lily laughed and said, "Sit down and have some barbecue before it gets cold." Across from the mother-daughter pair, Lei Ling sat wolfing down skewers of barbecue. He was absolutely famished. Spicy grilled barbecue paired with ice-cold beer. Nothing short of exhilarating. Rose changed the subject. "What's going on between you two?" So Yao Lily recounted what had happened last night. Then Ling Lei looked at the two of them and said, "You don't seem very far apart in age." In reality, Rose only appeared to be in her 30s. Rose finally explained, "I'm Lily's stepmother. I started raising her when she was already 10. "I see." He glanced at Yao Lily. "Since she calls you mom, you must treat her well. But what puzzles me is it appropriate for your daughter to go to the police station? What's so inappropriate about it?" "I haven't done anything illegal," she said, taking a sip of beer. "Not even a ghost would believe that." Lei Ling chuckled. "Anyone mixed up in the underworld inevitably gets blood on their hands." But Lei Ling didn't probe further into the details. Rose looked at Yao Lily with earnest concern. "Lily, to be honest, although Lei Ling can be a bit mischievous at times, he's actually a decent guy. Are you really not going to reconsider?" Lei Ling dabbed his lips with a napkin while locking eyes with Yao Lily. "You should trust your mom's judgment. I'm really something special." Lei Ling patted his chest as he spoke. Yao Lily sneered. "I'd rather fall for a dog than you." Lei Ling was speechless. "Isn't it bad to insult yourself like that? Look, there's a male dog over there eating a child's poop on the roadside. Could you really stand kissing him when you get home?" "You're disgusting," Yao Lily said, grabbing her chopsticks and hurling them at Lei Ling. But he caught them and retorted, "If you insist on falling for a dog, your taste is seriously questionable." While Yao Lily went to the restroom, Lei Ling quickly scooted next to Mei Gue and whispered, "Sis Mei Gue, do you have any explosives here?" "Explosives? What for?" She eyed Lei Ling with puzzled suspicion. "I need them urgently. The more the better," Lei Ling replied with grave seriousness. "You're not planning to blow something up recklessly, are you? I could become an accomplice." She arched her eyebrows skeptically. "I'm not that foolish. It's truly urgent," he insisted. Rose nodded. "I'll get you 50 pounds later, which is already quite terrifying." Good. Lei Ling nodded with a smile. "There might be more people from Duan Yunshan's backing. I'll just use explosives to send you all to the Western Heaven." Lei Ling continued, "Sister Rose, what business makes fast money these days?" Rose was taken aback. "One new business? Yeah, I'm going after big money." Lei Ling needed substantial funds to enhance the martial arts techniques he had inherited. Moreover, his family required money to live a decent life. "How about partnering with Sister Rose? I provide the funds, you contribute the effort," Lei Ling said impatiently. "You're not expecting me to contribute with my back strength, are you?" Rose chuckled. "That could work too." "Seriously though, keep it clean," Lei Ling remarked, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "My side is severely understaffed, especially fighters like you whose fists are as hard as iron. I'll offer you an annual salary of 5 million. Lei Ling shook his head. "That's too little. You'd better tell me about more lucrative ventures." Once, he had thought a few million was an astronomical sum, But now, with heightened skills and boldness, such amounts seemed beneath him. Do you want a quick score or long-term gains? Definitely long-term. Then focus on products for female users, beauty and skincare, body wellness products, clothing, jewelry, and the like. On one hand, female users are willing to spend money, and on the other, they tend to make impulsive purchases. Unlike men, who wouldn't even blink at dropping $998 at a nightclub, but pinch pennies everywhere else, even sharing lighters to save a buck. Beauty and skincare products seem like a solid option. His 13-yama acupuncture technique already came with a variety of medicinal formulas for treatment. This was definitely something worth pursuing. Can Sister Rose be your angel investor? Rose asked with hopeful anticipation in her eyes. No problem. I'll come to you for investment when I'm fully prepared, replied Lei Ling, his financial goals now coming into focus. Lei Ling stood up and said, I need to go to the bathroom. Rose glanced at him with a smirk and replied, just pee in my mouth. Hith. Lei Ling grinned mischievously. Sister Rose, you're even grosser than me. I'm gonna go blast one off. Gross, you're disgusting. Haha, you can't outdo me, Lei Ling said as he walked inside. But as he walked, the restless heat in his body surged again, feeling even stronger than before. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes and said with a grave expression, the people behind Duan Yinshan are getting closer. It seems they'll make their move tonight. Chapter 23. You're just a frog at the bottom of a well. No sooner had Lei Ling stepped into the men's restroom than Yao Lily watched his retreating figure, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She had suffered losses at Lei Ling's hands twice. There was no way she'd let this slide. Yao Lily carried a basin of water and saw Lei Ling squatting behind the latrine door. After waiting 2 minutes, she dumped the entire basin over him. Fuck your mother. Who the hell? Lei Ling roared, dripping wet like a drowned rat. Yao Lily then kicked the door wide open. Lei Ling was still mid-business with a loaf trapped between his cheeks. Yao Lily, are you crazy? This is the men's restroom. Lei Ling was utterly exasperated. Yao Lily planted her hands on her hips and taunted, come hit me then. Let's go. You just wait, damn it. Lei Ling gripped the papers in his hand, but Yao Lily flung the remaining half basin of water at him. The sheets in Lei Ling's hands were soaked. Use your fingers to scrape it off now. You! Lei Ling hadn't expected her to be even more petty and vengeful than him. Yao Lily folded her arms across her chest. What are you squatting there for? Come on. Without even bothering to pull up his pants, Lei Ling bolted out. Yao Lily's face changed. This jerk didn't even wipe before standing up. But Lei Ling was already grabbing her clothes, shoving her to the ground. He plopped on her chest, gave her a rough rubbing, then pulled up his pants and bolted. Lei Ling, you disgusting freak. Yao Lily's scream echoed through the men's restroom. She never expected Lei Ling to mistake her clothes for tissues, wiping himself clean while sitting on top of her. Staring at the filth smeared across her chest, she gagged uncontrollably, utterly shocked by Lei Ling's complete lack of boundaries. Lei Ling approached Rose and asked, Sis Rose, where's the dynamite? Rose glanced at a cardboard box behind her. My men just delivered it, but what exactly are you planning? Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless, Lei Ling replied, picking up the box. From inside the still unopened bar, Yao Lily's screams erupted. Lei Ling, I'm going to kill you, you pervert. Lei Ling shrank his neck at these words and quickly said, Sister Megue, see you later. Lei Ling grabbed the cardboard box and ran. At that moment, Yao Lily was wearing a piece of innerwear, her deep décolletage strikingly pale and pronounced. Her willow-thin waist was also slender and snow-white. Clutching a kitchen knife, she snarled, Mom, where's that bastard Lei Ling? Megue glanced into the distance. There, he got in the car and fled. What did he do? Yao Lily gritted her teeth and said, He pinned me to the ground, used my clothes to wipe his ass, and now my chest is covered with his ugh. Thinking of the feces on her clothes, she leaned over the garden and kept vomiting, feeling as if she had emptied her stomach acid. Rose didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why did you provoke him? His clothes are all wet. Did you splash him? That guy also can't stand being wronged. The two of you are evenly matched. Lei Ling arrived at the outskirts and got out of the car. His face was slightly flushed, feeling the longing for women in the depths of his heart growing stronger and stronger. That woman is sensing my location. She's clearly inside the city too. Lei Ling's expression turned grave. As for the forces behind Duan Yinshan, he remained completely in the dark, so extreme caution was necessary. Carrying the explosives, he sprinted toward Fengming Mountain in the distant outskirts. At the same time, inside a car in the city, Duan Fei drove a black vehicle with Duan Yuer seated in the passenger side. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. Her cheeks flushed as she closed her eyes and said, "The sensing distance is getting farther. He must know we're coming and is running away." Duan Fei stepped on the gas and chased after him. Following Duan Yuer's directions, he drove out of the city. The two arrived at the end of a road and got out of the car together. Duan Yuer gazed at the towering mountain range ahead. Located near Zhongyang City, it was a popular hiking spot during the day, but now stood silent in the night. "He's gone into the mountains." The two rushed into the dense forest, chasing after Lei Ling, who moved swiftly through the darkness, his shadowy steps light and fast. Shadow glide steps feel even lighter at night, as if darkness were a pair of wings lifting me as I run. The speed was distinctly faster than during daytime, more effortless, and more comfortable, as if a fish had entered water, utterly in its element, flowing with unbridled freedom. Lei Ling leaped onto a rock, pushing off the ground with just the tip of his foot to propel himself forward. His feet lightly tapped two leaves as his body floated weightlessly through the air. The sensation of night taking wing sent his body into a whirl, like a dancer darkness, running, spinning, dodging, leaping. Lei Ling distinctly sensed a surge of dark energy entering his flesh and blood cells in the darkness of night, enhancing his shadow flow technique. It seemed that darkness was essential for refining the shadow flow technique. Lei Ling had uncovered another secret to advancing his mastery. Lei Ling arrived at a mountaintop in Phoenix Cry Mountain, gazing at the tall iron tower beside him, its high-voltage wires humming overhead. Squinting his eyes, Lei Ling muttered, "High-voltage wires is my first hidden card, explosives is my second." After carefully concealing the explosives, Lei Ling returned beneath the tower, inhaling deeply from a cigarette dangling between his lips. A burning restlessness churned in his belly now, so intense he could barely contain it. Damn it, that woman keeps using the yin-yang dual bliss technique sensing. Must be ready to change her pants by now, huh? Fuck, you're really holding out. Lei Ling had seen plenty of women over the past 3 years, so his restraint was fairly solid. But he felt like he was about to lose control himself, let alone that woman activating the yin-yang dual bliss technique sensing. She must be in absolutely terrible shape. The cool mountain breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a gentle whispering sound. The pure white moonlight, like a fairy's discarded veil, draped the mountain range in dreamy beauty. The inner restlessness vanished abruptly. Lei Ling spotted the distant figures. The woman remained still, eyes closed as she composed herself. Employing the yin-yang union technique to sense Lei Ling had left her legs weak. Her mind kept wandering to fantasies of the man taking liberties with her. The young man whispered, "Yuer, have you recovered?" Duan Yuer let out a long exhale before nodding. "I'm fine now." The two of them looked at Lei Ling beneath the distant iron tower and slowly walked toward him. They maintained a distance of 20 meters. Lei Ling crushed the cigarette, but under his toe, and said, "So you're the forces behind Duan Yinshan?" "Huh? I've already killed Duan Yinshan. Are you confident you can succeed?" The young man curled his lips into a cold smile. Ninth uncle was only vulnerable because of old severe injuries. Did you really think someone like you could kill him otherwise? Kid, there are people in this world you simply cannot touch. Not only will you die, but your family will suffer too. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. "Oh, show me how strong you really are." He activated his chi observing technique. Above the man's head hovered 7 orbs in various colors: red, pink, gold, purple, white. However, golden is the most abundant. He then looked at the woman in the tracksuit. The pink above her head was the most plentiful, filling 7/10 of the sphere. Both of them possessed golden, representing combat prowess. Yet this woman had such an overwhelming amount of pink chi, indicating an extraordinarily high peach blossom luck index. Though her features were indistinct, no matter how beautiful a person might be, could they possibly possess so much pink romantic fortune? Just as Lei Ling activated his chi observation technique, the young man stepped forward first. Then I'll make you understand. You're nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Chapter 24, outplayed as the mysterious youth dashed toward them in an instant. Lei Ling's expression turned grave as he immediately activated the first revolution of the 9 revolutions golden body technique. He knew better than to reveal all his cards at first glance. This was precisely why he had managed to turn the tables and killed Duan Yinshan. When uncertain of absolute success, one must always hold something back, like his shadow flow steps or the 13 needles of Yama, concealed until the moment demands. Tactically, you may despise your enemy, but strategically, you must take them seriously. Boom! The moment their fists collided, Ling Lei felt as if he had been hit by a speeding truck. His body was sent flying backward, slamming into a tree trunk with such force that leaves scattered everywhere. His arm burned with pain, and his entire body trembled from the impact. This is terrifying. He's even stronger than Hideo. Finally, Ling Lei understood why his opponent was so arrogant. The man had every reason to be. The young man sneered. Logically, that punch should have shattered your arm. Yet you didn't even spit blood. Are you already at the intermediate stage of first-rank mastery? Pity, I'm at the peak of second rank. Killing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant. Remember who stands before you, Duan Fei of the Duan family. Duan Fei strode forward with his hands clasped behind his back. Duan Yuer cautioned from behind. Fei Ji, be careful. Even ninth uncle fell to his schemes, and there's a strong chance he's obtained the heritage of the Gigu sect. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes. It seemed this world indeed had another side to it. And the two before me, as well as my Shenyang and the others, were all of this type. It's just that I never had the chance to interact with them before. Don't worry. No matter how cunning a little ant might be, it's futile against a tiger. Uncle Ninth was crippled back then, not even reaching first-grade master level, so his death was only natural. Uncle Ninth was such a fool. Why did he go and raise him to become a first-grade master? Kid, tell me, what is the Gigu sect's legacy? Maybe I'll go easy on you. Lei Ling slowly retreated, then clenched his teeth and said, Want to know? I'd rather destroy the legacy than give it to you. With that, Lei Ling pulled a black object from his pocket, clenched it between his teeth, and rushed toward the iron tower. He grabbed the tower's framework and began frantically climbing upward. Duan Fei's eyes lit up with greed. So you really did obtain the Gigu sect's legacy. Duan Fei immediately charged at the iron tower, gripping it with both hands as he swiftly climbed after him. Lei Ling's eyes gleamed with cunning, yet he spoke with unwillingness. The Ghost Valley sect inheritance is a pagoda containing souls inside. I'm going to electrocute every last one of them with high-voltage electricity. If I can't have it, then none of you will. Lei Ling activated his Shadow Lightfoot technique. The knight seemed to lift his body like a pair of wings as he scaled the mountain with astonishing speed, as agile and effortless as an ape. Duan Fei's heart pounded rapidly as he gave chase. Kid, stop climbing. Come down now and hand over the Ghost Valley sect inheritance. I'll spare your life. Lei Ling gritted his teeth and said, You're lying to me. If I hand it over, you'll surely kill me immediately. Duan Yuer also rushed toward the iron tower, quickly climbing upward. Just give us the Ghost Valley sect's inheritance, and we'll definitely let you go. We'll even give you a large sum of money. Duan Fei added, Exactly. We'll give you so much money. Lei Ling hadn't expected that woman to lose her composure after hearing about the Ghost Valley sect's inheritance. It seemed he had underestimated the allure of the Ghost Valley sect's legacy. Like an oblivious fool, Lei Ling stubbornly insisted, Duan Yinshan also said he wouldn't kill me at first, but then he stabbed me with a knife. Luckily, a rock fell from the cave of inheritance and crushed him to death. You're all liars, bullying an honest man like me. Duan Fei hadn't expected this kid to still be climbing. If you destroy that legacy, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and feed your entire family to the dogs minced into meat paste. Stop right now. Duan Fei panicked. How many people had dreamed of obtaining the Ghost Valley sex inheritance? Yet through endless years, no one had ever unlocked it. If he could obtain it, he'd unquestionably become a legend. Obviously, this kid has no idea how to merge the legacy into his own body. Lei Ling climbed near the high-voltage wires, holding up the black bag in his hand towards them, his voice trembling with tears. Don't come any closer, or I'll really destroy it. Duan Fei climbed onto the support structure opposite Lei Ling, smiling broadly. Brother, just give it to me, and I swear I won't kill you. I'll even become sworn brothers with you. Give it to me, Duan Yuer called from below. I'll marry you. I'm gorgeous, with an amazing figure, the most beautiful woman in my family. I have the physique men crave most, capable of giving you unimaginable pleasure. Duan Fei was taken aback, then his face darkened. Duan Yuer merely cast him a cool glance. If the inheritance is blended into the body, even the family would have no choice but to accept it with both hands. And she would have access to all the family's resources, because he himself would become the family's hope. Thus, the two began their ruthless struggle against each other. Lei Ling looked at the two men and said, If I hand it to one of you, the other will surely kill me. At worst, we'll all die together. I'd rather destroy the inheritance. Lei Ling moved the black bag toward the high-voltage wires, though his movements were noticeably slow. Too bad. For the sake of the treasure, Duan Fei couldn't care less about such details. He leaped up and grabbed Lei Ling's arm. Give it to me, damn it. But Lei Ling's hand instantly touched the high-voltage wire. In an instant, a powerful electric current enveloped both men. Zeitziet. The two figures became blindingly bright against the night sky. White-hot currents snaked across their bodies. Duan Fei's body convulsed uncontrollably, their clothes smoking and catching fire. His eyes bulged as he tried to break free, but this was high-voltage electricity. But immediately he witnessed something unbelievable. Amidst the electric currents, Lei Ling curled his lips into a chilling grin and lifted him by the neck. So eager for the Gigu sex legacy are you? Try again in your next life. Lei Ling crushed his neck and hanged him on the high-voltage line. His body burned rapidly, turning to scattered ashes that plummeted downward. Only in death did Duan Fei realize this was a master of deception. He'd been outplayed. Duan Yuer looked at the electrified body with bronze-hued skin, her face turning pale. You've been deceiving us from the very beginning. Lei Ling curled his lips into a smile. Of course, otherwise how could this Duan Fei take the bait? You want to marry me? Your physique is special, and you promise ecstasy? I'd love to try that. Chapter 25. I'll make you stand. Duan Yuer was growing somewhat afraid of this young man as she clutched the iron tower and began sliding downward. Lei Ling grabbed the insulating material of the high-voltage power line with both hands, roared, and tore it off. Instantly, when the high-voltage line touched the tower, the current surged downward. The powerful high-voltage electricity struck Duan Yuer like a thunderbolt. Crack. Duan Yuer was blasted away mid-air by the high-voltage shock. Her body flickered with residual currents, smoke rising from her entire frame. Lei Ling slid down the tower's framework with both hands, sparks of electricity trailing from his grasp. Lei Ling landed steadily, with faint traces of electricity still flickering across his body. Ironically, the electric currents only served to benefit him. Lei Ling walked into the forest and saw the woman, Duan Yuer, lying on the ground, twitching all over, frothing at the mouth. She tried to get up, but was knocked unconscious by the high-voltage shock. You bitch, worthless wretch. Lei Ling strode forward, grabbing her by the hair and slapping her hard. I'm just a scoundrel. So what? I had backup plans ready, but I never expected you'd be so easy to fool. Seems like you've got brute strength, but simple minds. Comparing wits with Lei Ling wasn't even in the same league. Before turning 10, Lei Ling endured ostracism in the orphanage. After being adopted by Zhang Dachui's family, their poverty made them targets for bullying by even poorer relatives who looked down on them. Unable to bear seeing his adoptive parents mistreated, teenage Lei Ling dared to grab whatever was at hand and flip tables with those grown bullies. Zhang Dachui and the others had done them a great kindness. No one was allowed to bully them. In such an environment, he grew increasingly ruthless by the day. Because he understood, only by being fiercer would no one dare to provoke his family. Take his second aunt's son, for instance. He had his unscrupulous friends intimidate him on his way home from school one night. The next evening, he ambushed second aunt's son with a club strike, then repeatedly held him submerged in the Swallow Pond, teetering between life and death dozens of times. From then on, that kid would flee at the sight of Lei Ling, not daring to report it to second aunt either. There were many such incidents. Lei Ling pulled out an iron wire, taken from the transmission tower, and bound Duan Yuer's hands behind her back. Kicking her, he snarled, "Stay put, bitch. Once I restore the insulator, I'll deal with you slowly." Lei Ling was worried the high-voltage electricity might leak into the ground and cause a fire. Only after handling the issue did he hoist Duan Yuer over his shoulder and descend the mountain. By the riverside at the foot of the mountain, he tossed Duan Yuer aside and jumped in to wash himself, finally feeling much refreshed. Duan Yuer turned her head away as Lei Ling approached her naked. His clothes had been burned off by high-voltage electricity again. Lei Ling crouched down, grabbing Duan Yuer by the hair to lift her head. "Why look away? Weren't you just saying you'd be my wife? Come now, take a closer look." Ew, Sobi. Duan Yuer never expected this man to be so brutish. Lei Ling released his grip on Duan Yuer's hair. Her face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. "The Duan family will never let you get away with this. They'll learn about Duan Fei's death." "Is that so?" Lei Ling lifted her chin, finally getting a clear look at her face in the moonlight. Her features were exquisitely refined, her face as lovely as an angel's. No wonder so many romantic prospects floated above her head. The title of the Duan family's premier beauty was well-earned. "Tell me, what does the Duan family know when one of their own dies?" She glared fiercely at Lei Ling. "Kill me if you want. I'll never tell you." Lei Ling licked his lips. "Fine, I won't kill you. First, let's have some fun. Tonight you'll be sent to the gang. Hundreds of men waiting to serve you. That should be thrilling. I'll record the video and upload it to the dark web for the whole world to see." Lei Ling began to take action. Duan Yuer suddenly trembled and cried out, "I'll talk." "Stop it right now. Every member of the Duan family has a soul lantern. The moment one dies, the entire clan will know. It's a dark art, rarely known to outsiders." Lei Ling nodded, realizing the Duan family was anything but ordinary. "What's this so-called first-rank master you mentioned earlier? And what the hell does it mean for Duan Fei to be at the peak of the second rank?" Duan Yuer took a deep breath. Beyond the ordinary world, many aristocratic families possess ancient martial arts masters. That's what we are. Ancient martial arts masters are ranked from 1st to 9th tier, with each tier further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Lei Ling stroked his chin. "How is that determined?" "Primarily by physical strength and speed, among other methods. For instance, the most basic criterion, a first-tier peak master can deliver a punch weighing 2,000 jin. The increments are multiplicative from there onward. Second rank yields 4,000 jin, third rank 8,000, and so forth. The higher you go, the more arduous it becomes." As Lei Ling listened to Duan Yuer's explanation, he muttered internally. No wonder Little Knife appeared to be nothing more than a slender beauty, yet could send him flying with a single punch. So, she was an ancient martial arts master. I've lived in Jianyang City since childhood. Why have I never encountered an ancient martial arts expert before? Duan Yuer replied, "Because we never reveal our skills before ordinary people. The ancient martial arts world has strict covenants. Violating them carries grave consequences. Moreover, we live in the city just like everyone else, eating, dressing, and traveling no differently, so you wouldn't be able to tell. Lei Ling suddenly realized, so that's how it is. In other words, it's possible that even a beggar you meet on the street might actually be a master of ancient martial arts. Pretty much, Lei Ling replied as he used his chi sight technique to observe Duan Yuer's head. 7 chi spheres floated above her, with the golden sphere occupying about 1/10 of the space. Lei Ling immediately asked, "What rank are you among first-class masters?" "Peak first class," came the response. Lei Ling's face lit up with joy. It seemed his chi observation technique could discern the opponent's true strength. He then began to ponder. If the Duan family found out those two were dead, they would undoubtedly send even stronger experts. By then, he'd surely be doomed. Is there any way to ensure the Duan family can't trace Duan Fei's death back to me? Duan Yuer shook her head immediately. None. So decisive. Probably afraid he'd press further. Lei Ling pressed his palm against her slender waist again. Damn it. Since we're going to die anyway, I might as well become a lustful ghost. Let me have my fun first. Then I'll hand you over to the gangsters to be toyed with by hundreds of men. Duan Yuer's body tensed up. There's one way. What way? Lei Ling raised an eyebrow. Inside my pants, there's a wooden token. If placed in dog's blood, it can ensure the soul lantern of our family remains unextinguished. It contains a drop of our blood. Once it's about to dry up, we must drip fresh blood into it. Uncle Gio's wooden talisman has dried blood that wasn't refilled, so we knew he was dead. Lei Ling pulled out 2 wooden talismans. Why do you have Duan Fei's? While we were chasing you, he said my pockets were deep and things wouldn't fall out easily, so he asked me to hold on to it for him. Lei Ling laughed. Seems like he subconsciously knew he was going to die. Lei Ling carried Duan Yuer on his shoulder as he headed toward the city, stealing a migrant worker's clothes along the way to disguise himself. Lei Ling dialed Rose's number. Sister Rose, I need to ask you a favor. Go ahead. Can you find me a very quiet house? Preferably without any disturbances. Doesn't matter how good or bad it is. Rose said, I'll take you there. No need, just give me the address. Oh, got some secrets? Hiding a canary, she teased. All right then, but I'm afraid you might stir up trouble for yourself. I'm trouble myself. What do I have to fear? She laughed. All right, let's get wild tonight. Sis is pumped up. Let me show you what a 25-year-old can do. Right. Tonight, we do it standing up. Chapter 26. To struggle less, Lei Ling stood by the roadside as a Mercedes-Benz pulled up beside him. Rose saw Lei Ling carrying a woman slumped over his shoulder before tossing her into the back seat. She sighed in exasperation. Where the hell did you drag a woman back from in the middle of the night? Lei Ling smiled and said, We'll talk about that later. Let's head to the lodging you've arranged first. The two arrived at an old courtyard house, surrounded by towering parasol trees in a tranquil setting. Rose pushed open the door and they entered the living room. Lei Ling found some tape and wrapped it around Duan Yuer's mouth before binding her wrists and legs with steel wires. Rose lit a slender cigarette, her crimson lips exhaling swirling smoke that radiated a bewitching allure. Lei Ling also took a puff from her cigarette and smiled. Gotta admit, this woman is stunningly beautiful. Under the lights, her features became clear, skin like warm mutton fat jade, snowy and delicate. Even clad in black athletic wear, her devilish figure remained impossible to conceal. Tell me, who exactly is she? Ever heard of the ancient martial arts families? The blue contact-lensed eyes of Rose blinked in surprise as she asked, Who's this woman? Lei Ling nodded. Almost got killed by them. Managed to capture one alive and bring back. Rose immediately stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray. Let her go now, or we're finished. Lei Ling chuckled. You've heard of them? Of course, but I've only seen them once. It was terrifying, far beyond anything at our level. How did you cross paths with them? Fear flickered across Rose's face. Lei Ling shrugged. As you can see, I not only provoked her, but also killed one of her accomplices. So letting her go means we'll die even faster. Didn't you say you liked stirring up trouble? Getting cold feet now? Rose stood up speechlessly. I didn't expect you'd provoke someone like this. Lei Ling pulled her into his lap, holding her hand. I planned to keep her locked up here. And then she stared into his eyes. I told you we need to make money, right? Hurry up and make yourself stronger. Only then will we have a chance to fight them. But according to your business plan, it's too slow. Time won't wait. Sister Rose, you're already in trouble. If you don't help me, you'll die too. Rose gnashed her teeth in anger. Just tell me how to help. Lei Ling continued smoking. Let me use your money. I'll pay you back double later. After all, I was the one who took care of her accomplice. You know what I'm capable of, right, Sister Rose? Rose rolled her eyes. Do you even need to say it? Lei Ling placed his palm on Rose's waist. I just adore women like Rose Jia. Rose stood up and said, go take a shower first. Lei Ling watched the dangerously alluring aura radiating from Rose. It was driving him wild. Just as Lei Ling was about to follow, Duan Yuer on the floor mumbled through the tape. Lei Ling approached and peeled back a corner. What? Her face flushed. Duan Yuer pleaded, I need to use the bathroom. I'm about to burst. Lei Ling directly wrapped the tape around. Go in your pants. Duan Yuer was on the verge of tears, wanting to struggle, but completely unable to move. You bastard. Can't you act like a human? Even my basic need to use the restroom. You won't grant it. Why don't you just drop dead? Beside the bed in the bedroom, the floor was a mess of scattered belongings. Covered by a soft silk quilt, the two figures lay on their sides, their rose-like curves outlined in perfect elegance. Rose lay atop Lei Ling's chest, the lingering flush still coloring her cheeks, her lips now even more glossy and tender. Her eyes were closed, the upward curling lashes fluttering slightly. The slender fingertips painted with crimson nail polish traced slow circles across Lei Ling's pectoral muscles. I've never been so happy in my life. I love you to death, my dear brother. Lei Ling's thin lips expelled thick smoke as his palm wandered across the delicate skin of Rose's slender waist. Sister Rose, since you're already mine, shouldn't your money be mine too? I want to take a shortcut. Can I? Rose lifted her head, her bewitching eyes fluttering at Lei Ling. Haven't you already taken shortcuts? Haha, Lei Ling laughed. To avoid struggling too much, one can only put in physical labor. Her fingertips brushed lightly against Lei Ling's lips. But within my Red Star Chamber of Commerce, there are 3 key subordinates who restrain me. If you want to get more money, you'll have to make them yield first. Otherwise, if I unilaterally give orders, I could easily be sidelined. They were all trusted lieutenants of Lily's father back in the day, and also founding elders of the Red Star Chamber. Lei Ling cupped her face in both hands. So what you're saying is, you're betting on me now? Rose nodded with a smile. Of course, because you've conquered me, sister. What would a woman like me need so much money for anyway? What I want is happiness for both my lower body and the rest of my life. Besides, the waters of Jiangyang City run deep. I have no intention of being a beauty with a tragic fate. I need to find the strongest backing. Lei Ling embraced her fragrant shoulders. From now on, I'll be your support. No one will dare harm a single hair on your head. She lay against Lei Ling's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Your heart is racing. I believe what you're saying, big brother. Lei Ling asked, I heard that Lily's father was killed by you, and that's how you got to your current position? She smiled self-deprecatingly. As if I could climb to this position based on my own merit? Those 3 elders are the ones spreading rumors. Lily's father's death is definitely linked to them. Otherwise, why do you think Lily became a police officer? She wants to avenge her father. Lei Ling nodded. That makes sense. If you had killed her father, she wouldn't treat you, her stepmother, so well. Daybreak came. Lei Ling looked triumphantly at the rose beside him. Had enough. The rose's eyes welled up with tears as she whispered, Enough. Only then did Lei Ling stroke her cheek with his fingers. Get some rest. I'll go buy breakfast and check on that woman downstairs while I'm at it. Chapter 27. Sister's back hurts with a cigarette dangling from his lips. Lei Ling descended the stairs and was immediately assaulted by the stench of excrement and urine. Standing beside Duan Yuer, Lei Ling suddenly boomed. Sleeping quite soundly, aren't you? Duan Yuer's soul nearly fled her body from fright. She glared fiercely at Lei Ling. You're insane? A complete lunatic. Lei Ling glanced at her lower half. I thought a beautiful woman like you didn't shit or piss. Look at yourself now. Still think you're a beauty. Pooping and peeing in your pants. How mortifying. Lei Ling pinched his nose as he spoke. How could such a pretty but do something so disgusting? Duan Yuer's face flushed crimson, her eyes darting away in shame. It was truly humiliating. But this is all your fault. How dare you say that, you bastard? Lei Ling stood up again and said, keep it covered a while longer, or it'll breed maggots. With that, Lei Ling swaggered out of the room. Duan Yuer was on the verge of tears. Couldn't you at least let me change into clean clothes? Never in all my born days had I suffered such indignity. The more I thought about it, the more stifled I felt. Why did I have to go and provoke this one saying? Lei Ling was the first to arrive at the farmer's market to buy pig's blood, then sealed the 2 wooden plaques inside it. I'm not sure if Duan Yuer was telling the truth, but there were no other options. Later, I ate some steamed buns, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Then I carried a large bag back to the courtyard, went upstairs to let Rose eat, and continue sleeping. Lei Ling went downstairs, took out his acupuncture needles, opened his third eye, and used the 13 Yama needles technique to seal Duan Yuer's meridians and acupoints. Only then did he tear off the tape and wire from her mouth. Duan Yuer's body was numb as she stumbled toward the bathroom. Lei Ling covered his nose and said, take a look at yourself. You're dropping feces as you walk. Clean it up yourself later. Duan Yuer clenched her teeth and stepped into the toilet, turning on the faucet to wash herself. She felt utterly filthy, even disgusted with herself. After washing up, Duan Yuer realized she couldn't harness any of her internal strength at all. She had now completely become an ordinary person, and Duan Yuer had no clothes to wear. Peeking through the door crack at Lei Ling's back standing by the living room entrance, she asked, could you find me some clothes? Lei Ling turned to see her peeking with just half her head showing and chuckled. Beg me. Please, find me some clothes. Lei Ling then turned around, picked up a set of clothes from the sofa, and walked to the door. Just as Duan Yuer reached out to take them, he pulled them back and said, let me take a look? Absolutely not. Unless you kill me. Ugh, Lei Ling scoffed, pouting. Fine, don't show me. As if I care. When handing it to Duan Yuer, he abruptly pushed open a wide gap. Hiss! Lei Ling gasped sharply. Duan Yuer's face flushed crimson as she slammed the door shut with a thud. You shameless scoundrel. You're utterly despicable. Lei Ling stroked his chin. If you soiled yourself like that, who's truly shameless? That was because of you. Lei Ling turned and walked toward the door. The number 1 beauty of the Duan family, indeed. Her figure and looks would undoubtedly rank first even among all those around me. Among those I've seen so far, like Yao Lily and Su Yunxi, they were all 99 points. But this Duan Yuer actually scored a perfect 100. Of course, my master's wife is a different story. She scores over 100 points. She's also the only one in Lei Ling's heart to exceed full marks. Lei Ling pulled up a stool and sat by the door smoking. Duan Yuer stepped out wearing a rose-patterned qipao, her jet black hair damp and cascading down, her face flushed with shyness. The aura she carried in that rose qipao was utterly incomparable. A vibrant and youthful aura, like freshly bloomed snow-white flowers in spring, enticing one to draw near and admire. Clean the living room. Duan Yuer gritted her teeth. I've never done housework before, Lei Ling sneered. If you don't clean it up, I'll shove your face in it and make you lick it clean. Duan Yuer shrank her neck in fear. She didn't doubt this madman would do exactly that. With no choice, she went to fetch a mop and clean the toilet thoroughly. Lei Ling only stepped inside after the foul odor completely disappeared, sprawling onto the sofa. Buns are next to you. Help yourself. Duan Yuer immediately grabbed a bun and wolfed it down. Her stomach had been growling from hunger. Duan Yuer ate her fill, and only then did she feel a bit better emotionally. Lei Ling patted the spot beside him again. Come here. What for? Her eyes were red. Come here. Duan Yuer had no choice but to sit beside Lei Ling, who then lazily lifted his leg and placed it on her lap. Closing his eyes, he commanded, "Massage me. I'm going to sleep. Remember, if you stop massaging when I wake up, you'll be shitting your pants next and eating it yourself." The bastard's methods of torture were terrifying. Lei Ling closed his eyes. "There's a fruit knife on the dining table. Go ahead and kill me if you want. On one condition, you'd better finish the job. Otherwise, the 200 men from the gang will howl when they see you." Duan Yuer glanced at the fruit knife, nearly tempted to grab it and stab Lei Ling with it. But she knew she was just an ordinary woman now. Her speed and strength were nowhere near Lei Ling's level. If he so much as noticed her intent, she wouldn't even have time to attempt the assassination before being swatted away like a fly. Sighing inwardly, she suppressed the impulse. Better not rush it. She'd wait for the perfect opportunity later. By the time Lei Ling woke up, it was already noon. At this moment, Duan Yuer was still massaging his legs, but while doing so, she kept nodding off, her head bobbing up and down from time to time. Lei Ling stroked his chin, carefully studying the face illuminated by sunlight. Its features were straight and exquisite, as if meticulously carved by a master artist, with thick lashes curling gracefully upward one by one. Her lips were crimson and tender, with a swan-like snow-white neck and high, prominent bosom. He hadn't noticed these details so clearly in the morning, but now found himself increasingly captivated the more he looked. With this top-tier beauty, examining any single part of her body revealed not the slightest flaw. Lei Ling slowly sat up, leaned closer to her, and took a deep breath. Apart from the scent of shower gel, there was a unique body fragrance lingering on her, somewhat akin to floral notes, intriguingly captivating. Under the sunlight, one could glimpse the delicate veins beneath her fair, tender skin, so delicate that it shimmered with a luminous glow. Murmuring to himself, Lei Ling thought that with such flawless complexion, figure, and looks, her lineage must undoubtedly be connected to the Duan family. The nourishment from childhood and inherited genes, these were things ordinary people simply couldn't compare to. Lei Ling gave her thigh a sudden slap, startling Duan Yuer and making her delicate frame tremble. She was so mad she could almost cry. "Why does this guy always jump up and down to scare me? I asked you to massage me, and now you're dozing off and slacking. Not paying attention, huh?" She bit her lip in frustration. "I only slept for a bit last night." Lei Ling watched as the woman cowered before him, thoroughly subdued, and lit a cigarette with smug satisfaction. At this moment, the Rose descended the stairs, but clutched the railing, moving with great difficulty. "Lei Ling, come help your sister quickly. My waist seems broken." Lei Ling chuckled. "Seems like your 108 dragon-subduing techniques take quite a toll on your body." Chapter 28. Your needle is remarkably strange. Lei Ling helped Rose onto the sofa. "Lie down. I'll give you a few acupuncture treatments, and you'll be fine." Rose immediately glared at Lei Ling. "You damn devil. After sticking me with your needle last night, aren't you trying to kill me now?" Lei Ling broke into a sweat of embarrassment. "Sister Rose, this time it's real acupuncture needles." As he spoke, Lei Ling took out his acupuncture kit and selected a fine needle. Rose pouted. "Isn't this needle too small? Hurry up and stay down," Lei Ling said with some exasperation, steering the conversation right toward the gutter in just a few words. At that moment, Big Sister Rose's pose on the sofa was identical to Su Qing's in Hidden Man, and their personalities overlapped startlingly as well. Lei Ling opened his mind's eye, wielding the 13 Yama needles. Meanwhile, Duan Yuer beside him pursed her lips. Rose was truly breathtakingly alluring. Every glance and smile brimmed with extreme temptation. What man could possibly resist? 10 minutes later, Lei Ling took out acupuncture needles and used massage techniques to assist in the treatment for a while. Lei Ling released his hands and said, "Sis, try moving. Does it still hurt?" Rose sat up, twisting her slim waist. "Huh, it doesn't hurt at all now. Your needles are amazing, little brother. Go to your Red Star Chamber of Commerce and find those 3 people holding you back." Rose arched her willow leaf brows. "Sure about this?" Of course. I'm taking a shortcut. Lei Ling nodded. Rose pursed her red lips. Still, don't just start throwing punches the moment you meet them. That'll only backfire. The martial world isn't just about fighting. It's also about human relationships and social finesse. Making them genuinely submit to you is the true art of leadership. Lei Ling traced the soft curve of Rose's waist with his fingers and murmured, I got it, sis. Being with Rose taught Lei Ling many things. Not only did it unlock the mysteries of human anatomy, but also how to manipulate human nature. Sister Rose truly was his benefactor. Originally planning to take Duan Yu along, Rose said the other party's identity wasn't simple and it was best not to let others know. So she just tied her up and locked her in the room. The headquarters of the Red Star Chamber of Commerce was a grand clubhouse, exquisitely and luxuriously decorated. The lights reflected off the hall's floor in a dazzling array of colors. Lei Ling was stepping into such a high-end venue for the first time. It felt so pristine that rolling on the floor wouldn't leave a speck of dust on him. The male and female staff members were all dressed impeccably, bowing politely as they greeted, "Good morning, Chairman." The sharp clicks of her rose-hued heels tapped against the ground, while her slender wasp-like waist swayed with an intoxicating rhythm. Lei Ling, walking behind Zhao Meng, found himself increasingly mesmerized. The more time he spent with Rose, the more he discovered the boundless charm of her personality. At the entrance of the massive chairman's office, Lei Ling and Rose both froze in shock, because a burly young man with a crew cut, brandishing fist-sized fists, fiercely punched several people flying. He glared sternly and said, "The chairman has spoken. Without her permission, no one is allowed to enter her office. Otherwise, I'll beat him to death. Take one more step, and I'll pound you into dead dogs." Lei Ling whispered, "Sister Rose, you still have loyalists?" Rose sighed. "His name is Li Taiju. He was just recruited by Lily's dad before he died. Lily's dad said this guy is stubborn and straightforward, lacking cunning, and intended to groom him as a right-hand man. But who would have guessed, before the training even started, he was betrayed and killed by his own 3 brothers. After Lily's dad died, he became completely obedient to me. If it weren't for Taiju, his 3 brothers would have devoured me long ago." Lei Ling said in surprise, "This man sounds quite decent." "Exactly. Even when being hunted down, after Lily's dad saved him, he never abandoned me. He protected me even against those 3 guild elders." Lei Ling grew interested in Li Taiju, who appeared to be just a reckless brute. Upon activating his heavenly eye, he discovered this fellow's meridians were thicker than normal people's, clearly a born Hercules. Rose stepped forward, and Li Taiju immediately said, "Chairman." They claimed they were going into the room to clean. They must be trying to steal the documents. Rose tapped him on the shoulders and smiled. "Good job, Iron Pillar." Iron Pillar's eyes widened. "Chairman, you said no one gets in unless they step over my dead body." Rose pursed her lips and smiled. "That's right. Everything in the office is the company's core secrets." Rose walked inside, but Li Taiju stretched out his arm to block Lei Ling. Lei Ling said helplessly, "I came here with Sister Rose. Why are you stopping me?" Rose stood with her arms crossed inside, saying nothing. Lei Ling knew Sister Rose was doing this on purpose. "I don't know you. If you don't let me in, you'd better watch out. I might have to make my move." Lei Ling clenched his fists. Li Tieju's eyes bulged. "I ain't scared of you." He blocked the way like a tiger in the path. Lei Ling raised his fist and struck. Li Taiju countered instantly, but with a bang, his body was sent tumbling across the office. Lei Ling stepped in with a laugh. "Idiot, I'm coming in. Looks like you failed your duty." Li Taiju suddenly scrambled up and charged like a raging bull, wrapping his arms around Lei Ling's waist and roaring. Off balance, Lei Ling was shoved backward, grabbing Taiju by the head and pummeling him. "You fucking bastard. I'm Sister Megui's friend, damn it. Let fucking go of me." Taiju sank his teeth into Lei Ling's waist. The pain was so intense, Lei Ling felt the flesh might tear right off. His fists hammered his head relentlessly. Li Tieju's face flushed crimson, blood streaming from his nostrils. yet he refused to let go. Today, Lei Ling truly learned what it meant to encounter a stubborn mule. Mei Gui was startled and hurried over. Taiju, let him go. He's my friend. He has access to the office. Only then did Li Taiju release Lei Ling. Lei Ling lifted his shirt and saw a chunk of flesh dangling from his stomach. Damn it, are you some kind of rabid dog? 2 more punches, and I swear I'd splatter your brains out. Got a death wish or what? Li Chieju's face was covered in blood. His neck flushed red as he growled. I ain't scared. Lei Ling gave him a thumbs up. Damn, you're hardcore? I yield. Rose walked over with tissues, handing them to Li Taiju. Taiju, you okay? His body swayed before he collapsed to his knees with a thud, then propped himself up against the wall to stand again. I'm fine. Rose shot Lei Ling a glare. You could have gone easier. She'd witnessed firsthand how terrifying Lei Ling's fist could be. Lei Ling nearly killed Iron Pillar with just a little more force. Then, he followed Rose into the office. Li Taiju squatted outside, clutching his head with both hands, his voice muffled and thick. My head's about to explode. It hurts so bad. Chapter 29. This kung fu is really tough. In the office, Lei Ling lifted his shirt as he sat on the sofa, while Rose treated and bandaged his wounds with antiseptic. Does it hurt? She asked, her expression filled with distress. Lei Ling snapped back. What do you think? I never expected Taiju to be so reckless. But you should be grateful. He protected your woman well. After all, even Lily's dad couldn't break down the inner door. It was you who smashed it open. Lei Ling chuckled. That's also why I didn't beat him to death. Though your ex-husband was weak, couldn't even break down a door. The Rose sighed. When he was young, he got into a fight and had half of him chopped off. After following him for years, every time left me in misery. You've no idea how wretched my days were, sister. Only last night did I finally become a complete woman, and oh, such bliss it is. Just thinking about it brought a satisfied smile to her face. Then, Rose whispered, the man who's about to arrive is named Zhang Wu. He's hot-tempered and tough with his fists. He's the general manager of this club. Lei Ling blew a smoke ring with a cigarette and said, Don't worry, I'll make sure you take full control of the Red Star Chamber of Commerce. At that moment, a voice sounded from outside the door. I'd like to ask for the chairman. Li Taiju pushed the door open and stood at the entrance. Chairman, Zhang Wu wants to see you. Rose said, let him in. Zhang Wu entered, but his gang of underlings were stopped by Li Taiju. Zhang Wu gave them a look, and they all remained outside. Only then did Zhang Wu smile and say, Sister-in-law, what did you want to see me about? Rose turned to Lei Ling. I plan to hire an assistant to the chairman. This young man here, named Lei Ling. Do you have any objections? I do. Zhang Wu nodded without hesitation, glaring at Lei Ling. Anyone joining our Red Star Chamber of Commerce must first get approval from us 3 brothers. Lei Ling grinned. The chairman is hiring an assistant. Since when does a general manager have such a broad say in the matter? Zhang Wu narrowed his eyes and said, Go back to where you came from. Lei Ling walked up to Zhang Wu and said, What if I don't leave? Zhang Wu pulled out a dagger in an instant and thrust it toward Lei Ling's stomach. As expected of an underworld veteran, going straight for the kill. Kule dodged, but a fist landed on his face, followed by a whip-like kick slamming into his body. Bang! Zhang Wu's body slammed against the wall. His nose bridge shattered, blood gushed out, and his face turned deathly pale. Blocking the doorway, Li Taiju roared as he brawled with the gang of underlings, single-handedly holding the entrance shut. Lei Ling glanced at Li Taiju, then turned his gaze to Zhang Wu sprawled on the ground. Chairman Zhang, I want Sister Mei Gui to take complete control of the Red Star Syndicate. Call your other 2 brothers here for negotiations. Clutching his nose as he staggered upright, Zhang Wu squinted through the pain and slurred, Don't you dare run away. He stumbled out to make the call. Outside the door, Zhang Wu sat on the ground, using a tissue to wipe the blood from his face, as a large pool of blood had already formed on the floor. Fucking hell. I'm gonna kill you. Zhang Wu hadn't taken such a vicious beating in years, and the mere thought of it filled him with frustration and rage. Li Chuang, Qin Bowie, get over to Red Star Chamber of Commerce right now. That bitch Rose brought in some young guy to take over the Chamber of Commerce. That bastard can fight. He nearly punched me to death with one hit. From the other end of the line, Li Chuang's rough voice growled, "That bitch wants to break free from our control? Absolutely. After all, on the surface, she's the chairman of Red Star Chamber of Commerce. Really thinks highly of herself." Li Chuang gritted his teeth and said, "I'll notify Qin Bowie immediately. Better call for backup. That opponent's a real fighter." Zhang Wu spat through clenched teeth. Good. More than a dozen cars raced down the road at breakneck speed. In the middle of the convoy, inside a business vehicle, the bald Li Chuang was burly and rough, his 2-meter-tall frame nearly touching the roof of the car. He rubbed his fists together, the knuckles cracking loudly. "You two just had to marry that bitch Rose. I say, why couldn't the three of us have shared her? This is all your own damn fault." Qin Bowie, gaunt and with a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke. "I love her. You're after her lower half. We're not the same." Bald Li Chuang spat out the window and scoffed. "Pa, you're just lusting after her body, aren't you? Love my ass. At your age, still talking about love? Love my foot." Qin Bowie shrugged. "You wouldn't understand." Li Chuang gritted his teeth. "No, I don't understand. At least the three of us had our way with her. Not only enjoyed her body, but controlled her too. And look where that got us. She's off to find some young pretty boy." Qin Bowie flicked his cigarette, but out the car window. "Let's decide by rock, paper, scissors this time. Whoever wins gets her." Li Chuang nodded. "That works. I've been itching to fuck her for ages. This sister-in-law's allure is unmatched in Jianyang City. If it weren't for her, how could we have offed Big Brother? Tisk, it's all because you two went and grabbed her ass back then. Otherwise, Big Brother wouldn't have caught on and wanted to chop your hands off." TCH. Qin Bowie curled his lip. "The fuck? We helped him conquer this turf together. So what's the big deal about copping a feel of his woman's ass? What a petty mind he has." Li Chuang looked toward the mansion ahead. "We've arrived at Master Lu's residence." Qin Bowie also gazed at the mansion. With Master Lu, a martial arts elder present, that young man is surely doomed. Shortly after, an elderly man emerged from the mansion dressed in loose black robes. With his hands clasped behind his back and sporting a goatee, though his hair and beard were entirely white, his strides were vigorous and his piercing gaze was as intimidating as thunderbolts. Li Chuang and Qin Bowie approached him respectfully, saying, "Master Lu, we appreciate your trouble." Master Lu smiled confidently. "Since you're offering 50 million to bring me out of retirement, this old man will take care of him. But you'll have to handle the body yourselves." The two men nodded. "Don't worry, Master Lu. We brothers will clean up properly." With obsequious bows, the two men ushered Master Lu into the business vehicle. Meanwhile, outside the office entrance, Li Taiju wiped blood from his face with one hand while gripping a knife in the other. "Who dares come forward? I shop ingdej." Rose glanced at Lei Ling in the office. "Today we've completely laid our cards on the table with the three elders of the Red Star Chamber of Commerce. At this stage, there'll only be one winner. The loser's fate will be dire." Lei Ling responded with a tender smile. "Rose, trust me." She gave a bitter chuckle. "If I didn't trust you, why would I be your woman? That expression of yours looks rather awkward. It's fear. None of those three are pushovers." "Don't worry, I'll handle everything," Lei Ling said with a laugh. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Rose's heart suddenly tightened. She then saw a black-clad elderly man in martial arts attire walking to the entrance, surrounded by a crowd. Zhang Wu, Li Chuang, and Qin Bowie stood behind him. Zhang Wu smirked coldly. "Rose, you bitch. Still daring to control the Red Star Chamber of Commerce? Today, you're going to be played to death by us." Li Taiju, step aside. Li Taiju stared at the elderly man as if facing a formidable enemy, gripping his machete with both hands. "I won't let you harm a chairwoman, unless you step over my corpse." But before he could finish speaking, boom, the old man instantly closed the distance and landed a kick right on Li Tieju's stomach. Li Taiju was sent flying straight into the office, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. He let out a pained cry as he sprayed mouthfuls of blood. Only then did the old man slowly lower his leg and say indifferently, "What kind of worthless trash dares block my path? You got a death wish." Zhang Wu and the other two gasped in shock. No wonder Master Lu was ranked among the top martial arts seniors in the Western District. Could this kick dent a steel plate? Master Lu is mighty. Master Lu is majestic. Master Lu strode in with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed on Lei Ling. "Is the little bastard I'm supposed to beat to death this one here?" Chapter 30. "You're the Master." Zhang Wu immediately said, "Grandmaster Lu, it's him." Li Chuang gritted his teeth and added, "Laying hands on someone in our territory, you'll end up a corpse." "Let me introduce you," he sneered. "This is the renowned Grandmaster Lu of the Western District's martial world. Get on your knees, and he might grant you a quick death." Rose cut in sharply. "Grandmaster Lu, whatever they're paying you, I'll double it." Master Lu glanced at the Rose. When this old man takes action, it's not just about money. It's also about fate. "That kid Li Chuang sends me local specialties every now and then. Do you think I'm just in it for the money?" Li Chuang quickly fawned. "Those are just small tokens of respect from your junior. Who would have thought all those times shamelessly buttering up Master Lu would come in handy today? I called Master Lu earlier, thinking he wouldn't come out of seclusion, but to my surprise, he agreed readily. Seems all those previous investments paid off, after all." Rose nervously tugged at Lei Ling's sleeve. "Maybe we should admit defeat? At least we'd keep our lives." Lei Ling looked astonished. "That badass." Rose's mouth twitched as she whispered in his ear, "Master Lu's been laying low in the martial arts world for ages, dangerously strong. In his mountain closing battle, he killed 3 Western District dojo masters with 3 punches. Never lifted a hand since. I never imagined Li Chuang could get him to come out." Lei Ling smiled and said, "Sister Rose still doesn't trust me." With that, he walked over to Li Taizhu, who was struggling to get up after several attempts. Lei Ling took out his acupuncture needles and treated him with a few quick pricks before finally helping Li Taizhu to his feet. Lei Ling patted Li Taizhu on the shoulder and asked, "Interested in some payback?" Li Taizhu froze for a moment, then glanced at Master Lu before shaking his head. "I can't beat him," he admitted. Lei Ling burst into laughter. "Listen to me, and you'll stand a chance." Li Taizhu met Lei Ling's gaze and, to his own surprise, found himself nodding in agreement. "I'll follow your lead," he declared. Master Lu glared at Lei Ling in exasperation. "Have you lost your damn mind? Do you realize this is an insult to this old man?" Master Lu strode directly toward Lei Ling. In response, Lei Ling shoved Li Taizhu forward as a buffer. Li Taizhu instinctively took a step back. The old man's oppressive aura was overwhelming. That single kick from Master Lu had rendered him completely powerless to resist, an experience that would surely leave psychological scars. So for Lei Ling to rid himself of this shadow, he had to take down Master Lu. Now quite fond of Li Taizhu, he might even become his right-hand man in the future. Master Lu delivered another kick, swift, precise, and ruthless, the force of his foot slicing through the air with a howling wind. Lei Ling instantly activated his celestial eye, simultaneously deploying the Qi observation technique and the 13 Yama needles. Immediately, he could clearly see the flow of Qi through Master Lu's meridians and the pathways of his power. Lei Ling anticipated his move a step ahead. "Taizhu, take a step back and shift your body sideways." Li Taizhu, naturally sharp when it came to martial arts, immediately complied. Master Lu's leg grazed past his stomach. Li Taizhu's face brightened with joy. Lei Ling continued, "Bend your upper body forward." Master Lu threw a punch, only to hit empty air. Master Lu furrowed his brows. His opponent had foreseen his actions in advance. He delivered a knee strike. But Lei Ling had already shouted, "Step back 2 paces. Ram with your shoulder like a buffalo against a wall." Master Lu's knee thrust left him off balance. Just as he was about to lower his leg, he heard Lei Ling's command, "Ram with your shoulder like a buffalo against a wall." Bang! The impact struck his waist. His feet skidded backward several rapid steps. Impossible. Master Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his opponent to anticipate his next move. This weakling fool could not only dodge, but also counterattack. If he had any real physical strength, this could have been a fatal blow. Zhang Wu and the others furrowed their brows. How could this happen? It's just a coincidence. Exactly. Master Lu roared furiously. Enough with your cheap tricks. Let this old man show you that everything crumbles before absolute power. His feet planted firmly on the ground. His fists transformed into cannonballs as they came crashing forward. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes tightly, predicting his next move. Lean back. Roll to the ground in one motion. Sweep with your thigh. Master Lu, who had remained composed until now, was now in complete disarray. Not only was he unable to land a hit on Li Taiju, but he was also having his offensive maneuvers disrupted by his opponent. Master Lu's composure shattered. How could this old man lose to a little bastard like you? His punches and kicks grew even more ferocious. Yet Lightning Tongue was faster still. 3 steps to the left. Jump. Left hook. Bam. Master Lu's left, I was struck at that moment. His eyes snapped shut as he stumbled back 2 steps. Bastards, this old man will tear you to pieces. Master Lu's composure shattered. He was the renowned Master Lu, yet here he was being toyed with by 2 nobodies. This was nothing less than trampling on his dignity and insulting his character. If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face in Jianyang City again? No matter how furious he became, Lei Ling continued barking rapid-fire instructions. Step back 5 paces, bend at the waist, throw a straight right uppercut. Bang. Master Lu's right, I was struck again. Now, both his eyes were swelling with dark bruises, turning into panda eyes. Master Lu went berserk. The more frenzied he became, the more accurate Lei Ling's predictions were, and Li Tizu's attacks grew increasingly effective. 3 steps left, monkey plucks the peach. 1 step right, dragon stretches its claw. 2 steps back, headbutt the idiot. At this moment, where was the awe-inspiring majesty Master Lu had displayed when he first entered? Disheveled hair, swollen red eyes, nose bleeding, lips puffed up, 3 teeth missing, hunched over while clutching his crotch. The mightier he was before, the more pathetic he appeared now, especially Zhang Wu and Li Chuang, who gaped in disbelief and choked out. Grandmaster Lu, what happened to you? Grandmaster Lu, did you go easy on him? To think the opponent could just bark orders and have Li Taiju beat him without any chance to fight back. This made them all suspect it was staged. But this was Grandmaster Lu we're talking about. The rose in her eyes shimmered with admiration. She had indeed backed the right horse. Not only was Lei Ling's mouth talented in bed, but his words were also impressively potent. Lei Ling continued, Iron Pillar, keep going. Li Taiju was now brimming with fighting spirit. I never thought I'd be able to easily beat up someone as formidable as Master Lu. This feeling is too thrilling, too exhilarating. Master Lu saw Li Taiju charging towards him. His legs instantly went weak as he knelt on the ground. I surrender. Spare me. I know now. You're the true master here. Lei Ling immediately shouted. Stop it. Whoosh. The force of Li Tieju's punch sent a gust of wind blowing past Master Lu's face. The fist stopped just 1 centimeter from his face. Fear flashed through Master Lu's swollen eyes, now reduced to mere slits. Someone who could command such brute strength had rendered him, a martial arts master, utterly defenseless. This opponent was undoubtedly unfathomable. Perhaps only those legendary figures could match him. Lei Ling stepped before Master Lu. Convinced now? Master Lu nodded. Absolutely convinced. Immediately, Lei Ling's gaze shifted as he narrowed his eyes at Zhang Wu, Li Chuang, and the other 3, saying, even the Master Lu you invited has conceded defeat. What are your thoughts? Chapter 31. Broaden your horizons. The 3 men took one look at Master Lu's current pitiful state, and then at Lei Ling's triumphant demeanor. They realized that if they continued to stir up trouble, their fate would be even worse than Master Lu's. Their knees went weak, and they knelt down as well. Big brother, from now on, you're our leader. Yes, yes. From now on, Sister Rose will take control of the Red Star Chamber of Commerce. We'll hand over all the account books and personnel authority. Lei Ling raised his eyebrows with a smile and asked, seriously? Of course. Lei Ling nodded and said, bring the company's seal, along with all the account books and financial records, to Sister Mei Gui. The three quickly turned and ran out of the office to fetch the items. Before long, thick stacks of documents and the company's financial cards were laid before Mei Gui. Only then did Lei Ling chuckle and say, from now on, follow Sister Mei Gui properly. She won't shortchange you. Listen to Big Brother. The three nodded in unison. Suddenly, Master Lu grabbed Thunderbolt's thigh. Thunderbolt instinctually punched him square in the face. You bastard ambushed me. Master Lu slammed against the wall, his face a bloody mess. Cough, cough. He hacked up 2 mouthfuls of bright red blood. Master, I wanted to become your disciple. I never meant to ambush you. Thunderbolt broke into embarrassed sweat. Why didn't you say so earlier? What with the grabbing? This old man didn't expect you to react so violently. Cough, cough. He expelled several more mouthfuls of blood. Zhang Wu and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Holy shit. Master Lu was utterly convinced. He actually wanted to apprentice himself to the other man now. But he looked so young. How could Master Lu have so little pride? Little did they know, once you reached Master Lu's level, all you wanted was to step into the realm of legends. Yet without guidance, you could never enter that realm. After all, the great families would never divulge their secret techniques. Lei Ling let them out, and the moment the door closed, Rose rushed into his arms, pressing her lips against his in a fervent kiss. Then Rose's expression turned grave. Those three are ungrateful wolves that can never be tamed. Lily's father treated them well back then, yet they repaid him with betrayal. Narrowing his eyes, Lei Ling turned to watch the torrential rain outside the window. In that case, let's send them to their graves. Rose whispered, just make sure you're not implicated. Don't worry, he reassured her. It'll be done without leaving a trace. Master, please have some tea. Master Lu knelt before Lei Ling, holding out a cup of tea. The old geezer kept kneeling. Wherever Lei Ling walked, he knelt right along. Seems Master Lu was desperate to glimpse the mysterious world, hoping Lei Ling would initiate him. Lei Ling glanced at Master Lu. What's your name? Lu Changfeng. With a snort, Lei Ling remarked, that's a pretentious-ass name. Li Taizhu, standing nearby, said in a muffled voice. He himself also loves to pretend to be cool. Lei Ling nodded and said, indeed, he had full swagger when he first appeared, but ended up like this sorry mess. Master Lu said sheepishly, Master, being pretentious is addictive. Even in old age you can't quit. I advise you never to pick up this bad habit. Makes sense. Lei Ling took a sip of tea and said, I can accept you, but only on probation. Master Lu's face lit up with joy as he immediately kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you, Master. He knew that in the legendary mysterious world, strength was the only hierarchy. There was no distinction between seniority or juniority. As long as you were powerful enough, even an 80 or 90-year-old elder would have to address someone as Great Master. Lei Ling then turned to Li Taizhu and said, you stay here and learn the essence of martial arts from Xiaofeng first. Li Taizhu nodded yes. Now Li Taizhu also held Lei Ling in high regard. Xiaofeng, when you've trained Taizhu to surpass you, I'll welcome you into the sect. Master Lu immediately nodded. Understood, Master. Master, Li Chuang and the others have left Red Star Chamber of Commerce by car. The bruised Master Lu approached Lei Ling respectfully and reported. Lei Ling gazed out the window as lightning slithered like radiant serpents, tearing through the night sky's canopy, accompanied by thunderous roars. A smile curled at the corner of his lips. Xiaofeng, come with your master to see the world. Lu Qingfeng's eyes flashed with astonishment. Master, killing them should be quite simple for you, right? Lei Ling chuckled. Let me show you how people from the mysterious world kill. A fanatical light danced in Lu Qingfeng's eyes. This disciple yearns to broaden his horizons. The two figures departed Red Star Trading House in sequence. Through the night, their silhouettes sped across the darkness. Lu Qingfeng trailed behind Lei Ling, his heart pounding with terror. The speed was overwhelming. All he could perceive was Lei Ling's blurred silhouette ahead. Moreover, Lei Ling would occasionally leap onto towering trees and spin like a golden rooster standing on one leg, then skim across puddles with toe-tip glides, like a mischievous child surfing through the blackened night. How could Lu Qingfeng know? Lei Ling was refining his shadow flow steps, with the darkness itself reinforcing his meridians. He reveled in the darkness, indulging in the madness of his soul, every cell singing greedily like a hall dancer, enchanted by exquisite music, like the god of death beholding the wails of lost souls, like a bloodthirsty fiend tasting thick crimson. His lips twisted into expressions that were at times eerie, at times entranced, at times utterly deranged. By the time Lu Qingfeng caught up with Lei Ling, he found him standing atop a lamppost. Against the night sky, he spread his arms wide like a wraith of the dark. From Lei Ling's pocket, the blues melody played softly on his phone. The sorrowful tune resembled a lovesick specter calling to an infernal lover, yearning yet forever unfulfilled. He was lonely, sorrowful, agonized and struggling, his hands dancing to the rhythm as he embraced the void, transforming all his anguish into a blade that tore through his heart. Master Lu watched this scene, his whole body breaking out in goosebumps. What kind of Tao is this, Master? It feels like a ghost is dancing. Lei Ling discovered that playing music heightened his perception of the dark elements to the rhythm, allowing his shadow flow steps to improve even faster. No wonder the man in black robes in the Ghost Spirit Tower was cloaked entirely in darkness. The night itself was born for him. This first level alone is already so eerie. He feels he'll grow increasingly deranged as it progresses, because madness and darkness resonate more profoundly at the same frequency. At that moment, a black van approached in the distance, its headlights tearing through the night. Lei Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile as he stepped onto the power lines. ZZZZT. In an instant, electricity surged through his body. Holy shit! Master Lu was left utterly dumbfounded on the spot. Even the strongest individuals fear electric currents, because it destroys every cellular factor. Yet his own master, completely enveloped in electricity, appeared to relish it as he waved his arms about in enjoyment. The people in the business van saw this scene unfold and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Holy shit, who's that? Standing on power lines, Li Chuang and the other two leaned forward, peering through the windshield at the mysterious figure wrapped in electricity overhead. Chapter 32, An Awkward Scene. The mysterious figure enveloped in electric currents made the three members of Red Star Commerce tremble with fear. Torrential rain hammered against the windshield as the wipers squeaked rhythmically. Is that a man or a ghost? The three choked out through clenched throats. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning tore through the night, and the mysterious figure standing on the power lines abruptly lowered his head to stare at the trio. A sinister smile curled on his lips, chilling and dreadful. The three men's hearts tightened as they simultaneously cried out, "Oh no, it's Lei Ling! Run!" But at that very moment, Lei Ling stomped on the power line, making the current screech with an ear-piercing sizzle. He leapt down in a flash, gripping the swaying cable as his arm yanked it downward. Snap! The wire broke. Holding the live end, it fell in front of the car. Lei Ling placed one hand on the hood, his powerful current instantly causing sparks and crackling sounds from the car's electronics as smoke and flames began to spread. Though the car seats were made of insulated leather, in their panic, they opened the doors. The moment their hands touched the metal frame, the current immediately rendered one unconscious, and they were all pressed close together. Within seconds, the occupants inside were seized by violent convulsions, foaming at the mouths. Lei Ling placed the cable on the hood and walked over to the group with a smile, saying, "You backstabbed your former boss. How could I dare keep you around? To prevent history from repeating itself tragically, I can only send the three of you straight to hell. Don't glare at me like that. You'll go together. Company on the road to the underworld isn't so lonely. Their bodies twitched sporadically, pupils losing focus. Lei Ling turned and walked away into the rainy night. When Lei Ling stood before Master Lu, his voice choked slightly as he said, I never expected Master wouldn't fear electricity at all. Today truly opened my eyes. It's my honor to follow you. Lei Ling patted his shoulder and said, Go back and guide Iron Pillar properly. When his strength surpasses yours, I might consider teaching you something. Yes, yes, of course. Lu Qingfeng immediately nodded in agreement. Nearby the scene, Yao Lily and a group of police officers were setting up caution tape. The power company had cut electricity to the surrounding area. Holding an umbrella, Yao Lily approached the car. When she saw Li Chuang and the others in the car with their eyes wide open, dead yet unclosed in resentment, the pent-up bitterness in her heart surged forth. Silently, she recited in her heart, Dad, these three bastards who killed you are finally dead. Do you know this down in the underworld? Standing beside her was Ma Yuan Chao, the director of the police bureau, who patted Yao Lily's shoulder and said, These three men were connected to your father, so it's best for you to avoid getting involved. How strange. The power lines here were perfectly intact. How could they have fallen and struck them dead? Lately, something strange has been happening in Jianyang City. The power company reported that within less than half an hour, millions of kilowatt-hours of electricity vanished into thin air. Yao Lily nodded and said, Director Ma, I'll take my leave now. He acknowledged. Yao Lily left the scene to find her stepmother, Li Meili. Li Meili was actually only 10 years older than her, currently 34. The two grew up like sisters, and she harbored very special feelings toward Li Meili. Yao Lily arrived at Red Star Chamber of Commerce in her uniform. The staff, all aware of her identity, greeted her with respectful smiles. When Yao Lily reached outside the chairman's office, she noticed Li Taizhu muttering to himself. Taizhu, she asked, where's my mom? Li Taizhu glanced inside, a fleeting panic flashing across his face, yet he dared not enter. Yao Lily narrowed her beautiful eyes. What's she doing in there? Li Taizhu hunched his shoulders slightly. The chairman made me swear to keep her secret under wraps, especially from you. I absolutely mustn't let it slip. Yao Lily blinked her lashes. What shouldn't I let slip? The chairman said, when he's in the office with Lei Ling, no one is to disturb them. Yao Lily gently pushed open the door and was met with a sight that left her dumbfounded. There on the sofa, Mei Guwei sat nestled in Lei Ling's embrace, their lips locked in a passionate kiss. Yao Lily's face instantly turned beet red as she spun around. You guys are so disgusting. Oh my God. The two of them were completely oblivious to their surroundings. This was Red Star Trading Company, with employees constantly coming and going. Rose was startled and hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Ahem. Lei Ling coughed awkwardly. Sister Mei Guwei, wasn't your waist hurting? Did the massage make you feel better? Mei Guwei also blushed as she replied, Much better. Lily, what brings you here? Yao Lily turned to look at the two with gritted teeth. Was Lei Ling giving you a waist massage? Rose nodded vigorously. That's right. Yao Lily's gaze fell upon the bra dangling over the sofa back. Rose's heart clenched. Oh no, how could she have forgotten this? She hastily threw it into the trash bin. There was a younger sister who came over earlier to discuss something and left her mask here. Really, she didn't even take it with her when she left. Lei Ling struggled to suppress his laughter. Rose hurriedly poured a glass of water and handed it to Yao Lily with a smile. Lily, you should have told me you were coming. Really now, I would have gone downstairs to pick you up. Yao Lily took a sip of water. Did you know Qi Chuan and Zhang Wu? All three of them are dead. What? Dead? They were just at Red Star Chamber of Commerce discussing business earlier. Rose wore a stunned expression. Yao Lily glanced at her, then fixed her gaze on Lei Ling, who was puffing on a cigarette. Had nothing to do with this freak? Lei Ling immediately pulled a long face. Hey, how exactly am I a pervert? Can't you watch your mouth? There's not a single person in this world more twisted than you. Absolutely no manners whatsoever. She patted her chest and asked, Their deaths really have nothing to do with you, Zhang Wu and the others? Lei Ling replied, Of course it concerns me. To win your favor, I secretly went and killed them myself. I picked up a pistol, hit it, and fired a sneaky shot. Shouldn't you thank me? Or even offer yourself as repayment? Get lost. Yao Lily shot Lei Ling a disdainful look. Apparently, it really wasn't him. If this guy really is as awesome as they say, could the deaths of those three really be just a coincidence? At that moment, Lei Ling's phone was still ringing. He had put on silent earlier. After all, immersed in the lap of luxury, who cares about phone calls? Nothing was allowed to disturb a brother's enlightenment. Lei Ling stood up and said, You two ladies chat then. I've got some business to attend to outside. Fine then, Ling Lei said, puffing on his cigarette as he swaggered away without a care for kinship or propriety. His phone rang, and picking it up, he heard the urgent voice of Director Lin from the traditional Chinese medicine hospital pressing him. Hey there, young man. Why haven't you come yet? I'm waiting here with my 2 granddaughters for you. Chapter 33. Feels absolutely fantastic. Lei Ling quickly replied, Dean, I'm on my way now. It's pouring heavily tonight, and the road is flooded. I crashed my motorcycle right in the middle of the street. Nearly got knocked senseless. Hurry up. I'll tell the kitchen to bring out the dishes. Okay. Food comes first. Grand restaurant. By the window sat the twin sister Lin Zihan, stretching lazily. Her thick, jet-black straight hair cascaded down to her peach-shaped buttocks, accentuating her voluptuous curves. The exposed sliver of her waist was pale and slender enough to clasp with one hand. Lin Zihan pouted her lips. Grandpa, is that guy really coming or not? We've been waiting for him for an hour. Seated while playing with her phone, Lin Ziki had brown curly hair cascading down. Compared to her younger sister Lin Zihan, her face carried a more mature, elegant charm. She curled her lips. Lin Zihan, if you can't wait, you can leave by yourself. I'll stay here and wait for him. Lin Zihan plopped down beside Lin Ziki and glared at her sister. Why should you be the one staying here? Listen up, Lin Ziki. A man this outstanding would definitely only like someone pure and innocent like me. That saying goes, innocence slays everything. Lin Ziki rolled her eyes at Lin Zihan. You've been jobless for years after graduation. Think anyone with half a brain would fancy you? Younger sister Lin Zihan gnashed her teeth in anger. So what if you started some measly cosmetics company? Big deal? Just watch. I'll get Grandpa to mobilize resources and open one too. Give a rest. With your IQ, you'd even count the money after being scammed. The two sisters glared at each other with mutual disdain. Meanwhile, Dean Lin, sitting in the distance toying with a piece of jade, took a sip of tea and said, Stop bickering. Whichever sister Xiao Lei chooses, it'll be our Lin family's blessing. His medical skills are anything but ordinary. Mark my words, this is our Lin family's chance to rise to greater heights. We must seize this opportunity. The two sisters nodded in agreement. Dean Lin had already sought their opinions in advance. They say this young man is both handsome and capable, a rare find in Jiangyang City. When both sisters expressed willingness to get to know each other, he immediately arranged a meet-up. Lei Ling stepped up to the door, adjusted his collar to make himself look more presentable. After all, it's my first time meeting Dean Lin's twin granddaughters, so I should pay a little more attention. Lei Ling pushed the door open and entered with a smile. Dean Lin, my apologies for keeping you waiting. Dean Lin quickly stood up and approached Lei Ling, grasping his hand as he said, No worries, no worries. Come, let me introduce you. As he spoke, he glanced toward the two sisters by the window. Lei Ling froze for a moment when he saw Lin Zihan and uttered, Lin Zihan. Lin Zihan's eyes widened too. Lei Ling. She hurriedly said, Grandpa, are you mistaken? I know exactly what Lei Ling is capable of, or rather, what he isn't. Did he trick you somehow? Dean Lin's expression darkened. I may be old, but I'm not senile yet. I've witnessed Xiao Lei's skills with my own eyes. Do you think I'm blind? Zihan, it seems you and Xiao Lei weren't meant to be. You should leave. Lin Zihan had known Lei Ling for quite some time, but the two never got together. It's true this granddaughter's emotional intelligence isn't as high as Lin Ziqi's. Perhaps only Lin Ziqi could bring opportunities to the Lin family. Lin Zihan immediately became displeased. Why should I leave? Absolutely not. Lei Ling hadn't expected that Lin Zihan was President Lin's granddaughter. Jianyang City was truly small. What were the odds of running into her like this? Director Lin, let's eat first, Lei Ling said with a smile. I'm hungry too. Fine, let's eat first. So he sat down at the table and began to eat. But Lei Ling ate like a wild beast, ravenous and unrefined. He didn't know why, but his appetite had grown frighteningly large. Dean Lin chuckled awkwardly. A good appetite is a blessing indeed. Young people should eat more to grow strong and healthy. Lei Ling gnawed on a chicken leg and said, I think so too. Lin Ziqi was the first to raise a glass of wine. She approached Lei Ling with a coy smile and said, Mr. Lei, let me toast you. I'm the elder sister, Lin Ziqi. Don't get it wrong. Lei Ling hastily stood up. A beauty like you, Miss Ziqi, is unforgettable at first glance. They clinked glasses and drank. Lin Ziqi pursed her lips. Mr. Lei, are you free tonight? Could you take a walk with me? I love strolling in the rain. Lei Ling smiled and said, What a coincidence. I also enjoy strolling in the rain. Lin Zihan watched his sister chatting cheerfully with Lei Ling, feeling increasingly irritated inside. Lei Ling and Chu Mingyao had been dating for several years during their university days, and that guy was quite a playboy. He and Chu Mingyao were caught doing it in broad daylight by the lakeside on campus, and someone even took photos. He disappeared 3 years after graduation, last seen dressed like a migrant worker. How could grandfather possibly call him a talent? But when she saw the smug expression on her sister Lin Ziqi's face, she felt like she had lost. No way. Since we were kids, I've had to compete with her over everything. I can't lose to her. She picked up a wine glass and approached. Lei Ling, have a drink. Lei Ling smiled. I still find your sister easier to talk to. I won't drink with you. Lin Ziqi's chest puffed out even higher. Lin Zihan ground her teeth. Drink or not? Not drinking. Lin Zihan slammed the wine glass onto the table. You'll regret refusing. With that, he stormed out the door. Dean Lin smiled at the sight. You two young folks chat. Grandpa will go settle the bill. Dean Lin is too generous, said Lei Ling. Soon after, he and Lin Zik walked out of the Sherway Tian restaurant under a shared umbrella. A faint feminine fragrance wafted from Lin Zik. Mr. Lei, my grandfather mentioned your exceptional medical skills, but I never would have guessed, she remarked. Lei Ling chuckled modestly. Just some rudimentary skills, hardly worth mentioning. But during dinner, your grandfather mentioned you run a cosmetics company. How's business? Not bad. Currently making a profit of $3 million a year. That's pretty good. Any interest in letting me invest? Ah, Lin Ziqi exclaimed in surprise. Investing shares? Exactly. Dry shares, contributing technology, replied Lei Ling. He possessed the demonic ancestor's medical canon, ensuring he could definitely launch a blockbuster product in the beauty industry. Lin Zik's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed expectantly at Lei Ling. Mr. Lei, are you planning to start a relationship with me? Let's give it a try and see how it goes, Lei Ling said with a smile. Sure, depends on what skills you bring to the table, she replied with a faint smile. At that moment, a red Audi A4 pulled up beside them. Lin Zihan rolled down the window. You two seem to be having quite the conversation, Lin Ziqi said coolly. And what's it to you? Lin Zihan stepped out of the car and grabbed Lei Ling's hand, pulling him toward the vehicle. What are you doing? Lei Ling was utterly speechless. Lin Ziqing was dragging him out of the car again. Lin Zihan, are you crazy? Lin Zihan replied coldly. I've known Lei Ling for a long time. Why should you cut in? Lei Ling is mine. Lei Ling, you look so innocent. But why are your words so aggressive? Lei Ling is mine. Her sister also blushed and declared, Mine. Lei Ling felt like his body was being torn in two. So this was what it felt like to be fought over by beauties. Seems pretty damn awesome. Chapter 34. How about you both come along? As the two women pulled him left and right, Lei Ling felt utterly delighted inside, though he pretended on the surface. So which one of you should I go with? Me. Lei Ling quickly broke free from their grasp. Why don't you two discuss it first? I'll be going ahead then. Wait, Mr. Lei, don't leave. Ling Chi called out as Lei Ling started running into the distance, with Lin Zihan quickly adding, Lei Ling, stop right there. How could I possibly split myself in half for you two? Unless you sisters quit arguing and share me instead. Impossible, they exclaimed in unison. See? Then there's nothing I can do. Lei Ling slipped into the park and vanished without a trace. Seems like a viable approach, Lei Ling thought, his mind devising a sinister scheme. The sound of two sisters quarreling came from outside the park. Lei Ling darted between the trees, executing the shadow meteor steps. Now spinning, now leaping, now dashing forward. The dark night essence continuously strengthened his meridians. VIP hospital room. Lei Ling had just reached the doorway when he heard arguing inside. Zhang Dachui, our parents' house got demolished for 1.2 million compensation. By rights, I'm owed 600,000 of that. If you won't give me my share, none of us will have any peace. No matter who you bring to reason, half of it is rightfully mine. Give me the money and I'll leave. Otherwise, don't think you'll have any peace. Lei Ling frowned. Big Mouth Zhang and his siblings were 3 in total. The burly 60-year-old man in the room was Zhang Dawei, the eldest of the Zhang family, but he had gone off to be a live-in son-in-law. Later, when it came to handling their grandparents' funeral arrangements, he didn't lift a finger. Now that the old family home left by the elders was about to net a sizable demolition payout, he came scurrying back to claim kinship. Lei Ling scoffed inwardly. This family truly had dollar signs in their eyes. Li Mei, Lei Ling's mother, gritted her teeth and said, Elder brother, you're being unreasonable now. When our parents were bedridden and needed care, you claimed you were equivalent to a married-off daughter, and it wasn't your responsibility. Now that there's demolition compensation, you think you deserve a share? On what grounds? You threw a few firecrackers for the funeral arrangements of those 2 old folks, yet still have the nerve to call yourself their son? If I were you, I'd bash my head into a pile of cow dung and be done with it. The burly Zhang Dawei glared with bulging eyes and said fiercely, This is our Zhang family's business. What the hell does it have to do with an outsider like you? Don't push me, or I'll slap you dead. Zhang Dachui tugged at Li Mei's hand and whispered, Li Mei, big brother isn't wrong. We're all sons here. Li Mei raised her voice. Zhang Dachui, spending a lifetime suffering your cowardice is bad enough. Are you still going to silently endure when they're treating you like dirt? Have you forgotten how we went door to door borrowing money when the elderly were sick? How we took loans from the bank? How you nearly got crushed to death in the coal mine? When has Zhang Dawei ever considered family ties? Did he ever buy the elderly even a single piece of candy? A single pound of meat? Did he ever lift a finger to help us? As soon as we seek him out, he says it's not his problem since he married into another family. Even your parents say they raised a heartless ingrate. You think about brotherhood, but he's just playing you for a fool. If you dare to share half the demolition compensation with your eldest brother, we're getting a divorce. Li Mei's tears streamed down her face as she spoke. Zhang Hu rushed forward, grabbing Zhang Dawei by the collar and roaring, Pay up or not? Do you want my head too? Zhang Dawei sneered coldly. Zhang Hu, don't try to play tough. I came here today in a negotiating mood. If you dare lay a hand on me, my 5 sons will be here immediately. Believe me, they could beat you to death. In their generation's way of thinking, having many sons meant having a strong support system. Take Zhang Dawei, for example. No matter who he argued with, his refrain was always the same. I've got 5 sons to back me up. The key point was Zhang Dawei's 5 sons, all working at the construction site, each burly and strong as wild bulls. None of the neighbors dared not fear him. Lei Ling stepped inside and said to Zhang Hu, Xiao Hu, let go of uncle. Zhang Hu said unwillingly, Brother, he bullied our parents. Lei Ling smiled and replied, I know. Zhang Hu could only let go of Zhang Dawei. Zhang Dawei adjusted his collar and grinned at Lei Ling. Lei Ling, you're different, being educated and all. Lei Ling smiled faintly and replied, Uncle wants 600,000. Is that it? I'll definitely take 600,000 out of the 1.2 million demolition compensation. Even though I'm a live-in son-in-law, I'm still their son-in-law, and by custom, sons are entitled to their parents' estate. Lei Ling nodded and said, no problem. So that's 100,000 each for you and your 5 sons, right? That's the idea. When the time comes, I'll definitely give each of them 100,000. Lei Ling continued with a chuckle. 100,000 per leg sound about right. Are you sure about that, Uncle? Only then did Zhang Dawei realize Lei Ling was messing with him. Zhang Dawei pointed at Lei Ling's nose bridge. Lei Ling, don't you believe I'll call my 5 sons? Lei Ling grabbed Zhang Dawei's finger and snapped it on the spot. Crack. Zhang Dawei fell to his knees in pain. Lei Ling, my 5 sons are coming to beat you to death. Lei Ling looked down at him and narrowed his eyes. I've truly never seen someone as shameless as you. Back when Grandma and Grandpa were sick, even though my family was dirt poor, we still paid for their treatment. I even borrowed money from classmates. What have you done as a son? Even worse than the neighbors. You'd better not let your 5 sons come over, or I'll really take a leg from each of them. Zhang Dawei choked back sobs. My eldest son is a contractor now. He'll deal with you. Lei Ling slapped him across the face. So your son's a contractor? Big deal. Tell him to come and kill me then. Zhang Dawei cursed bitterly as he clutched his hand and stormed out. He was undoubtedly off to rally his 5 sons. Li Mei slapped Zhang Dawei with a palm strike. Useless. Only my son is dependable. Zhang Dawei's face darkened. Zhang Dawei must have called his 5 sons. His eldest is a contractor now, said to earn over $1 million a year. We're no match for them. Just for 600,000 yuan, we might ruin 2 children's lives. What do you know? Li Mei scoffed coldly. This is a society ruled by law. I refuse to believe Zhang Dawei's sons can swallow me whole. Lei Ling chuckled. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Not a single cent of our demolition compensation will they take from us. Little Tiger, take good care, Mom and Dad. I'm going downstairs. Zhang Dawei must have called his son over. Brother, I'm coming with you. Lei Ling patted his shoulder. It's fine. I've got some connections now, too. Li Mei immediately nodded. Exactly. Even the director of the Chinese medicine hospital thinks highly of Lei Ling. Why should we be afraid of them? Mom's right. A man lives for his dignity, just like a tree lives for its bark. Why should we let Zhang Dawei bully us? Then Lei Ling went downstairs. He saw Zhang Dawei making a phone call at the entrance of the hospital. Lei Ling sat on a round stone pillar, puffing on a cigarette, and said with a grin, Uncle, are your 5 sons on their way yet? Zhang Dawei gnashed his teeth in fury. They're coming. You'll be checking into this hospital today, for sure. Lei Ling nodded with a smile. I've already informed the hospital to prepare 5 beds. If you don't mind, Uncle, I can ask them to add 1 more for you. Just you wait. Zhang Dawei had heard about Lei Ling before, that he'd been trouble ever since he was adopted. It seemed the rumors were true. Zhang Dawei and his wife, who seemed so honest and simple, had actually adopted such a ruthless character. But with 5 sons, he had nothing to fear in any confrontation. Chapter 35, Tremble. A black BMW X5 sped over and came to a stop beside Zhang Dawei. The leader was a bald, burly man with a huge belly, his face jiggling with each step. Then 4 more stocky, muscular men got out after him. Zhang Meng, leading the group, looked at Zhang Dawei and asked, Dad, where's that brat Lei Ling? Zhang Dawei pointed at Lei Ling on the distant round stone platform. He's over there. The 5 brothers marched toward Lei Ling with menacing momentum, immediately surrounding him. Zhang Meng, the eldest, grabbed Thunderbolt by the collar and snarled, You motherfucker! How dare you break my old man's fingers? You're fucking dead. With that, he swung a slap toward Lei Ling's face. But Lei Ling instantly caught his palm, pressed down on a pressure point, and exerted force. The leader, Zhang Meng, fell to his knees before Lei Ling. Lei Ling whipped out a dagger and pressed it against his neck, sneering coldly, Go on, hit me. Lay 1 finger on me. And your big boss here meets Yama. Come on, why the hesitation? You fucking let the boss go. You dare harm a single hair on his head, and we'll butcher your whole family. Only then did Lei Ling turn his gaze to Zhang Ming, whose face was flushed crimson, letting out a derisive snort. What's this? Flexing with a second-hand BMW X5? Who are you trying to impress? Looking at that car's condition, it must be 4 or 5 years old now. Would a second-hand car really be worth 200,000 yuan? You think driving a BMW X5 makes you a successful man? All 5 of you brothers are nothing but reckless thugs. Can't even recognize the character one as big as a carrying pole, can you? Trying to act tough with me? I'm not mocking you bastards. I could out-talk all 5 of you illiterates with half my mouth covered. One of the brothers roared. We know the number 1. Lei Ling glanced back. It seemed to be the 3rd brother. Impressive, actually recognizing one. That deserves praise. Lei Ling then turned to another man. Earlier, 4th brother, you said if I harmed a single hair on your eldest brother, you'd slaughter my entire family, right? As he spoke, Lei Ling grabbed the boss's hair and yanked. Ah! Zhang Ming screamed in pain. Holding a handful of torn-out hair, Lei Ling blew on it. At least 40 or 50 strands. Go ahead, massacre my whole family. Let's attack together. Old 5 gritted his teeth. He wouldn't dare touch the boss. He's just bluffing us. Right. He definitely wouldn't dare. But Lei Ling plunged his dagger into the boss's shoulder blade, slowly twisting and digging deeper. Ah! The eldest brother screamed heartbreakingly. His brothers immediately took a step back. Lei Ling, don't you dare act recklessly. They never expected Lei Ling would actually strike. Lei Ling sneered inwardly. The eldest brother was somewhat intelligent among the brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a contractor. But having taken down the strongest one, the remaining brothers cowered. Lei Ling looked at Zhang Dawei. Uncle, it seems your 5 sons are all worthless. Zhang Dawei's arrogance had vanished. Let my son go, or I'll call the police. Lei Ling nodded. Go ahead. Call the police. Wonderful idea. Let the whole Zhengyang city hear how heartless you are, Zhang Dawei, how you've never cared for your own parents. Yet now you're trying to take a share of the property they left for your younger brother. I think we shouldn't just call the police. We should get the reporters too. Want me to make the call for you? You 6 grown men, aren't you ashamed of yourselves? If you've got no shame, I sure do. With that, Lei Ling tapped his own cheek. How could the Zhang family have spawned such vile, heartless, beastly, shameless scum like you? Wolves in sheep's clothing. Monsters wearing human faces? Lei Ling smirked self-deprecatingly. Apologies. Being a literate man, my words naturally flow with eloquence. I forget I'm speaking to illiterate brutes like yourselves. The group stood there flushing red under Lei Ling's verbal lashing. Nearby, onlookers pointed and whispered among themselves. Zhang Dawei and his companions were instantly at a loss for words. Lei Ling chuckled. My apologies, I forgot to cover half my mouth just now. Next time anyone wants to reason with me, I'll speak with half my mouth covered. The nearby onlookers were all murmuring among themselves. That young man sure knows how to talk, sharp-tongued and eloquent. If this were ancient times, he'd absolutely qualify to be a legal advisor. Right, and most importantly, he's logical and methodical. Those hotheads clearly can't argue against him. Educated people indeed have special tricks when it comes to quarreling. Seeing that the men had fallen silent, Lei Ling lost interest. He released Zhang Ming. We're practically family. If you want the demolition compensation, settle it behind closed doors. If you can take it from me, it's yours. Whether you come with words or fists. If you want to bring outsiders into this, I'll play along, just to show you how utterly pathetic you are. Oops, slipped in another English word there. Lo means, you're all trash. Lightning Ling pointed at them scornfully, his contempt dripping from every word. Zhang Ming immediately shouted, attack. If we can't out-argue him, we'll out-fight him. The 4 brothers charged simultaneously. But Lightning Ling simply raised his leg, kicking each one away with a single strike. All 4 brothers went flying, clutching their stomachs with tears streaming from the pain. Seems you can't win by fighting either, Lightning Ling said, locking eyes with Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming stepped back, shocked. Holy shit, has this guy been training in martial arts? How's he so strong? Zhang Ming clutched his shoulder blade. I won't lose to you today. I'll definitely take you down. Lei Ling sat on a round stone platform, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. All right, go ahead and call for backup. In the crowd watching from behind, Li Mei and Zhang, who both thought Lei Ling was incredibly impressive. She smacked Zhang Hu's head lightly. Look how smooth your big brother talks. If you had just 1/5 of his silver tongue, you'd have tricked a wife home long ago. Zhang Hu muttered, Big bro's got the gift of gab. That's all that matters. He promised to set me up with a wife. Really? Li Mei asked curiously. Yeah, he mentioned it last night. Make sure your big brother sets you up with a wife when he's free. Otherwise, with our family situation, you'll end up a bachelor. Zhang Hu laughed. Big bro will definitely introduce you. At that moment, Zhang Ming was calling for someone. He felt like he was now a small-time contractor and had gotten to know many people in the underworld. Losing to that bastard Lei Ling would be too humiliating. He had to reclaim his pride. Several cars pulled over by the roadside, and Zhang Ming immediately rushed up, saying respectfully, Brother gang, do me a favor this time. Just dock 100,000 from my construction site wages. Brother gang patted him on the shoulder. No big deal. Speak up. Who needs handling? In Jianyang City, my face is all the weight you need. Zhang Ming pointed at Lei Ling. Brother gang, it's that punk. Zhang Ming then shouted loudly. Lei Ling, tremble in fear. My brother gang is here. Chapter 36. Why is she here? When Qin Gang looked at Lei Ling, his pupils contracted violently and his entire body shuddered. The memory of Lei Ling beating him twice, especially the torment he endured on the rooftop, flashed through his mind in an instant. The agony between life and death, like sharp needles piercing his heart, made his body tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Lei Ling simply watched him with a playful smirk, his expression dripping with amusement. Zhang Ming couldn't help but ask, Brother gang, why are you shaking like this? You seem freezing cold, could be heat stroke. Qin Gang sucked in a sharp breath to steady himself, then seized Zhang Ming's hair and slapped him repeatedly back and forth. Fuck your mother. What kind of shit are you to dare disrespect my big brother? You want me to hit my own big brother? Did shit crawl into your brain? If my big brother hit you, then you damn well deserved it. Zhang Ming's nose was streaming blood from the beating, but he didn't dare fight back. His mind was completely blank. Why had Ganga started beating him the moment he saw Lei Ling? This shouldn't be happening. How does Lei Ling know Ganga? And Ganga actually seems terrified of him. After beating him, Ganga scrambled to Lei Ling in a panic, immediately crouching down and pulling out a cigarette with trembling hands, lighting it for Lei Ling. Big bro, have a smoke. The thought of this guy sneaking into his room unnoticed and nearly killing him made every organ in his body tremble with fear. Lei Ling squinted through the smoke. Your face is your reputation, but what if I don't recognize this face of yours? Pah! Ganga spat, then slapped himself hard across the face. This face of mine is nothing but shit in front of you, big bro. So, big bro, don't take it personally. I really didn't know it was you. Otherwise, how would I dare come here? Gang's face wore a pleading expression. If this guy were to slap him a few times, stomp him to the ground, and beat the crap out of him, he'd lose all face. And what's worse, he wouldn't even dare fight back. All he could do was silently beg Lei Ling not to lay a hand on him, to leave him with some dignity. Lei Ling patted Chun Gang's shoulder. But you were acting pretty fierce just now, weren't you? Chun Gang was on the verge of tears. Brother, could you hit me somewhere without people around? There are too many people around. Getting hit is so embarrassing. Slap. Lei Ling raised his hand and struck without hesitation. You care about face? What about me? Do I not deserve dignity? Chun Gang's lips twitched. Big bro is right. My face ain't worth shit. Lei Ling finally said, That's right. You got to know who's the boss. You're absolutely correct. Lei Ling finally said, Go ask Zhang Ming if he still wants my family's demolition compensation. Chun Gang immediately replied, If he dares entertain that thought, I'll tear his leg off. Don't worry, boss. That bastard works as a subcontractor on my construction site. I'll cut him loose today. Lei Ling stood up and said, "Fine, handle it your way." Watching Lei Ling walk back into the hospital, Chun Gang exhaled in relief like a heavy weight lifted off his shoulders. Just one slap? At least he wasn't pinned to the ground and stomped on. That was the silver lining in this unfortunate situation. But the anger in Chun Gang's heart had already accumulated into a volcanic eruption. He stormed up to Zhang Meng with imposing momentum and roared, "Kneel down." Zhang Meng sobbed, "Brother Gang." But when he saw Gang's underlings starting to pull out weapons, he hastily collapsed to his knees with a thud. Chun Gang directly ripped off his shirt, revealing a body covered in tattoos. He flexed his arms and sneered, "I took one slap. You think you won't take 100, motherfucker? Kneel still. Dare to dodge, and I'll cripple you." Chun Gang swung his palm and began slapping left and right. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Zhang Daowei watched fearfully from the side. "Big brother, why? Why are you hitting my son?" Zhang Meng's mouth was bleeding. "Dad, stay out of this." Chun Gang wound up his arm and struck again. Before long, Zhang Meng's face was covered in blood, his skin split open and flesh torn. Chun Gang took the handkerchief handed to him by an underling, wiped the blood from his palm, and threw it onto Zhang Meng's face. "Tomorrow, take all your workers and get the hell off my construction site." "Damn you," he spat on Zhang Meng's head. "What kind of trash dares to mess with my boss? You should be fucking grateful he didn't bother with you. Otherwise, you'd be dead already." Chun Gang led his group into the cars and drove off. Zhang Daowei rushed over immediately. "Son, how could this happen?" Seeing Zhang Daowei's disfigured face, his heart ached unbearably. Zhang Meng's bloodshot eyes glared viciously at Zhang Daowei. "All because of you, you old bastard. Not only did I get beaten up, but I also lost my contractor job. Why did you have to provoke Lei Ling? I'm broke now, and I sure as hell won't be supporting you in your old age." Zhang Meng strode straight into the hospital. The other four brothers all shrunk their necks in fear. Damn, how did Lei Ling become so terrifying? "Lei Ling, Xiaohu said you promised to find him a wife?" Lei Ling sat beside the hospital bed, pressing acupuncture points on his father's thigh using the auxiliary massage technique of the 13 needles of Yama. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of Xiaohu's marriage," Lei Ling said with a smile. Li Mei nodded. Good, good. With you as his elder brother speaking up, I believe Xiaohu will definitely not remain a bachelor." Zhang grinned, flashing his white teeth. "Bro, I want a wife with a big butt." Lei Ling smacked the back of his head. "I know. Why do you have to say it out loud?" This made their parents somewhat embarrassed. Who would have guessed Little Who had a thing for big backsides? At that moment, Zhang Meng walked in with a face swollen crimson like pig liver, his shoulder bandaged, followed closely by the other four brothers. Zhang immediately blocked Lei Ling and the others, clenching his fists and glaring as he shouted, "Lay a finger on my family, and I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Meng fell to his knees with a thud, and the other four brothers promptly followed suit. "Uncle, Aunt, we were wrong. Please spare us. Where did you get that idea?" Zhang Dachui said. Zhang Meng turned his gaze to Lei Ling. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes and said, "Don't ruin my parents' mood. Get out." Zhang Meng said tearfully, "Ganga won't subcontract his construction site to me anymore. I took out a 2 million loan from the bank and poured it all in. I'll lose everything. Lei Ling, it's all my family's fault. Will you forgive us?" Lei Ling replied coolly, "No. Since we've never treated each other as family, we never will." Zhang Meng gritted his teeth. "If I'm doomed to ruin, I'll drag you all down with me." He drew out a dagger. Lei Ling stepped forward and sneered. "Seems like Chun Gang didn't do his job right." "Stab here." Lei Ling offered his neck. Zhang Meng's lips twitched. Too scared, Lei Ling withdrew his neck. Suddenly, a foot slammed into his stomach. Before Zhang Meng could hit the ground, Lei Ling grabbed him by the hair and dragged him outside, slamming the door shut behind them. He then walked into the stairwell of the fire escape. Zhang Meng's four brothers all knelt on the ground. "Lei Ling, we were wrong. Spare us." Crack! Lei Ling stomped hard, crushing the man's knee underfoot. His gaze turned icy as he sneered. "I just shattered your elder brother's leg. Come at me if you dare avenge him. Facing the ferocious look on Lei Ling's face, the group lowered their heads and trembled. Only then did Lei Ling speak calmly. Threatening me in front of my parents? You've picked the wrong target. Lei Ling stood in the stairwell smoking, watching the four brothers carry Zhang Meng away, and let out a cold laugh. For these penny-pinching relatives who kick a man when he's down, he wouldn't show the slightest mercy. Lei Ling walked out of the hospital and headed to a bar for a drink. During the years he was imprisoned by Duan Yinshan, he had drowned his sorrows in alcohol every night, developing a bad habit of smoking and drinking. The bar was bustling with people, all immersed in alcoholic numbness, letting their souls plunge into the abyss. They embraced strangers without inhibition, seeking only fleeting physical pleasure. Why is she here? Lei Ling spotted a familiar, stunning woman. Chapter 37, Rekindling Past Flames. The woman drinking alone at the bar was none other than Su Yunxi, who had been captured by Duan Yinshan. Except, a burly man was secretly guarding her. Lei Ling didn't expect to encounter her so soon, and now she couldn't recall any of those shared moments from their 3 years together. All those days spent groomed to be a perfect bride. She'd even mastered cooking exquisite meals. Seeing her drowning her sorrows, Lei Ling took a seat in the booth beside her and grinned at the bartender. "A strong drink, please." As the bartender started mixing, Lei Ling turned to Su Yunxi. Eyes locked onto him. Su Yunxi snapped, "Why are you staring at me? You country bumpkin." Lei Ling hadn't even changed out of the stolen worker's clothes he'd been wearing earlier. No wonder young mistress Su immediately lashed out the moment she opened her mouth. She was a pampered rich girl who had lived in an ivory tower since childhood, oblivious to the feelings of others. However, Lei Ling knew her too well. He'd frequently seen even that mole on her bottom. Lei Ling lit a cigarette and took a drag before meeting her beautiful gaze. Your yin and yang are out of balance, aren't they? You're clearly love-starved, lacking a man's warmth. Even a dog wouldn't glance at a self-important woman like you. With Su Yunxi, you had to stroke her against the grain. The harder you pushed, the more she'd dig in her heels. Su Yunxi immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Don't make me call my bodyguards to beat you up." Puff. Lei Ling curled his lip, looking her up and down. "You? With bodyguards? Must be hired actors. Quite the investment just to fish for a rich catch here. Your tits are huge, obvious implants. Fake nose, lip fillers too. TSK, not a single real part on your whole body. Are you one of those so-called socialites from the internet?" Lei Ling's few words made Su Yunxi see red. She stood up and walked over, grabbing his arm fiercely, saying, "Every inch of you is fake. Apologize to me, or else I'll beat you to death." The bartender handed over the drinks, and Lei Ling took a sip, cool and refreshing. People tend to react aggressively when their weak spots are hit. Don't judge by my plain clothes, but I understand you women all too well. At this moment, the burly bodyguard approached with a frown and asked, "Miss, what's the matter?" Su Yunxi lifted her swan-like neck and declared, "This country bumpkin has insulted me," with his words. "Drag him outside and give him a beating." The burly bodyguard grabbed Lei Ling's arm roughly. "Come with me, or I'll knock you dead with one punch." Lei Ling put on a frightened expression. "Bro, please don't." "Out," the bodyguard barked, yanking Lei Ling toward the exit. Su Yunxi sneered. "How dare they offend me? They must not know their place." In the alley behind the bar, the burly bodyguard grabbed Lei Ling by the shoulders and swung a slap toward his face. But before the palm could touch Lei Ling's face, Lei Ling knocked him out cold with a single punch. Lei Ling tossed him into a trash bin before sliding his hands into his pockets and strolling back into the bar. Just as Su Yunxi picked up her drink, she froze in disbelief at the sight of this country bumpkin sitting beside her again. "Where's my bodyguard?" she asked. "TCH. Lei Ling scoffed. "Told you he was an actor, and you didn't believe me. I invited him to get the full service at the massage parlor next door, and he actually went." Su Yunxi immediately stood up. "Bullshit. There's no way he'd go." Lei Ling shrugged. "Then where did he go?" Su Yunxi suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes. Aren't you trying to pursue me? Deliberately getting close with this method? Lei Ling showed a panicked expression, his gaze dodging hers. How? How'd you figure out? Su Yunxi placed both hands on her hips and snorted. Huh? Did you think I'm stupid? Someone as gorgeous as me. Of course you'd be drooling. Too bad I wouldn't even glance at a country bumpkin like you. Give up already. Maybe try being reborn as a super handsome guy in your next life. Then I might consider it. Lei Ling sighed. I never expected that despite all my painstaking efforts, I'd still be seen through by your unparalleled cleverness. He lifted his wine cup and drained it in one gulp, his face etched with melancholy and frustration. Su Yunxi couldn't help but raise her willow leaf eyebrows. I've never been pursued by a country bumpkin before. How about you dance for me first, and I'll consider your proposal. Lei Ling smirked mischievously. Really now? Su Yunxi responded with a slap to his chest, displaying rather masculine bravado. Ouch! The impact proved too forceful. She nearly flattened the granaries meant for their future children. When I speak, it's as good as gold. Dare to wear just your underwear. Lei Ling grabbed her hand. Come on, let me show you in person. Lei Ling strode into the dance floor, lifted his shirt to reveal 8 sculpted abs, and began swaying his hips with outrageous charm. The kicker? One hand remained draped over Su Yunxi's shoulder, as if she'd become his makeshift pole. Goodness you! How can you dance so provocatively? Whistles erupted from the surrounding men and women. With a sharp tug, Lei Ling ripped his shirt apart with a tearing sound. Su Yunxi's cheeks burned. This country bumpkin certainly knew how to put on a show. For 3 years in the deep mountains, to pass the time, Lei Ling would dance, sing, and drink whenever he had the chance. This made Duan Yinshan feel that life was full of color, and he grew increasingly at ease with Lei Ling, convinced that this fellow was just a simple-minded, fun-loving lad without any cunning schemes. But who could have guessed that Lei Ling was the real cunning fox? When Lei Ling appeared wearing nothing but those eye-poppingly red boxers, women everywhere couldn't tear their gazes away, utterly dazzled. Wow, this handsome guy clearly has the goods. He's definitely not ordinary. I want to pursue him now. Su Yunxi covered her face with both hands, wanting to run away. But Lei Ling grabbed her arm and started gyrating in a provocative dance in front of her. You filthy pervert, let me go. You shameless creep, I still have my dignity. Lei Ling just laughed and said, I'm planning to keep dancing for a full hour. I'll agree to let you pursue me. Just release me already. In all her memories, Su Yunxi had never experienced anything like this. She completely lost her composure. The moment Lei Ling loosened his grip, she immediately bolted to a far corner. Lei Ling finally pulled up his pants, grabbed his shirt, and draped it over his shoulder before sitting down beside Su Yunxi. How about I dance for you alone? He said. No need. Su Yunxi took a swig of wine, his face flushing as he spoke. Judging by your shabby clothes, where'd you learn to dance so provocatively? Lei Ling sighed. You have no idea how tough life is for people like me at the bottom. During the day, I haul bricks at construction sites, deliver takeout, wait tables at restaurants. At night, I work as a gigolo at clubs. I've learned all the skills, singing, playing instruments, everything. Thinking more skills mean more opportunities, just in case some rich woman takes a fancy to me someday. I'd have to provide emotional value. Su Yunxi curled her lips, always thinking crooked thoughts. We can be friends, but dating is out of the question. Lei Ling grabbed a bottle of beer. You fake-tit woman hurt me. This young lady is not fake-tit. Lei Ling stared intently. That big. Only fake things look like that. You don't believe me? Touch it then. Lei Ling immediately raised both hands. Su Yunxi sprang to her feet instantly. I've been tricked. You deliberately provoked me. You shameless scoundrel. I haven't verified it, so it must be fake, unless you let me give it a squeeze, Lei Ling said with a mocking grin. You're disgusting. Seems like I can't even be friends with you. Su Yunxi picked up her purse, pulled out 2,000, and threw it onto Lei Ling's chest. You made me happy. Here's a tip for you. You're really that rich, huh? Lei Ling greedily inhaled the crisp scent of fresh banknotes. Of course, did you think I was lying to you? Su Yunxi lifted her swan-like neck with a proud smile. Su Yunxi turned around and said, "You filthy scoundrel, come drink with me again tomorrow night. My treat." Lei Ling gestured a casual American military salute with 2 fingers pressed against his brow. "Yes, ma'am, sugar mama." Ha ha ha. Su Yunxi laughed heartily. "I suddenly think you're quite interesting. Far more amusing than anyone else I know." Lei Ling really wanted to say, "You're amusing too, especially when I play with your body." Damn it, I'm thinking about her warming my bed again, giving me a full body massage while completely naked. The satisfaction of molding a noble young lady into an obedient little pet is simply indescribable. Should I restore her memories from these past 3 years? But Su Yunxi had only taken a few steps when she spotted the person at the door. She immediately rushed back and sat beside Lei Ling, clinging to his arm. Lei Ling chuckled. "What's wrong, sugar mama? Can't bear to be apart from me already." Chapter 38, You're such a drama queen. Su Yunxi immediately whispered, "You jerk, do me a favor." Lei Ling stuffed the 2,000 yuan into his pocket. "You've already tipped me 2 grand. Just name it. See that guy walking in through the door? My family wants me to marry him, and I can't stand him." Lei Ling turned to look at the handsome young man in the casual suit, decked out in designer brands. "Seems pretty good looking to me. You have no idea how wild he is. A friend told me he has a particular weakness for married women, always bringing different ones into his villa. You think I'd actually marry him? That'd mean I'd be wearing a green hat every damn day." Lei Ling laughed and said, "If you want life to go smoothly, you got to embrace a little green on your head." Quite the rhyme there. You've got away with words. Li Chao walked up to Su Yunxi and frowned, saying, "Yunxi, why are you holding on to someone else's arm?" Su Yunxi tilted her snow-white, swan-like neck. "This is my male bestie. Got a problem with that?" Lei Ling immediately raised a delicate finger, pointing at the young man. "You little devil. Yunxi said you have a thing for older married women and even want to marry one. What's with you and such exotic tastes, huh? Don't worry, baby Yunxi, Sister Lingling's got your back. Whoever bullies you, I'll just give him a beating like this." With that, Lei Ling stood up, sticking her butt out like a monkey, and began pounding Li Chao's chest with tiny fist pumps. "They'll beat you to death, humph." This posture sent shivers down Li Chao's spine. Holy shit, this motherfucker is actually a 0. Su Yunxi's eyes widened as she frantically rubbed her arms, goosebumps rising all over. If not for knowing this guy was a rogue, I'd really think he's a 0. Damn. He's such a natural actor, practically born for the stage. Li Chao quickly took a step back, awkwardly explaining, Sister Lingling, I was framed. They wanted to pursue Su Yunxi, so they ruined my reputation." Lei Ling nodded. "That's for the best. Otherwise, Sister Lingling won't be polite with you. Let's have a drink together. You go order the finest wine. Later, Sister Lingling will play matchmaker for you. It all depends on how well you treat her." Li Chao immediately stood up and thumped his chest. "Don't worry, Sister Lingling. I'll make sure you're satisfied." With that, he hurriedly turned around to call the manager. Su Yunxi asked in surprise, "You aren't actually a 0, are you?" Lei Ling revealed his true colors. "Why don't we test it out?" He was still stroking her fair thigh. "Hey, let go of me already," Su Yunxi blushed. Only then did Lei Ling say, "Your family's decision about the marriage isn't yours to make. Only this way can we become all-weather strategic partners. With me by your side, no one will suspect a thing. After all, you're a wealthy woman. Won't you be tipping me generously from now on?" Su Yunxi's eyes lit up. "Actually, that sounds about right. You're pretty sharp. Absolutely. Let's milk him dry from now on." Lei Ling raised her palm. Su Yunxi promptly high-fived her. "No problem, Sis Lingling. Call me big guy in private. Get lost, you pervert. Are you going to beat me up and eat me someday? If you had to choose, would you rather have me eat you, or let this Li Chao eat you?" Su Yunxi's eyes darted playfully. "You know what? I actually feel relaxed and free with you. I'd rather be eaten by you. All right then, let's eat first later. No wasting this chance on that Li Chao. Get lost. Always scheming against me. Careful, or I won't give you any tips next time. Fine, fine. If you ever marry him, just let me have you the night before. If we really can't get out of this, no problem. Come on. Pinky swear. Whoever backs out is a little dog. Pinky swear it is. Though Su Yunshi had a spoiled and willful nature, she was also carefree and uninhibited. This was exactly why Lei Ling, even after 3 years of holding back at the threshold, never crossed it. He adored Su Yunshi's unique personality too much, considering her a truly close friend. Then Li Chao ordered plenty of fine liquor, and they began drinking together. Li Chao sat beside Lei Ling, raised his glass with a smile, and said, "Sister Lingling, let me propose a toast to you. Make sure to put in a good word for me in front of Yunshi more often." Lei Ling gently trailed her fingers along his thigh. "Then you better treat Lingling Jie nicely." "What the fuck?" Li Chao quickly shifted his butt away. What is Zero actually starting to hit on him? "No, I can't get too close to him. If I end up doing something to him, that would be seriously gross." Li Chao said awkwardly, "Don't worry, Lingling Jie." After several rounds of drinks, he was completely plastered. "I'll take Yunshi home," she said. "You should head back early too. Remember, don't do anything to hurt Yunshi or Lingling Jie will beat you up." She spoke while playfully pounding her little fists against his chest. All right. How about I join you?" "No way. You two aren't married yet. What if he takes advantage of Yunshi? She'd be the one getting hurt." Li Chao gazed at Su Yunshi, whose face was flushed pink as she clung to Lingling's arm. Her tall yet outrageously curvy figure, especially the deep cleavage currently on display, made him swallow hard. Su Yunshi was simply too beautiful. He could barely restrain the urge to vent his inner fury upon her right then. If I could marry into the Su family, not only would I gain such a beauty, but also the Su family's vast fortune. As for where Su Yunshi vanished these 3 years, or whether she remained pure, he didn't care. Because in his view, an experienced young married woman was the real prize. His father, naming him Li Chao, was wrong from the start. Li Chao, wasn't that just Li followed by the homophone for Chao Chao? Seems fate destined him to carry forward the legacy of Wei Wu Emperor's romantic ways. Li Chao watched Lei Ling, who was twirling his fingers like a woman and swaying his hips with catwalk steps, and couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought such a big, burly man would be a bottom? It's downright disgusting. Walking up to a burgundy Lamborghini, the doors lifted as Lei Ling slid inside. Once they had left the front of the bar, Su Yunshi immediately said, "Pull over." "What for?" Lei Ling asked, puzzled. Su Yunshi grinned. "I'm in a great mood today. I want a race." "Come on, don't. You're plastered. You'll crash into a wall or something." Su Yunshi had already gotten out of the car and was pulling Lei Ling down with her. "How dare a pretty boy like you give orders to a sugar mama?" "Su Yunshi, are you just going to toss me aside once I'm no longer useful? You heartless jerk. You lecherous creep. Always touching my leg when we drink. I haven't even settled that score with you yet. I need to go street racing, full throttle, till the end. Don't do this, I'm really scared." She's absolutely drunk right now. Yet she's already seated in the driver's position. Lei Ling hurried over to the passenger seat, buckling her seatbelt before securing his own, trembling as he asked, You do remember which pedal is the gas and which is the brake, right?" Su Yunshi raised her snow-white swan neck. "Do you think I'm stupid?" She floored the accelerator. Boom. Holy crap. The Lamborghini shot forward like a cannonball. The ear-piercing roar of the engine exploded through the neighborhood. Chapter 39. Husband, get up quick. As Su Yunshi floored it, Lei Ling was thrown back against his seat with a thud, the sheer force making him slightly weightless. Gripping the overhead handle, his palms were drenched in sweat. "Slow down, my dear auntie, slow down." Lei Ling's heart was pounding in his throat, ready to leap out. Su Yunshi swayed her body to the lively music. "Don't worry, my driving skills are top-notch. You bumpkin never been in a sports car before? Look how nervous you are. Relax, I'm hitting the gas again." Virum. The street scenes outside the window rapidly blurred as they sped backward. Lei Ling glanced at the speedometer. Already 200 kilometers per hour. Holy hell. Slow down. If a truck suddenly appears, we'll be a pair of lovebirds dying together. Su Yunchi grinned. Not a chance. Just admit how thrilling this is. Meanwhile, Yao Lily, patrolling in her police car, felt utterly bored. She glanced at the white leather watch on her wrist. Just over an hour left on duty. This is torture. After that heavy rain, no one's out shopping. Why the hell did the station still send me on patrol? This makes no sense. We should have had the night off. Should be home watching videos and gaming right now. At that very moment, a blur streaked past her. Whoosh! The powerful gust of wind even rocked the police car slightly. The listless Yao Lily jolted in shock. Watching the rapidly vanishing taillights disappear from view, her expression darkened. Street racing this fast in the city center? Utter lawlessness. One accident and it'd be a disaster. Yao Lily immediately turned on the police lights and stepped on the gas to give chase. Gripping the walkie-talkie, she shouted loudly, "Pull over immediately. Vehicle ahead. You're violating traffic laws by speeding, or you'll face criminal detention." Lei Ling saw the police car approaching in the rearview mirror and immediately slapped Su Yunchi on the head. "Pull over now. There's a police car chasing us." Su Yunchi glanced at the police car in the rearview mirror and gasped, "We can't get caught, or my license will be revoked. Let's get out of here." She slammed the accelerator again. The poor Lei Ling was practically on the verge of tears. Su Yunchi was utterly and relentlessly spoiled. Luckily, she's the precious daughter of the Su family. Anyone from an ordinary household would have been beaten down by cruel reality countless times by now. The sports car and police cruiser began their chase on the road. "We're done for. You've driven us into a dead end." The road ahead was under construction, currently blocked by guardrails. Su Yunchi hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and scrambled toward the back seat. Lei Ling smacked her butt with a slap and snapped, "Where the hell are you running? You're the one driving. Get back to the driver's seat." Sitting in the back, Su Yunchi flushed and argued, "I wasn't driving. I was asleep." With that, she immediately flopped face down across the rear seats and pretended to snore loudly. "You damn." Lei Ling nearly choked on his rage. He hastily undid his seatbelt and lunged toward the back seat. Su Yunchi immediately kicked Lei Ling. "You pervert. What are you doing later? Go sit at the control panel." "I'm not stupid either. Sit my ass." "I fell asleep too." As he spoke, he hurriedly pulled Su Yunchi down to lie with him. Seeing the police car parked beside them, Su Yunchi let Lei Ling hold her from behind and, gnashing her teeth, deliberately started snoring. Soon, the two were competing to see who could snore louder. Yao Lily knocked on the car window, "Roll it down," but Lei Ling pretended not to hear. "Open the window, or I'll smash it." Yao Lily picked up a window breaker. Su Yunchi in Lei Ling's arms whispered, "Hurry, open the window." Lei Ling, smelling the fragrance of her hair, also whispered, "It's not my car anyway. Smash it if you want. I'll give you 2,000 to open the window." Lei Ling's eyes lit up. "Make it 20,000. "No problem. But you'll have to take the blame too," she murmured. Lei Ling rolled his eyes. "Not a chance. They'll revoke my license. No deal. I'll count to 3. If you don't open up, I'll smash the window. 1, 2, 3. Su Yunchi reached out to roll down the car window while still keeping her eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. Yao Lily bent down to peer inside. Both the driver's seat and passenger seat were empty. In the back seat, a man and woman lay curled up in each other's arms, clinging tightly together. "Who was driving just now? Show me your license." But for a long while, neither of them spoke a word. Yao Lily yanked open the car door and slapped both their heads, still pretending to be asleep. Su Yunchi gritted her teeth. "You damn pervert. Can't you stand up and take some responsibility for me? How are you even calmer than I am?" Su Yunchi raised her bleary-eyed face. "Huh? Officer, what's the matter?" Yao Lily kept a stern face. "You were speeding back there. Show me your driver's license." "Cut the act." Su Yunchi sat up and smacked Lei Ling on the head. "Honey, I fell asleep as soon as I got in the car. Did you speed? Get up already." Lei Ling was practically fuming with frustration. He buried his head and mumbled, "Babe, I was drunk too, passed out as soon as I got in the car. Didn't Li Chow Chow say he'd drive us?" Wait, did he speed just now? Did he bail when he saw the cop coming? Su Yunqi's eyes lit up. Yes. Officer, my husband and I were both asleep. It was a friend of ours who was driving. Take a look around. Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Yao Lily pulled out a query device and flipped through the surveillance photos, placing them in front of Su Yunqi. Are you sure someone else was driving? Yao Lily arched her willow leaf brows, her expression icy. Don't play these childish games. Everyone, step out of the car. Su Yunqi gave Lei Ling another smack on the head. Husband, it's all your fault. Why didn't you hold me back earlier? I want a divorce. You don't care about my safety at all. Lei Ling lowered his head and said, Wife, if you're wrong, admit it. When you're hit, stand straight. Hurry down and cooperate with the police. I'm dizzy. Su Yunqi had no choice but to get out of the car, gripping Lei Ling's hand to pull him out. Husband, come down quick. Don't pull me, I'm dizzy. If you don't come down, I'll bite you. Su Yunqi sank her teeth into his face. Holy shit. Lei Ling quickly pushed her face away, forced to look up. He'd recognized Yao Lily's voice immediately, but he never expected Su Yunqi would actually bite him. Damn it, how was he supposed to explain this? Just hours earlier, he'd been caught embracing her stepmother in the office doing that, and now he was racing cars with another woman while calling each other hubby and wifey. Lei Ling? You bastard. Yao Lily's eyes widened in shock as she recognized Lei Ling's face. She immediately grabbed him by the hair. Get your ass down here, you son of a bitch. No wonder you've been burying your head all along. Always up to no good, you filthy dog. First fooling around in the office, now tangled up with some girl. Ouch, let go, sister. Lei Ling yelped as he was dragged out of the car. Lei Ling stood outside the car, shrinking his neck as he stammered, Yao Lily, what a coincidence. Yao Lily's doll-like face held icy eyes as she stared at him. She's your wife? Su Yunqi felt a pang of panic. What's going on here? Am I the other woman? Is she actually his wife? Lei Ling forced out awkwardly. We're just good friends. The husband and wife thing was just a joke. Yao Lily turned to glare at Su Yunqi. Su Yunqi bobbed her head frantically. Yes. We're just friends. Nothing happened. I'm not the other woman. Yao Lily took a deep breath. Come with me to the police station. Let them deal with this as they see fit. Lei Ling immediately crouched down and clung to Yao Lily's tightly wrapped, slender legs. Lily, with such a good relationship between us, can't you just pull some strings for me? Make an exception, will you? Look, I've got 2,000 here. Take it. Lei Ling took out his money. Put away your filthy cash. This must be strictly investigated, Yao Lily said coldly. Lei Ling saw that gentle tactics weren't working and immediately stood up. Yao Lily, I command you in my capacity as your future father-in-law. Let us off the hook. Otherwise, I'll make sure your mother can't get out of bed every single day. Su Yunqi's brain CPU overheated. Yao Lily also stared at Lei Ling in stunned disbelief. Chapter 40. The peculiar condition of Duan Yuer's body. The three of them exchanged bewildered glances. The situation was beyond awkward. Yao Lily instantly drew her gun. You filthy man, I'll blow your brains out. Lei Ling immediately stepped forward, wrapping one arm around her slender waist while gripping her wrist with the other hand. Yao Lily, have you gone mad? We just had some drunk driving. Why pull a gun? Yao Lily flushed crimson. Let me go. Not a chance. Unless you agree to make an exception. Yao Lily was being held so tightly by a man for the first time, gritting her teeth in anger. I'll say this one last time. You could say 100 times, and it wouldn't matter. If you're not polite to me, I won't be polite to your mother either. Lei Ling had always been shameless, but at this moment, he pushed his brazenness to the limit. But Yao Lily's figure was simply irresistible, and it was driving Lei Ling crazy. Yao Lily's heart pounded wildly. You, let me go. Fine, I'll open the back door for you, okay? Swear it. Or may whoever breaks their word get hit by a car. Lei Ling even leaned closer to whisper in her ear. Feeling the scorching masculine pheromones by her ear, Yao Lily choked up. I swear. Once Yao Lily finished her oath, Lei Ling immediately let go and sprinted away. Yao Lily turned to face his retreating figure. But Lei Ling dashed too swiftly, vanishing into a garden in the blink of an eye. Yao Lily stamped her feet angrily. You bastard, don't let me catch you next time. Otherwise, I'll have you drawn and quartered. I've suffered several losses at this guy's hands. Su Yunqi stood frozen in place, not daring to speak or move. Yao Lily turned to look at her. What's your relationship with this bastard? We just met today, while drinking at the bar. Honestly, I'm not the other woman, Su Yunqi replied with visible guilt. Yao Lily gritted her teeth. Next time you drink, don't drive, understand? Absolutely, absolutely. Su Yunqi nodded excitedly. Have someone come take the car away. Su Yunqi picked up the device and deleted the traffic violation record. Lei Ling ran into a grove of trees. It was already past 5 in the evening. Just as Lei Ling was about to practice the second level of Shadow Stream step, he suddenly exclaimed, Damn it, I forgot Duan Yuer is still locked up. Could she have starved to death by now? Yesterday morning, he tied her up and locked her away, almost 20 hours ago now. Without a drop to drink or bite to eat, still bound tight, she was probably covered in her own filth again. Lei Ling bolted from the park straight to a breakfast stall. After stuffing 2 large bags with steamed buns and soy milk, he hailed a cab back to the secluded estate. Keys jingled as he let himself in. Lei Ling placed the breakfast on the living room sofa and walked to the bedroom door, listening carefully. There was no sound inside. Pushing the door open, Lei Ling saw Duan Yuer under the light, clad in a rose-patterned qipao, her delicate body bound by ropes, highlighting an oddly alluring beauty. Her mouth was stuffed with cotton, her face pale, as an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses. Urine pooled around her body, and feces seeped from between her legs. Covering his nose, Lei Ling asked hurriedly, Are you dead? Duan Yuer opened her eyes and looked at Lei Ling, suddenly overwhelmed with such grievance that tears gushed out uncontrollably. Damn you, you're finally back. I'm practically starving to death. Lying in my own filth, worse off than a paralyzed old person. Never in my life, since childhood, have I suffered such humiliation. Lei Ling took out a dagger, cut the ropes binding her, and quickly retreated. It reeks. Hurry up and wash yourself clean, then clean this room. Duan Yuer leaned against the wall as she made her way out, clutching her backside as she headed for the toilet. But with a plop, another lump fell out. You're disgusting. Duan Yuer burst into tears. You're deliberately torturing me. She entered the bathroom, wailing loudly as she washed herself. This feeling of being imprisoned was worse than death itself. Without Lei Ling having to say anything, she went to clean the room herself. Lei Ling watched her come out with reddened eyes, scratched his nose awkwardly, and said, Sorry about that. I forgot while being outside. Here's some buns, have some to eat. Duan Yuer grabbed them and wolfed them down hungrily. Cough, cough. Tears welled up in her eyes from choking, but she kept stuffing her mouth indiscriminately. Lei Ling patted her on the back gently. Eat slower, there's plenty more. Duan Yuer glanced at Lei Ling and said, Should I thank you? No need for that. With such an appetite, even the 3 acres of land my family owns couldn't sustain you. If you eat us into poverty, we might have to sell your flesh. Duan Yuer immediately dared not eat anymore. Just kidding. Hurry up and eat, Lei Ling chuckled. Duan Yuer was clearly pampered since childhood, never having suffered hardship. These 2 bouts of torment had already broken her spirit, making her much easier to discipline compared to Su Yunqi. After eating and drinking his fill, Lei Ling stood up and said, I didn't sleep at all last night. Go upstairs and give me a full-body massage. I need a good rest. What are you going to do to me? She clenched her fists tightly. Lei Ling reached out and grabbed her thigh. Even if I were to do something to you, do you really think you'd have a chance to resist? Duan Yuer blushed and said, Please don't touch me yet, all right? My constitution is peculiar. There's still a year left before the time comes. When that day arrives, I can give you my first time. Lei Ting observed the 7 spheres of fortune hovering above her head using the art of qi perception. That bright pink sphere of peach blossom luck was particularly glaring. You claimed before that you were special, capable of making men unable to resist. What exactly did you mean by that? If she hadn't brought it up, Lei Ling would have nearly forgotten. I possess the rare heavenly soul incense body. Once this physique fully matures, my cultivation speed in martial arts will be several times faster than others, up to 10 times faster. My heavenly soul incense body still requires 1 more year before it can be fully awakened. Lei Ling asked in surprise. How can you tell? Duan Yuer raised her wrist when this bloodline connects. Only then did Lei Ling notice the faint crimson bloodline circling beneath the skin of her wrist, still 1 centimeter shy of completion. Lei Ling quickly leaned closer to her neck and murmured, I knew it. Where did this incredibly sweet floral scent come from? I thought it was your body wash, but turns out it's emanating from within you. Duan Yuer nodded. Once my heavenly fragrant soul matures, the scent can be detected from afar. It has the power to stir men's desires. You become utterly enslaved by my body, unable to resist. When the time comes, if we practice my Duan family's dual bliss art together, you'll reap unimaginable benefits. Can you wait for me? Duan Yuer was worried that this guy might be unable to resist doing something to her, so she wanted to pacify Lei Ling first. Lei Ling's eyes lit up. The benefits are that big? Duan Yuer nodded. I'm not lying to you. Lei Ling stroked his chin and said, so that's how it is. No wonder the peach blossom aura above her head was so strong. When I encountered Yao Lily, Rose, and Su Yunqi before, I used the Qi observation technique on all of them. But the peach blossom fortune in their pink spheres was worlds apart from hers. It turned out to be because of her celestial soul fragrant body. If I could enjoy the wonders of her body while also gaining a boost in strength, that would truly kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But she must be utterly under my control, otherwise I might capsize in a ditch. Fine, then come upstairs and give me a massage first. Help me relax. Lei Ling picked up the antique bronze toad next to the television as he casually walked upstairs, fiddling with it in his hand. But the moment he held it in his hands, Lei Ling's expression suddenly changed. What the hell is this? He muttered under his breath. Chapter 41. Call me mother. A wisp of greenish mist drifted up from the ancient bronze toad. Immediately, Lei Ling felt the ghost spirit tower in his mind tremble, while the white pearl atop its spire emanated a radiant white glow. The azure energy stream entered the white pearl and quietly suspended itself within. He had originally thought the white pearl was merely a decorative bead atop the ghost spirit tower. It seemed now that it wasn't so simple after all. What does the white bead do by absorbing the cyan airflow? Lei Ling frowned tightly, puzzled and perplexed. Could it be that absorbing more will reveal its effects? That must be the case. Right now, this small amount of cyan airflow is better than nothing at all. A significant quantity would surely trigger some kind of chain reaction. Antiques are usually quite valuable, and this one seems troublesome, even more expensive than century-old medicinal herbs. Unable to restrain himself, Lei Ling dialed the number of that portly merchant from before. A respectful voice answered on the other end, Boss, I was just about to call you. I've acquired 2 more century-old herbs. Are you interested? Lei Ling asked, Can you find antiques? There's some on Antique Street. What kind of antique do you need? I have a few friends who run decently sized antique shops. I can introduce you and get you a discount. Sure, I'll reach out when I get there. No problem, the plump boss replied with a chuckle. Lei Ling walked upstairs while dialing Rose's number. Sister Rose, do you happen to have any antique pieces in your collection? Yes, there are 5 or 6 stored in my office cabinet. Bring them over later. I'm at the estate now. All right, I'll come once I finish my current work around noon. While you're at it, bring some food too. Got it. Lei Ling examined the bronze antique toad in his palm. After absorbing the cyan energy currents, cracks had unexpectedly appeared across its surface. It seems the azure energy currents hidden in these antiques can only be absorbed at home, lest someone notices. But nothing's perfect in this world. Lei Ling looked at Duan Yuer and said, Sit on the bed and massage my head to help me relax. She had no choice but to remove her shoes and sit on the bed. Lei Ling rested his head on her thighs, his hands caressing her slender legs as he enjoyed the kneading of her fingers. Can you stop touching my leg? Duan Yuer blushed. It's not like you're losing anything. Why so fussy? Be quiet. I need to sleep. Duan Yuer gritted her teeth. Here I am, the jewel of the Duan family, actually massaging this country bumpkin for you. Don't wait for me to seize my chance, or I'll chop off all your limbs and leave you begging for death that won't come. Of course, she could only rage helplessly in her heart. Before long, Lei Ling was snoring loudly. Yet Duan Yuer dared not loosen her grip, continuing to massage him gently. She gritted her silver teeth, her fingers clawing menacingly at Lei Ling's face, wishing she could strangle him to death. But with her meridians sealed, she couldn't possibly choke him dead, leaving her utterly frustrated and miserable. Filthy man, wretched man, you'd better pray never to fall into my hands. Sealing the Duan family's wooden emblem with pig's blood was a deliberate warning to the Dus. Danger lurked here. Has the Duan family received the message? They're bound to send experts this time. That wretched man. Just wait till he falls into my hands. On the airplane, 3 men sat side by side. An elderly man occupied the center seat, flanked by 2 middle-aged men. Adjusting his reading glasses, the old man murmured while studying a book. The flight to Jianyang City is 5 hours, correct? Yes, 8th uncle, replied the middle-aged man on the left. The old man nudged his glasses again as he turned to Chris Page with a rustle. It seems 9th brother's disciple snatched his opportunity. Otherwise, how could the jade pendant have fallen into his hands? This is our Duan clan's destined fortune, the Ghost Valley sect inheritance, finally emerging after thousands of years. This will propel our Duan clan to soaring heights. The 2 middle-aged men exchanged satisfied smiles. With the Ghost Valley sect inheritance revealed, the Duan family would naturally conceal the news. Otherwise, it would attract covetous eyes from other factions, and the Duan clan might not be able to secure it when the time comes. A middle-aged man on the right said, 8th uncle, Yuer, and the others have sent danger signals. We should send more family reinforcements to ensure absolute success. The old man shook his head while reading the book. Too many eyes are watching the Duan family. Suddenly dispatching large numbers of elite fighters would arouse suspicion. Before long, word would spread about the Gigaman legacy coming to light, which would be very unfavorable for our Duan family. You 8th uncles always take everything into account, they said with a smile. Jianyang City. A secluded old mansion stood by the lakeside. Willow branches drooped along the shore, swaying in the breeze. Beneath the verdant branches on the grassy lawn, Chao Chiua, Lei Ling's master's wife, sat cross-legged. She basked in the cool breeze blowing across the lake, her rosy, delicate cheeks radiating the unique charm of femininity. A Dao, dressed in tight leather attire, swiftly approached from afar and stood behind Chao Chu. Gate Master, we just received word that the Duan family has dispatched 3 people, Duan Laoba, and 2 middle-aged men. Chao Chu furrowed her slender willow leaf brows. It seems they've learned about the 2 young heirs of the Duan family falling into Lei Ling's hands. She opened her eyes, those glistening pupils gazing at the rippling surface of the lake. Several fish leaped from the water, swimming about with leisurely ease. For the Duan family to find out so quickly, had we not noticed, he wouldn't even know how he died. That boy will wind up dead between some woman's legs sooner or later. Teach him a lesson. Women bring nothing but trouble. Dao's eyes gleamed with excitement upon hearing the order to punish Lei Ling. Yes, sect leader. Good boy. Mama's coming to spank you. Lei Ling drifted into a sweet dream. Shenyang Chao Chiua held him close, praising her own fierceness endlessly, bursting with pride for him. Gazing into Shenyang Chao Chiua's bewitching large eyes and those tender, dewy cherry lips, Lei Ling felt his heart surge, yearning to do something to those lips. In his sleep, his lips puckered, making boo-boo sounds. Duan Yuer watched this bastard kissing in his dream and muttered to herself, "What a restless fellow, probably harassing some beauty in his dreams." But just then, a figure flashed outside the courtyard gate. Chao Chiua, dressed in tight leather, curled her lips into a cold smirk. She cracked her knuckles, the bones crunching softly as she stealthily made her way toward the main hall. He glanced around and quietly ascended the steps with a light foot. The master bedroom door stood ajar, revealing a woman massaging his temples. Adao narrowed her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, it was a woman who caused this trouble. She walked straight to the bedside, startling Duan Yuer. After all, with his meridians sealed, his perception had diminished. Dao gave Duan Yuer a meaningful look. Duan Yuer quickly and quietly rose, walking to the bedside. Dao twisted his neck, then suddenly leaped onto the bed, sitting atop Lei Ling, one hand gripping his throat while the other raised a fist, aiming a punch straight for his eye. Just as Lei Ling opened his eyes, Dao's fist filled his vision, rapidly expanding in his pupils. Damn bitch, you fucking stole. Sweetie, call me mommy. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Lei Ling's eye. You motherf. Chapter 42. Give Me a Chance Adao was far stronger than Lei Ling. This time, Lei Ling fell asleep, and she sat on his stomach, her feet pressing down on his arms while her left hand gripped his throat. Lei Ling couldn't break free at all. Damn woman, I swear I'll never coexist with you under the same sky. Another punch landed right on his eye. Ow, good boy, call me mommy. Lei Ling's last shred of masculine dignity struggled desperately. Both were immensely strong. The bed even collapsed beneath them. Yet he still couldn't break free. Good boy, call me mommy. Thud. Lei Ling's eyes turned panda black. Mom, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Lei Ling couldn't take it anymore and had to beg for mercy. Adao smiled contentedly. Good boy, dare to resist next time? No resisting. Who won't resist? Your son won't resist. Adao narrowed her beautiful eyes. But you've made a big mistake this time. Mom needs to teach you a lesson. Make you remember. Bang, bang, bang. Fists rained down on Lei Ling's face. Mom, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I even called you Mom. Why won't you stop? Now Lei Ling's mouth and nostrils were bleeding. This beating was serious. Only then did Dao speak up. That Duan Yuer sent word back to the Duan family. 3 top fighters from the Duan family are coming to kill you. Your master's wife said we need to teach you a proper lesson. Was betting that woman really worth it? She nearly got you killed. Bloody hell. Lei Ling turned his bloodshot eyes toward Duan Yuer. You bitch, you actually ambushed me. Mom, let me go, I'm going to kill her. Adao narrowed her beautiful eyes and asked, You wouldn't lay a hand on your own mother, would you? No way. You came to warn me. I should be thanking you instead. Adao hurriedly tried to stand. But Lightning Ling struck a pressure point on her neck with a finger jab, making her body convulse and instantly sapping her strength. You bastard. Lightning Ling saw her fist flying toward him. He tilted his head aside, grabbed her legs, bit down hard on her thigh, and viciously kicked away. Bang! Adao fell on her back and threw a punch at Lei Ling's head. Lei Ling's fingers snatched at her with a sharp crack. Ah, you bastard! Lei Ling pinned her against the corner, legs pressing down on hers, hands swiftly restraining her arms, teeth sinking into the soft flesh of her abdomen with a fierce bite. Good girl, still feeling cocky now? How dare you ambush me? I'll bite a chunk right off you today. Lei Ling growled through clenched teeth. But she retaliated by sinking her teeth into Lei Ling's scalp. Let go, or you'll be missing a piece of your skull. Lei Ling showed no fear whatsoever, lifting his head to headbutt her stomach with full force. Call me daddy, or I'll smash all your internal organs to pulp. Adao's lips twitched in pain. But Lei Ling accelerated even faster. Daddy, stop headbutting your daughter's stomach. Gritting his teeth, Lei Ling demanded, Still dare to ambush your daddy now. No more ambushes. Lei Ling immediately ordered. Duan Yuer quickly fetched the handcuffs from the drawer. Even Dao couldn't help but say, What the hell? You got handcuffs? What have you been up to all day? None of your business? Lei Ling glared up at her. He didn't dare move, afraid Dao might break free. Then he'd be in deep trouble. He'd probably be calling her mommy for an hour straight today. Lei Ling pinned her body down, flipped her over, and swiftly clamped the handcuffs onto Dao. Lei Ling immediately flipped over to her legs, pressed down on them, and squinted as he said, Bring me the rope from inside there. Then, The ropes were wrapped around Dao's legs dozens of times. Lei Ling sat nearby, his face covered in blood, his eyes swollen to narrow slits. He glanced at the mirror. His once handsome face was battered nearly beyond recognition. Dao, you're finished. That pretty face of yours is going to get scarred today. Dao's eyes flickered with fear. Dad, spare your obedient daughter. You can hit my body, just don't hit the face. A woman must rely on her face. Lei Ling sneered coldly. I make a living with my face, too. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he drove a punch straight into Dao's eye. You bastard. Lei Ling punched him again. Who am I? Tears welled up in Dao's eyes. You are Papa. Yes, exactly. Bang, bang, bang. Dao was also beaten bloody-faced. Neither would let the other gain the slightest advantage. Lei Ling smiled with satisfaction and said, Good girl, Daddy wins again. Dao's eyes narrowed into slits as well. You're heartless. I came to tell you about the situation. Lei Ling sneered. You could have told Father directly. Why ambush him? As he spoke, Lei Ling held up the key and said, I left the key in hall while slowly crawling down by myself. Grabbing Duan Yuer by the hair, he dragged her toward the stairs. Clutching Lei Ling's arm with both hands, Duan Yuer wept. Lei Ling, I was wrong. I was wrong. Kuling dragged her down the stairs. Her body slammed against the walls at every turn. Lei Ling casually took the wooden plaque sealed with pig's blood. Then, grabbing Duan Yuer by her hair, he flung her outside. Bang! Duan Yuer crashed onto the ground, the pain nearly knocking her unconscious. Lei Ling strode forward, stepping on her face with his foot as he narrowed his eyes condescendingly. I trusted you. I thought you wouldn't dare deceive me. But that pig's blood was actually sending a message to the Duan family. You're just asking for death. With his foot crushing her face, Duan Yuer felt as though her head would explode from the agony. I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. Blood began trickling from her mouth and nostrils. Lei Ling kicked her hard in the head. Bang! Duan Yuer's body flew backward and slammed into the courtyard wall, instantly knocked unconscious. Lei Ling strode forward, grabbed her ankles, and dragged her toward the trunk of a black sedan before tossing her inside. It was a second-hand car Rose had left here. Rumor had it this was the first car Lily's father ever bought. Too sentimental to sell. He'd kept it parked here as a memento. Lei Ling sped away from the scene. Meanwhile, Dao writhed like a maggot, inching his way toward the stairwell before tumbling straight down the steps. Finally finding the handcuff key, he held it behind his back to unlock them, then untied the ropes, only then looking at his reflection in the wall mirror. She burst into tears with a loud wail. Lei Ling, you bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. Woo-woo. Her tongue was so swollen she couldn't speak clearly. When a beautiful woman sees her face utterly ruined, it's worse than death to her. Lei Ling arrived at the foot of Red Star Chamber of Commerce building. Sister Rose, hurry and bring those antiques down. I'm waiting for you downstairs. All right. As Rose went downstairs, Li Taiju arrived by the car, carrying a black package. When Rose saw Lei Ling's face swollen red like a blood-colored ball, his eyes narrowed to slits, and his lips puffed up, she instantly shrank back her neck. You're Lei Ling? Lei Ling smiled bitterly and said, Sister Mega, it's me. Why did you end up like this? You're so strong. Who could have beaten you up this badly? Lei Ling could only say, It's a long story. Hurry up and give it to me. He grabbed the antique and tossed it onto the passenger seat. Li Taiju, hurry up and have Xiao Feng teach you martial arts. No slacking off. Li Taiju nodded. Got it. Rose, don't wander around these days. Stay at the Red Star Chamber of Commerce. I've got urgent business to attend to. I'm heading out now. Lei Ling drove away abruptly. Mom and Dad are in the VIP ward of the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. I need to have Director Lin relocate them to a more populated area. Duan Yuer had mentioned before that beings like them couldn't take action in front of ordinary people, otherwise they'd face punishment. After bidding farewell to Dean Lin, the car drove out of the city and stopped in a desolate wilderness. Only then did Lei Ling pick up the 5 antiques, a bronze sword, some ceramics. complete with appraisal certificates. These were basically all items dating back several hundred or even 1,000 years. Lei Ling narrowed his eyes and said, Sister Rose still cares about me the most. These 5 items must be worth at least tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions. Just hand it over to me. Didn't even ask what I'd use it for. My sister's so thoughtful. Hurry up and absorb the cyan auras from these antiques. Let's see what changes will happen to the white pearl. 3 masters from the Duan family coming to kill me. That's a bit too much pressure. There's a real chance I might bite the dust this time. Chapter 43. Picking up the spoils. Lei Ling was the first to pick up an ancient bronze sword and place it before him. Indeed, a wisp of cyan mist emerged from it, 3 times denser than what had come from a bronze toad earlier. Soon after, it was absorbed by the white pearl inside the ghost spirit tower. Without pause, Lei Ling picked up 5 more antiques, and streams of cyan mist continuously drifted into the pearl. Lei Ling fixed his gaze on the white pearl. The concentration of cyan mist inside had already reached 1/5. Frowning, Lei Ling muttered, Do I have to fill it completely with the cyan mist to activate the pearl's effects? That's highly possible. Lei Ling dialed the fat boss's number. You said you were taking me to the antique street, didn't you? Let's go now, and bring those 2-century-old medicinal herbs of yours along. The fat boss let out an ingratiating laugh. Right away, boss. I'll close up immediately and meet you at Antique Street. Got it. Lei Ling hung up the phone, got out of the car, and opened the trunk. Duan Yuer's swollen red face stared at Lei Ling, her body trembling. Lei Ling picked up the rope and began binding her limbs. Lie still, or I'll strangle you right here. Duan Yuer nodded vigorously. Right now, Duan Yuer was extremely useful to him. With a hostage in hand, the Duan family would have to think twice. Lei Ling drove to the outskirts of Antique Street, parked the car, turned on the air conditioning, and only then did he leave. After all, if he didn't turn on the AC, Duan Yuer would suffocate inside. On the massive arch gate were inscribed the words, Antique Street. At first glance, numerous vendor stalls displayed bizarre and peculiar antique artifacts. Lei Ling didn't expect Jianyang City to have a street like this. He lit a cigarette and took a drag. Before long, the chubby boss parked the car, his flabby cheeks bouncing as he ran over, fawning with a smile. Boss, sorry to keep you waiting. I bought 2 bottles of cold water. Here, have a few sips to cool off. Lei Ling took the ice-cold water and downed a whole bottle in one go. The plump boss eyed Lei Ling's swollen face. Boss, what happened to you? Lei Ling crumpled the empty bottle into a ball and tossed it perfectly into the trash bin like a basketball shot. Got into a fight with someone. But did you bring your old medicine? The plump boss lifted his bag, got it right here. The 2 men walked deeper into the antiquity street. Only then did Lei Ling learn this fat man was called Tang Yun. Seeing the antique was displayed at roadside stalls, Lei Ling crouched down and began picking them up, pretending to examine them carefully. Tang Yun crouched beside him. Boss Lei, these are all high-quality fakes, not worth your time. Come to my friend's shop, absolutely genuine treasures there. Lei Ling chuckled. Just browsing, you never know when you might stumble upon a treasure. Little did Tang Yun know that whenever Lei Ling encountered genuine artifacts, he could see faint blue energy emanating from them. This mysterious blue energy was incredibly useful to Lei Ling. As Lei Ling picked up a rust-covered Buddha statue, a thin wisp of blue energy floated out. He deliberately avoided bringing it too close to his eyes. Otherwise, the energy would be absorbed, causing the statue to shatter instantly. How much for this, boss? A shifty-eyed, middle-aged man grinned slyly. Boss, this is an ancient family heirloom from a friend's collection. They say it's over 1,000 years old. I paid 100,000 for it, but I'll let you have it for, he rubbed his fingers, 80,000. Lei Ling tossed it aside and said irritably, 80,000? Why don't you just rob me? 500, take it or leave it. As he spoke, Lei Ling picked up another antique. But when his palm touched a broken bronze sword, a dense stream of cyan energy unexpectedly floated out. It contained more cyan energy than all 5 antiques Lei Ling had absorbed earlier, combined. Holy shit, Why does this thing have so much cyan energy? What's going on here? At present, Lei Ling still doesn't understand why there's a cyan airflow coming from these antiques. The shifty-eyed middle-aged man said irritably, "Boss, you're haggling down from 80,000 to 500? That's brutal." Lei Ling tossed the bronze sword onto the stall as well. This Buddha statue and bronze sword are clearly high-grade fakes at first glance. If they were real, you'd be working your sewing machine non-stop trying to sell them. Who are you trying to fool? I just think these two fakes are pretty well made. I'm buying them to display in my living room. I'll take both for 1,000 or no deal. Lei Ling got up and walked toward the street vendor across the way. Truth be told, these street stalls could actually yield hidden treasures, unlike the shops, many of which had fixed supply channels. But the goods at street stalls were a mixed bag, so while Lei Ling saw many people scouting for treasures there, the antique shops had far fewer customers. The shifty-eyed middle-aged man saw Lei Ling walking away and quickly said, "Hey, brother, don't leave. We can negotiate the price." But Lei Ling paid him no attention. All right. 1,000, then 1,000. Lei Ling glanced back at him. "If you're giving in so easily, you probably bought it for just a few dozen bucks, right? Treat me and my buddy to a simple meal, and it's yours for 800. You." The shifty-eyed shop owner hadn't expected such stinginess from a customer. "Fine, 800 it is." Ling Lei picked up the two items. As the shopkeeper opened the black bag, Lei tossed them inside like they were trash. "This junk probably earned you 700 off me. Making several hundreds daily adds up to tens of thousands monthly. Not a bad business." The shifty-eyed owner chuckled. "It's nowhere near that much." With the bag in hand, Lei Ling continued his treasure hunting. Lei Ling was absolutely certain that these two items in his hands were genuine treasures. At the very least, they were authentic pieces worth tens of millions. An unbelievable steal at 800 bucks. Still, these antiques were far too useful for his purposes. Otherwise, he'd have been tempted to flip them for a profit. Tang Yin gave a bitter laugh. "Boss Lei, there's really no need to inspect these things." Lei Ling continued browsing the artifacts. "No worries, just broadening my horizons. It's my first time dabbling in antiques, so I'm still green." Lei Ling discovered that after the first stroke of luck, most of the subsequent finds were high-quality imitations. It seems picking up bargains isn't that easy after all. Lei Ling was about to finish browsing all the street stalls when he picked up a calligraphy brush, and another wisp of cyan vapor drifted out. Surprised, Lei Ling wondered, "A calligraphy brush also has cyan vapor? What exactly is this cyan vapor? Why is it only found on antiques?" He looked at the vendor and asked, "How much for this brush?" A plump woman chuckled and said, "I got this from a peasant's family. Rumor has it their ancestor once achieved 3rd place in the imperial examinations. Back then, this brush was a gift from the prime minister. I'll let it go for 30,000. Lei Ling curled his lips and scoffed. "You antique dealers always throw around numbers in the tens of thousands. Sure, this brush might be old, but who's to say it didn't belong to some impoverished scholar? You call yourself a top scholar? Sell it to me for 500 bucks. No way. It has to be 10,000. 400. Come on, buddy. No one bargains like that. 3,000 is my final offer. 450. Take it. The plump shopkeeper was utterly exasperated. Every time they haggled, the price barely budged. Lei Ling tossed it back into the black bag. "Truth be told, I feel robbed even paying a few hundred for this." The female proprietor laughed. "Nonsense. With antiques, it's all about fate. Some might treasure it like gold. Others wouldn't give a penny for it." Tang Yin walked alongside Lei Ling. "Boss Lei, I'd say it's barely worth a few dozen. These merchants live by the creed, no customers for 3 years, but feast for 3 when one comes. They fleece whoever they can." Lei Ling chuckled. "I'm just buying myself some happiness. How do you know all 3 of these are genuine high-stakes treasures?" "Boss Lei, this treasure pavilion is owned by my friend. All the influential figures of Jianyang City come here to hunt for treasures. There's nothing fake." With curiosity, Lei Ling stepped inside with a smile and said, "Then I'd love to get my eyes on them firsthand." Chapter 44. The Mysterious Woman. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, the interior was adorned in an antique style, with each artifact sealed in glass cabinets under spotlight illumination. All those who came treasure hunting were dressed in designer brands. The wealthy ladies were adorned with gold and silver, their entire outfits exuding luxury. The waitstaff here were all women in Cheongsams, standing at 1.7 meters tall, with sweet and gentle smiles on their faces. Boss Tang hurriedly said, "Call your manager Liu over." "Right away, sir," the waitress replied politely. A woman in a white casual suit walked over, tall and voluptuous with snow-white, delicate skin. Her features were perfectly rounded like polished pearls, and her shirt buttons seemed barely able to contain her curves. As the woman approached, her ample bosom swayed with each step, exuding a tenderness that pierced straight to the heart, enough to melt even the most masculine of men into utter helplessness. Liu Yuan, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion, has many bosses as her clients. Speaking with her lifts your spirits and helps dissolve work fatigue. That's her unique personal charm. "Bosses, what can I get for you?" Liu Yuan smiled, revealing two charming dimples at the corners of her mouth. Her gaze was so sultry, it seemed to pull you in like molten sugar. What man could withstand such a beautiful saleswoman? No wonder she became a manager. She clearly had some skills up her sleeve. Tang Yin smiled and said, "Manager Liu, this is my brother, Boss Lei. He's here to pick up a few things. I've already spoken to your boss, so don't try passing off shoddy goods as quality." Liu Yuan pursed her lips and said, "Don't worry, the boss just texted me." "Please follow me upstairs," she said, gesturing with an inviting hand. Lei Ling ascended the stairs and looked at each antique, every one displayed individually in glass cases. He looked at a pottery jar and asked, "Manager Liu, may I take it out to inspect?" "Of course, but if it gets broken, it'll be on you, sir. Please be careful. There are surveillance cameras everywhere." "Deal." Lei Ling picked up the jar, and a thick stream of azure energy wafted out. Lei Ling's heart pounded wildly. This energy was nearly identical to that emitted by the bronze sword earlier, exceptionally dense. Lei Ling then picked up a few more antiques. Without exception, the green aura emanating from each item on the second floor was dazzling. "Are the ones on the third floor even more valuable?" Manager Liu nodded with a smile. "Indeed, whether in terms of age, rarity, or collectible value, they're all several times more precious than those on the second floor." The fourth floor housed fewer than 10 antiques, each priced at over 100 million. All treasures in the treasure pavilion are guaranteed authentic. Fake items are compensated threefold. Of course, you're welcome to have them appraised by a master appraiser, provided it's done here at the treasure pavilion. The Universal Treasury Pavilion initially provided genuine items, but someone bought authentic goods only to replace them with counterfeits later, attempting to tarnish their reputation. Lei Ling glanced at the price tags of these authentic items on the second floor. The cheapest one started at 12 million. It seemed gathering the Azure Chi would require extravagant spending. Lei Ling picked up his phone and said, "I'll make a call." "All right." Lei Ling stepped aside and dialed Rose's number. "Sister Rose, I need 100 million right now." The Rose was startled. "What do you need so much for?" "It's urgent." Rose whispered, "The Red Star Chamber of Commerce only has 700 million left in operational funds. You need to spend it wisely. There are many areas where we need cash flow to keep things running." "Sister Rose, don't worry. I'll hurry up and make money soon." Lei Ling knew that his current power advancement required an astronomical sum. "Your card will definitely hit the limit. Send me the other party's account number later. I'll have finance transfer the funds." "All right, love you, sis. No need to be polite with me. We'll always stand tall together," Lei Ling laughed. "Deal." Lei Ling approached Liu Yuan, looking at the array of antiques before him. "Pack all 10 of these." Liu Yuan's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Lei Ling. "Mr. Lei, are you sure about this?" After all, it was her first time seeing someone buy so much at once. Most people would take their time selecting, yet he simply pointed at an entire section and declared he wanted it all. "Yes, but I just calculated the total. It comes to about 110 million. I'll only pay 100 million. You've got so much stockpiled up. 100 million isn't a small amount. Surely you can give me a discount, right? Lu Yuanyuan said excitedly. I'll check with the boss right away. Mr. Lei, Boss Tang, please have a seat. The attendant brought them tea. Tang Yun looked at Lei Ling in astonishment. I never expected Boss Lei to be so loaded, just casually buying something worth 100 million like it's nothing. Lei Ling chuckled at Tang Yun. Also, gather more of those age herbs for me. I'll take as much as you can find. Tang Yun replied excitedly. Don't worry, Boss Lei. From now on, my priority will be sourcing those aged herbs for you. Tang Yun knew it. Lei Ling was a major client. This was far more profitable than just selling medicinal herbs. Lei Ling's card still had about 1 million left. As for the 2-century-old herbs in Tang Yun's hands, Lei Ling purchased them for 500,000. Every time Lei Ling spent money, it felt like cutting flesh. Continuing like this, he would become a super prodigal. Hongxing Chamber of Commerce would soon be drained by him. He had to find a way to make money. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sustain his expenses. Then, Lu Yuanyuan excitedly ran up to Lei Ling, smiling sweetly. Mr. Lei, the boss agreed to the 100 million. I'll have someone prepare the invoice. Does no invoice mean it will be cheaper? Well, we could knock off 2 million. Fine. No need for an invoice. Just pack it up quickly. I'm in a hurry. Lu Yuanyuan instructed the waiter to wrap up the order while she transferred the money to Lei Ling's account. Soon after, the finance department received 98 million in cash. Mr. Lei, let's add each other on WeChat. No problem. After exchanging contact details, she carried the antique as she walked alongside Lei Ling, smiling sweetly. Mr. Lei, you can call me anytime if you need anything. It's an honor to serve you. Mr. Lei, she said with delight. Lei Ling glanced back at her. How about keeping me company for a drink tonight? Seeing Lei Ling's mischievous grin, Lu Yuanyuan blushed slightly. Well, I'll bring my colleague along too. Lei Ling smiled. All right. It seemed Lu Yuanyuan had quite a set of principles. If it were any other salesperson, they'd have eagerly agreed. But since she served many wealthy clients, naturally she wasn't so easy to drag down. After placing it in the car, Lu Yuanyuan and the others left. Tang Yun chuckled mischievously in a low voice. Brother Lei's just like me, preaching abstinence to prostitutes while trying to corrupt the virtuous. But few have ever succeeded in dragging Lu Yuanyuan down. You know her. Lei Ling got into the driver's seat, glancing sideways at Tang Yun. This treasure pavilion is a franchise opened by my brother. Lu Yuanyuan was transferred here from Magic City with an annual salary over 5 million. She personally trained this entire team. Even my brother doesn't know about this woman's family background. Lei Ling watched as Lu Yuanyuan's peach-like hips swayed, exuding a uniquely tender allure reminiscent of a premium young matron. Activating his chi observation technique, he suddenly noticed the purple energy aura in one of the 7 spheres above Lu Yuanyuan's head had reached maximum level. Holy crap, does her family have political connections? And powerful ones at that? Purple energy represents auspicious vapors from the east, symbolizing soaring official career fortunes. Lu Yuanyuan was just a sales manager at Wanbao Pavilion. Her terror of the purple aura had to stem from something in her family. It seemed this woman was worth befriending. No one in Zhangyang City knew Lu Yuanyuan's true background, yet she couldn't hide it from Lei Ling. Lei Ling parted ways with Tang Yun and sped out of the city in his car. With so many antiques, the cyan energy stream should be enough to saturate the white pearl, right? For it to be set atop the ghost spirit pagoda, that white pearl must be even more extraordinary than the pagoda itself. Lei Ling was extremely eager to see the results. Chapter 45. This senior is a bit terrifying. Lei Ling parked his car under a large tree in the suburbs and gathered the 10 antiques he had bought, along with the 3 he had scavenged, piling them up together. He picked up the ancient Buddha statue first and placed it in front of him. A wisp of cyan mist drifted out, and the white pearl in his mind emitted a white light, absorbing it. Next was the bronze sword. A thick stream of cyan mist surged out and was swiftly absorbed as well. After absorbing 10 antiques, The cyan airflow within the white pearl was nearly full, visibly dense with swirling energy. Thunderling was thrilled and continued to absorb. 13 antiques shattered before him, yet the cyan mist and the white pearl merely churned without any further reaction. Staring at the scene, Thunderling was speechless. After draining so many antiques of their cyan energy, why is there still no response? What use are you really? The slower the white pearl reacted, the more it hinted at its extraordinary nature. I was counting on it to help me through this ordeal, but seems hopeless now. Better go absorb high-voltage electricity to enhance the 9 Revolutions golden body technique and the shadow radiant step. For now, I had no choice but to set aside the mystery of the white pearl. Still, this wasn't a wasted effort. Lei Ling was clearly getting closer and closer to uncovering its secrets. Lei Ling drove to a deserted spot, the car running low on fuel. With no other option, he opened the trunk and had Duan Yuer lie inside. Lei Ling stripped off all his clothes, climbed onto an electricity pylon, glanced around to confirm no one was nearby, then swiftly ascended and grasped the high-voltage cables with both hands. ZZZZT. In an instant, a powerful high-voltage current surged towards Lei Ling's body. His entire frame became enveloped in the high-voltage electricity. The exhilarating sensation of his body being enhanced made Lei Ling unable to suppress his excitement. Amazing, so damn amazing. Duan Yuer watched as the electric current from the high-voltage power lines surged wildly into Lei Ling's body. Choking back sobs, she murmured, "Is this the secret technique of the Giguman legacy? To actually absorb so much high-voltage electricity? What will become of his body after this?" While Lei Ling was greedily enjoying the electric current, the entire power grid of Jianyang City collapsed once again. Power Control Center. Why is the current being drained again? Go to the scene immediately. Hurry. A group of officials stared at the power grid monitor as a red dot flashed at a certain location. Electricity was vanishing at that very spot. Last time we lost millions of kilowatt hours, and now it's happening even further away. Could some kind of monster be sucking up our electricity? Quickly notify the police department. This is absolutely no trivial matter. Lei Ling greedily absorbed it, clearly feeling his internal organs, blood cells, and bones being enveloped and strengthened by electric currents. Especially the blood coursing through his entire body surged violently like the roaring torrents of the Yellow River waterfall, every single blood cell absorbing tremendous electrical currents. Duan Yuer watched as Lei Ling had been absorbing for 40 minutes without stopping. This is just inhuman. Lei Ling continued absorbing the electric currents while gazing toward the city district. If caught, he'd surely be dissected and studied. An hour later, Lei Ling observed his body enveloped in electricity, no longer bronze, but a shade of aged copper. It seems the first cycle of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique has reached perfection, but I won't stop. I'll keep absorbing until I can't take any more. Lei Ling allowed the high-voltage currents to surge through his body. Finally, his flesh could no longer absorb another spark. Lei Ling spotted vehicles approaching in the distance, clinging to the iron tower as he slid down. Without even time to put on clothes, he grabbed his loot and dashed to a distant car, jumped into the trunk, slammed the pedal to the metal, and sped away from the scene. His heart raced. This time, I absorbed high-voltage electricity for an hour. Must have been at least tens of millions of volts. All that frozen meat in the city's warehouses is probably thawing by now. With weather this hot, the power company's going to get roasted alive. Thinking about the power bureau chiefs taking the blame for him, Lei Ling observed a brief 3-second moment of silence for them. This time he deliberately traveled far to absorb it, just to give himself enough time. The power company CEO looked at the high-voltage wires. There's nothing unusual here. How could electricity just vanish from this place? Several power company bosses nearby shrank their necks and glanced around. Hey, we aren't seeing ghosts, are we? This is over 10 million volts of electricity. What on earth could withstand it? Several police cars pulled up nearby, and Ma Yuanchao, the head of the Western District Police Department, approached with a furrowed brow. "Chief Wong, what's the situation?" he asked. Mr. Wong looked up at the Iron Tower and said, "Over 10 million kilowatt hours of electricity vanished without a trace here on the high-voltage line before we arrived, but the disappearances stopped as soon as we got here. Director Ma, what the hell is going on here? Last time I already got investigated by the higher-ups." Ma Yuanchao also gazed at the Iron Tower. "Over 10 million kilowatt hours disappeared from here? Manager Wong, are you kidding me? Even with electrical storage equipment, it wouldn't be that easy. That's exactly why I don't know what to do now. Could there really be ghosts?" Manager Wong glanced nervously at their surroundings. Ma Yuanchao frowned and said, "In that case, I'll have some officers from the Bureau conduct door-to-door inquiries in the area." Boss Wong grasped Ma Yuanchao's hand and said, "Director Ma, you must take this seriously. If things go wrong, I might be suspended for investigation." Ma Yuanchao nodded. "Don't worry. I'll give it my all." Lei Ling drove the car quite far, only merging onto the main road when he reached a spot without surveillance cameras. Lei Ling parked the car on a secluded hillside, gripping Duan Yuer by the collar as he dragged her toward the woods. He threw her to the ground. Lei Ling walked behind the stone and picked up 2-century-old medicinal herbs. At this moment, Lei Ling suddenly heard the voice of the colossal giant in his mind. 9 revolutions golden body technique. Second revolution. Boom. With a tremor in his consciousness, the secret method of the 9 revolutions golden body techniques, second revolution, transformed into a stream of white energy that entered his mind. Lei Ling instantly obtained the manual for the second revolution. Lei Ling observed the colossal giant inwardly. "Senior, do you wish to absorb the century-old medicinal herbs now? I believe mastering the 9 revolutions golden body techniques, second revolution, will take a long time, so perhaps we should let the other 2 seniors absorb them instead." The white-robed elder holding the scripture nodded. The black-cloaked man also nodded. The burly giant glared at them, his face filled with unwillingness. Lei Ling smiled. Though these 3 didn't speak, their wordless exchange was quite amusing to watch. Lei Ling held the ancient medicine, but didn't immediately absorb it in front of them, letting them fret first. Soon, the trio by the Ghost Spirit Tower were all glaring venomously at Lei Ling, because he was openly coveting what belonged to them. Lei Ling thought to himself, "It seems they're really eager for the potency of these century-old medicinal herbs. Could a 4th esteemed senior emerge? Both of these ancient herbs shall be yours." Lei Ling now realized that each of the 33 seniors had different areas of expertise, and they all had a need for these ancient herbs. As soon as Lei Ling finished speaking, the 4th level of the Ghost Spirit Tower flickered with red light. The light flashed across Lei Ling's face. The senior on the 4th level had heard him. He also noticed that all 3 individuals who emerged had wary glances flickering in their eyes. They turned their heads simultaneously to glare at Lei Ling, their gazes practically devouring him. What do these looks mean? Could it be that the senior from the 4th layer could crush them effortlessly? That they weren't even qualified to absorb the ancient medicinal essence in the future? Because previously, it was the elderly man who absorbed the ancient medicinal essence first. His seniority must have been higher. It seems they follow a strict hierarchy when absorbing the medicinal energy. Lei Ling figured out the reason. Black mist unexpectedly began seeping from the 4th floor at this moment. Black mist? Lei Ling frowned as a chill ran down his spine. The senior on the 4th floor must be exceptionally powerful. Lei Ling grew excited. Chapter 46. Soul returns to body. The black mist began taking shape near the Ghost Spirit Tower, though the process required time to complete. Lei Ling began practicing the shadow flow step around the trees, time slipping away like sand through his fingers. When he saw the shadowy figure forming from the dark mist in his mind, Lei Ling immediately stopped. She was an old woman shrouded in dark mist, hunched over with a cane, exuding an aura of death. A voice echoed in Lei Ling's mind. The secret art of the witch clan, summoning spirits. Lei Ling watched as the old woman swung her cane, sending a stream of black energy into the space of his mind. Instantly, Lei Ling grasped the core essence of the soul summoning technique. He couldn't restrain the twitch at the corner of his mouth. No wonder the previous 3 predecessors had feared her. Handing him the soul summoning technique directly was undoubtedly her weakest move. However, the technique required the accompaniment of incense offerings and spirit money to be used. With the witchcraft of the 4th predecessor, Lei Ling's chances of victory against the masters of the Duan family grew even greater. Lei Ling hastily placed the 2 ancient medicinal herbs before him. Immediately, their potency was absorbed, flooding into the old woman's body. The wrinkles on her crumpled face had noticeably diminished. The old woman gave Lei Ling a satisfied smile, but the other 3 elders glared at him viciously, their eyes filled with resentment. However, the old woman turned and shot them a glare. Lei Ling saw the 3 take a step back in their shared mental space. This old woman must be quite formidable indeed. Thank you, esteemed elders. When I gather more aged medicinal herbs later, you'll all receive your share. The 3 people behind the old woman finally showed expressions of, "You're a sensible kid." Lei Ling quickly picked up Duan Yuer and threw her into the trunk. He then drove to a store selling funeral goods, where he bought yellow paper, incense, candles, and other items. After eating, he drove the car to a secluded spot and carried Duan Yuer up the Phoenix Crime Mountain. Last time, he had prepared explosives on Phoenix Crime Mountain. Perhaps they would come in handy this time. When he reached the foot of the Iron Tower, Lei Ling glanced upward and chuckled. "Duan Yuer, try not to let the 3 experts your Duan family sent get schemed to death by me again, all right?" Tears welled up in Duan Yuer's swollen eyes. She suddenly regretted sending the message back to the Duan family. When she was locked in a room by Lei Ling before, at least she was still treated like a human. But now, whenever Lei Ling was in a bad mood, he would slap her, treating her completely as an object for venting. Lei Ling carried her to the front of a tomb. There were many large graves on Femming Mountain. Gazing at this ancient tomb, Lei Ling curled his lips into a smile. "Tonight, I'll use you for an experiment. Don't disappoint me." Duan Yuer's tears streamed down her face, uncertain of what Lei Ling intended to do to her. "I was wrong. Please stop tormenting me, okay?" Lei Ling tossed her to the ground. "Torment you? I'm making you help me kill your Duan family members." Lei Ling's eerie face sent shivers down her spine. Why did this guy drag me to this gravesite? But Lei Ling paid her no heed. Finding 2 large stones, he tied them to his thighs and began practicing the 2nd level of the shadow flowing light step. Instantly, the 2nd meridian within his body began to glow as Lei Ling initiated his technique. Yet, sprinting strained him so much that he panted like an ox. While circulating the meridian diagram, he continued his frantic dash, sweat pouring down his body unrelentingly. Meanwhile, in Jianyang City, a car came to a halt in the urban district. An elderly man adjusted his reading glasses as he studied the compass in his hand. "You wear us in that direction. Let's have dinner before we set off." The 2 middle-aged men nodded in unison. "All right, Uncle Ba." Only after eating and drinking their fill at the restaurant did they board the vehicle, heading toward the direction of Fengming Mountain. Lei Ling noticed the sky had grown completely dark. Clutching the steamed buns he'd brought up the mountain, he munched on them while inserting incense sticks before the grave, lighting candles, and burning spirit money. Duan Yuer lay on the ground, watching Lei Ling devour the steamed bun while swallowing hard. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for an entire day. Lei Ling turned to glance at her with a smile. "Want one?" Duan Yuer nodded emphatically. "I do." Lei Ling then picked up a steamed bun and placed it in front of her. Duan Yuer devoured it ravenously like a dog snapping at food on the ground. She didn't care at all that the bun was covered in dirt. Lei Ling sat nearby, munching on a sweet, chewy steamed bun. He tore off a piece and waved it in front of Duan Yuer, still hungry. Duan Yuer's eyes followed the steamed bun. "I want it. You must learn to be obedient from now on, understand?" "I know." Lei Ling placed it before herself. Duan Yuer wriggled her body, ate what was before her, then looked up at Lei Ling. Lei Ling reached out and patted her head. Be good and you'll get food. Lei Ling fed her another piece. When Duan Yuer had eaten her fill, Lei Ling untied the ropes binding her. Kneel. This time, Duan Yuer didn't say a word, kneeling properly before Lei Ling. Lei Ling placed 2 bowls in front of her, one filled with water, the other empty but holding yellow paper. Picking up a pair of empty chopsticks, he took a deep breath and began performing the secret witch clan technique, the soul summoning ritual. His heartbeat began to accelerate, as he had previously dismissed such things as feudal superstition. Yet now, any bizarre occurrence seemed entirely plausible. Lei Ling gazed at the spirit paper burning before the grave, his voice growing hoarse as he chanted, "Heavenly soul returns, earthly soul comes back. 3 souls and 7 spirits find peace in the human body. Du Yuyong, who died during the Qing dynasty, hear my soul calling. When I call out, you must answer." Holding chopsticks in his hand, Lei Ling swiftly traced patterns on the yellow paper inside an empty bowl, following the techniques he recalled from memory. Du Yuyong, are you there? In an instant, the dense forest was gripped by a sinister, bone-chilling wind. The surrounding trees shook violently as a wave of icy, piercing coldness coursed through Duan Yuer's body, leaving her trembling with pallor. Only then did she realize how terrifying Lei Ling's methods had become after inheriting the legacy of Ghost Valley sect. As Lei Ling sketched with the chopsticks, he then dipped them in water and sprinkled it onto the yellow paper placed in the empty bowl. Du Yuyong, are you there? Suddenly, a figure began to emerge on the yellow paper. Lei Ling dipped the chopsticks into water with increasing speed. Du Yuyong, are you there? Woo woo woo. The surrounding trees shook violently, as if sobbing sounds had erupted. Then, a hoarse and low voice suddenly rang out from within the tomb. I am here. Duan Yuer began to back away. No, no, no. Lei Ling immediately turned his head, narrowed his eyes, and said, Don't move, or I'll punch you to death. With that, Lei Ling continued facing the grave's interior. Du Yuyong, I command you, return your soul to your body. Duan Yuer saw the tombstone embedded in the grave seemingly distort before her eyes. A ghostly figure crawled out, one she would never forget for the rest of her life. Flickering in the candlelight, its shadowy form wavered indistinctly. A chill so sinister ran down Lei Ling's spine that his scalp tingled with numbness. After all, it was his first time dabbling in such sinister affairs. Truth be told, it was downright terrifying. Lei Ling continued, dipping his chopsticks in water and sprinkling it onto the yellow paper. Go to this woman's body. A ghostly voice, flickering in and out of existence, rang out. Chapter 47. Save me. Duan Yuer had never seen anything so eerie before. She stood up and turned to run, but her knees buckled weakly, sending her crashing back to the ground. A dark shadow instantly entered her body. Duan Yuer's half-bent figure seemed to freeze rigidly in place. She slowly stood up, turning her head to glance at Lei Ling with an eerie smile creeping across her face. Lei Ling picked up the chopsticks, one planted before the grave mound, the other wrapped around yellow paper, and said coolly, Turn around. Duan Yuer mechanically spun around. Only then did Lei Ling retrieve his acupuncture needles, using the 13 Yama needles method to unseal the meridians within her body. A dagger was placed in Lei Ling's hand by him. Hide the dagger well. When others arrive, ambush the strongest one. Lei Ling turned and headed back toward the previous iron tower. Duan Yuer followed alongside him. Lei Ling was inwardly astonished. This witch clan's occult technique was truly bizarre, capable of commanding ghosts and controlling people. However, Lei Ling felt utterly exhausted, likely a side effect of employing the Wu clan's secret arts. Upon reaching the iron tower, Lei Ling looked at Duan Yuer and said, Run up and down quickly. I'll chase after you. Duan Yuer immediately ran down the mountain. After he had covered some distance, Lei Ling finished smoking a cigarette before giving chase. Lei Ling kept his right hand in his pocket, clutching the yellow paper-wrapped chopsticks, the key to controlling Duan Yuer. Meanwhile, The elder of the Duan clan, holding a compass, was rushing toward Mount Fengming. At this moment, the compass needle trembled with increasing intensity. The elder said gravely, "Yuer is getting closer to us." The two middle-aged men accompanying the old man nodded gravely, their expressions solemn. At that very moment, under the moonlight, a woman came running through the forest ahead. Duan Yuer ran, while sobbing uncontrollably. When the three men spotted her, their faces lit up with joy. "Yuer!" Duan Yuer cried out between sobs. "Lei Ling is chasing me. Save me." The three men looked behind her and saw a young man in pursuit. The old man narrowed his eyes and sneered. "You damned cur! How dare you bully someone from our Duan family? Today will be your last." Duan Yuer suddenly rushed into the old man's arms, trembling. "I'm scared, so scared." The old man patted Yuer's back reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, my jade child. Your eighth uncle is here. I'll make this dog pay dearly for this." But Yuer slowly raised her head, teary eyes fluttering as she whispered, "Eighth uncle." The old man frowned and asked, "What's wrong, Yua?" But a sinister smile crept up Yuer's lips. The old man only now sensed something amiss. "Hud, hud, hud." The dagger in Duan Yuer's hand pierced his belly repeatedly in swift succession. Then another slash across his throat. "Yuer, you." The old man clutched his gushing neck, his eyes wide with shock. The two middle-aged men had just run out when they suddenly heard noises behind them. Turning back, they saw the old man kneeling on the ground, blood spurting uncontrollably from his body. "Yua, how could you raise your hand against eighth uncle?" Duan Yuer gripped the dagger as she thrust toward them. One of the men stared at Duan Yuer's vacant eyes. "Something's wrong. Yuer's been possessed by something. This isn't her. Knock her out now." The two men sensed something was wrong with Duan Yuer's aura. An unsettling, sinister feeling emanated from her. It had all happened too suddenly, and they hadn't noticed before. Duan Yuer was struck unconscious by a swift chop to the neck. But eighth uncle was already on the ground, coughing up blood incessantly. "Catch! Catch him!" The two men gritted their teeth and turned to chase after Lei Ling. "You damned bastard, daring to kill a member of our Duan family. You're asking for death." Lei Ling sprinted wildly through the forest, only to glance back and realize the two were closing in even faster than when he used his shadow gliding steps. The Duan family's elites truly deserved their reputation. Had Duan Yuer not taken out their strongest fighter first, they would have caught up to him in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the two had closed the distance. One of them swung a fist straight at Lei Ling. "Give me your life." Lei Ling activated the 9 Revolutions golden body technique and threw a punch in response. Boom! Using the recoil force, Lei Ling soared backward through the air. Lei Ling felt his arm go numb. The 9 Revolutions golden body technique had leveled up again. If not for that upgrade, that single punch would have shattered his arm. The man who had clashed fists with Lei Ling frowned. "This kid's body is extraordinary. To think he could withstand my punch." Another middle-aged man muttered grimly. "His skin has a bronze hue. Must be some secret art passed down from the Ghost Valley sect. After him, we might be able to learn it ourselves." Lei Ling arrived at a valley in Fengming Mountain as he ran. He glanced back at the two pursuers, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He clutched a detonator in his pocket, a small device capable of igniting the dozens of kilograms of explosives he had hidden away. The two middle-aged men were still giving chase wildly. As they stepped over a broken tree, Lei Ling struck. Boom! As soon as they landed, the hidden explosives beneath the ground detonated. The deafening roar echoed. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the valley, flames leaping into the sky. Two middle-aged men from the Duan family were blasted dozens of meters into the air. Lei Ling saw one of the men's legs had been completely blown off. He halted in his tracks and cursed. Damn it! Only one stepped directly on the explosives. The other just got blown away. The two men crashed to the ground, their heads spinning, vomiting blood uncontrollably. And Lei Ling was already charging back toward them. Especially the burly man whose legs had been blown off. He looked down at the bloody stumps where his thighs once were, blood gushing out as he screamed in agony. "Brother, save me, save me." Ah! Another man tried to stand up, only to collapse sideways with a heavy thud. The blast had left him dazed, the world spinning. He couldn't steady himself at all. Lei Ling charged over to the legless man and sneered. "Save you? He can't even save himself now." Lei Ling grabbed his head and twisted it. Crack! His neck bone snapped, his head lolled, and he was dead on the spot. "Bastard!" Another middle-aged man roared, propping himself up against a tree as he staggered to his feet. He shook his head vigorously to clear the dizziness. "You damn dog, daring to ambush us." Lei Ling saw his opponent charging swiftly towards him and realized the man was no longer disoriented. Lei Ling activated his Qi observation technique to assess the man. Above his head hovered 7 Qi clusters, with the golden cluster occupying 4/10 of the total. Judging by the golden Qi flow, similar to Duan Yuer's earlier display, this man was at the peak of the 4th-rank martial artist level. Not knowing his own standing, Lei Ling decided to test it in combat. Chapter 48. I know you mean harm. Lei Ling and this Duan clansman exchanged a punch in midair. Lei Ling's body flew backward uncontrollably, smashing through a tree before tumbling to the ground, where he got a mouthful of dirt. He quickly spat it out, but the middle-aged man was already charging at him. Lei Ling's heart pounded as he thought, "He's pretty strong." His arm throbbed with a searing pain, as if it had been repeatedly hammered by an iron rod. He estimated his physical strength had just barely reached the 2nd tier. This was definitely no match. Going head-to-head would be foolish. He could easily be ambushed and killed. After all, he didn't know what other trump cards the opponent might have. Lei Ling sprang up like a carp leaping from water and dashed away at full speed. The middle-aged man from the Duan family roared hysterically, "You bastard! If you've got guts, fucking stand your ground." Lei Ling turned his head with a cold smirk. "You're the fucking bastard. Your whole family's bastards. Got the balls to come kill me." Lei Ling wasn't one to take insults lying down. He'd always retaliate with worse. The Duan family man pulled out a wooden token. "Think you can escape? My Duan family will send more elite killers after you. Stronger ones this time. You're not worthy of the Ghost Valley inheritance." Crack! He crushed the wooden plaque. Lei Ling furrowed his brows. Taking a deep breath, he pushed thoughts of the Duan family aside. First, he needed to kill this man. Lei Ling was on the verge of reaching the Iron Tower when his eyes flickered with calculation. Immediately, he turned and charged back the way he had come. The Duan family man smirked coldly. "Quite daring, aren't we? To hell with you." He instantly whipped out 2 throwing knives, shooting them forth with deadly speed. Even with his shadow flow step, Lei Ling unexpectedly failed to dodge. Thud! One knife buried itself in his abdomen. A sensation like sulfuric acid corroding flesh shot through him. Looking down, Lei Ling saw white smoke curling from the wound. "Poison! Ha ha ha!" The Duan clansman sneered. "Which means you're as good as dead." A fist came crashing toward Lei Ling. He had no choice but to meet it head-on. Bang! The dull impact of colliding fists reverberated through the air. Lei Ling's body tumbled violently before crashing into the Iron Tower frame, spurting 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession. "Run! Keep running, you fucking bastard!" The Duan family middle-aged man's face twisted grotesquely as he roared insanely, his frenzied state resembling a demon. "The Ghost Valley sex legacy. Seems it'll be mine now." He charged toward Lei Ling again. Clutching the iron frame, Lei Ling began climbing upward. The Duan family man scaled the structure with equal speed. You reject the path to heaven, choosing only roads to ruin. Could it be you plan to leap from this tower to your death? Lei Ling quickly climbed onto the Iron Tower frame, with high-voltage power lines behind him. Watching the middle-aged Duan family member catching up, he feigned weakness and pleaded, "Big brother, spare my life. I can give you the Gigu sex inheritance." The middle-aged Duan family member gripped the tower frame, narrowing his eyes. "Show it to me first." Lei Ling produced a small, pitch-black pagoda the size of a finger. something he picked up at the antique market earlier that day. This little trinket was absolutely the perfect disguise, something he planned to wear around his neck later. Oh, this thing is the Gigu sex inheritance. Lei Ling nodded. Yes, it contains 33 predecessors. So far, 3 have taught me secret techniques. My physical strength is so formidable because it was passed down by the first senior. The second senior taught me the shadow flow step. The third senior transmitted to me the secret soul summoning technique of the witch clan, which is how I controlled Duan Yuer with a spectral soul. There are other seniors who also want to pass on their skills to me, but I haven't mastered them yet. If you spare me, big brother, I'll give you this. The middle-aged man from the Duan family frowned, staring at Lei Ling's pallid face. You little brat, you even managed to outsmart the most scheming ninth uncle. You're not playing some trick again, are you? After all, this guy had cunningly killed so many from the Duan family. He was definitely no ordinary foe. Lei Ling took a deep breath and said, Don't you believe me? Then I'll destroy it. The seniors inside are in soul form. High-voltage electricity will definitely fry them to death. I won't live either. Wait, the Duan family middle-aged man hastily exclaimed. Lei Ling's hand paused as he was about to release the high-voltage electricity. Are you willing to let me go? The middle-aged man from the Duan family slowly crawled onto the frame opposite Lei Ling. How can I believe this is really the Giguman inheritance? If it's genuine, I can let you go. Place it between your brows, and you'll see the seniors contained within, Lei Ling said weakly. As he spoke, Lei Ling handed it over. The middle-aged man reached out cautiously, only for Lei Ling to abruptly pull it back. I gave it to you. You let me go, right? Swear it, or may your whole family perish. Lei Ling's sudden outburst startled him. The middle-aged man sighed helplessly. If the inheritance is genuine, not only will I release you, but I'll also give you the antidote. After a moment's hesitation, Lei Ling countered, Then give me the antidote first. The middle-aged man frowned. This guy was being so cautious, which must mean the small pagoda truly was the Ghost Valley sex legacy. He pulled out a bottle of medicine, shook out a pill, and handed it to Lei Ling. Just take one. Lei Ling scowled skeptically. It's so dark. How do I know this isn't poison? The middle-aged man roared. Would you stop making such a fuss? Or I'll kill you and forget about the inheritance. Lei Ling shrank back. Hey, don't get mad. You toss it over. I'll take the antidote, then hand over the inheritance. After all, I did kill a few of your Duan families. I was afraid you wouldn't let me go. Once I get the inheritance, I won't report it. Who'd pass up such an opportunity? He said coolly. But the middle-aged man sneered inwardly. It was poison. Once ingested, it would tear one's guts apart, making life worse than death. You damn bastard. You killed someone from my Duan family and still think I'll let you go? Don't be so naive. Lei Ling caught the pitch-black pill and cautiously sniffed it. Is this really the antidote? He asked. If you won't eat it, give it to me. Lei Ling took a deep breath, popped the item into his mouth and swallowed it, then hastily handed over the small tower. Brother, a real man's word is inviolable. Don't you dare deceive me, he said. Seeing that Lei Ling had consumed the poison, the man let his guard down slightly and reached out to take the small tower. But just as their hands were about to touch, Lei Ling suddenly grabbed the man's wrist. With his legs clamped around the iron frame, the middle-aged man drew a dagger with his free hand and stabbed toward Lei Ling. I knew you were up to no good. Drop dead. But Lei Ling's hand, already poised beside the high-voltage wire, made contact faster. ZZZZT. A surge of powerful electricity instantly enveloped them both, their bodies crackling with white current as their clothes ignited. You fucking bitch. He never imagined that despite all his caution, he'd still fallen for a trap. Lei Ling reveled in the electric embrace, raising an eyebrow at him. Enjoying the high-voltage thrill? Can't move, can you? You bastard, trying to trick you nearly fried all my brain cells. You fed me poison, didn't you? Too bad. My inheritance included antidote acupuncture techniques. See that pitch-black spot over there? That's Duan Fei's corpse, hanging where I left him, burned to ashes. If I can't kill you head on, I'll damn well make sure you die in the shadows. His middle-aged body convulsed violently, charred black all over, the stench of scorched flesh rising from his skin. Lei Ling grabbed his rigid body and hung it on the high-voltage power line, where it was electrocuted into charred chunks before plummeting down. Lei Ling quickly seized the iron tower and slid to the ground. He searched for the acupuncture case he had dropped earlier, found it, and then used the 13 nether acupuncture to detoxify himself. Each acupuncture needle inserted into his body turned pitch black. Damn it, that's some nasty poison. Luckily, the 13 nether acupuncture was there. Otherwise, he'd be a goner for sure. After detoxifying, Lei Ling narrowed his eyes at the iron tower. That Duan family bastard must have sent word back. Next time, it won't be just 3 people, it might be 30. I must enhance my strength. Currently, I've obtained the second revolution of the 9 transformations golden body technique, which is the fastest way to improve. Phoenix Crying Mountain is so far from the city. Surely it'll allow me to make significant progress, right? He gazed toward the horizon where the bustling city of Jianyang shimmered with countless lights. If he were to absorb them, the entire city would surely plunge into darkness, wouldn't it? Because he absorbed high-voltage electricity, it would reverse the current flow from all those storage devices and drain them dry. Never mind, just absorb it first. He immediately began climbing the iron tower. Chapter 49. The whole city stirs. Lei Ling reached the top of the tower and grasped the high-voltage wires with both hands. ZZZZT. Every blood cell, every internal organ, trembled wildly within him. His blood surged like raging rivers, each cell a ravenous madman devouring the electric current with desperate hunger. Countless blood cells surged through the ocean of blood vessels, scrambling to seize the electric currents falling from the vessel walls. His heart roared like a supercharged engine, voraciously consuming high-voltage electricity to strengthen every minute capillary within. His lungs became bellows, whooshing rapidly as they inhaled the currents to reinforce the flesh and blood of his respiratory system. Lei Ling gazed at Jianyang City, its brilliance illuminating half the sky. In an instant, the western district went dark, then the eastern, followed by the southern and northern quarters. The bustling metropolis of 10 million people instantly plunged into eternal night and darkness. On the jam-packed streets of Jianyang City, traffic lights ceased functioning, car accidents occurred one after another, and the blaring of horns echoed everywhere. Hotels, restaurants, KTVs, snack streets. Countless people were cursing at the top of their lungs, especially those reckless young thrill-seekers who felt like they'd stumbled into paradise, cheering wildly, revving their motorcycles through the streets and setting off firecrackers. The headquarters of the Power Bureau. Director Wang, this time the current from all power equipment has been absorbed in reverse. We can't trace where the electricity is disappearing. Quick, switch to diesel generators. Are you idiots? We tried. The moment they connect to the equipment, the power vanishes. I'm going crazy. Notify the Yamen immediately. The entire Jianyang City was thrown into chaos. Lei Ling greedily absorbed the electric currents. The amount consumed by the second level of the 9 Revolutions golden body technique was terrifying. He felt his body like a bottomless pit, yearning only to satiate itself with these currents. So good, incredibly good. Every molecule, particle, and atom in his body was cheering with delight. 7 armed helicopters lifted off into the sky over Jianyang City, their rotors roaring through the air. Ma Yuanchao, chief of the Western District Police Department, gripped his walkie-talkie and spoke grimly. All 7 helicopters fan out and search beyond the city limits. Ground units maintain order. All SWAT teams proceed along the high-voltage power line routes. Copy that. Lei Ling had absorbed high-voltage electricity many times before, but never had it felt as exhilarating as tonight. So this was the wondrous sensation of a body pushed beyond human limits. Suddenly, Lei Ling noticed lights flashing in the distant sky. His pupils constricted. Holy shit, A helicopter's coming. Lei Ling promptly released the high-voltage wire and slid down the pylon. Duan Yuer, controlled by the vengeful spirit, stood waiting with the elderly Duan family member. Lei Ling immediately dashed to where the explosives had been planted earlier. Hauling the two Duan family corpses, he climbed back onto the high-voltage lines until their bodies were utterly vaporized by the electricity. Duan Yuer followed Lei Ling as they ran toward the gravestone. Without hesitation, Lei Ling began reciting the soul-summoning incantation to restore wandering spirits. Return at dusk, rest in the earth at dusk, find peace at dusk. He swiftly dipped his chopsticks in water, sprinkling droplets onto the yellow paper placed in an empty bowl. Suddenly, Duan Yuer's body trembled violently as a shadow emerged. She collapsed limply onto the ground. The inky silhouette on the yellow paper vanished before their eyes. The tombstone appeared to contort as the shadow slithered into it. Lei Ling hastily hoisted Duan Yuer onto his shoulders, already weakened beyond measure from the ghostly possession. He then quickly ran down Fengming Mountain, threw Duan Yuer into the trunk, and drove away. Chao Chua lounged on a rattan chair in the lakeside courtyard, her curvaceous body stretched out lazily, her long, fair legs swaying gently. After being away most of the day, Adeo finally returned. However, he entered the courtyard with his head down and hurried toward the house. Chao Chua snapped impatiently. Come here. You still haven't reported to me about Lei Ling's situation. Dadao stuttered. He's not dead, is he? Chao Chua sat up, gently fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. Why are you hanging your head? Lift it up. I fell and hurt my face. Was afraid of startling the sect leader. Hidao mumbled, his head nearly buried in his chest. Chao Chua stepped before him, using her fan to tilt his chin upward. Adao's face was unrecognizable, eyes swollen to mere slits, lips puffed like sausages. Though clearly treated with antiseptic, the swelling hadn't subsided. What happened to you? Chao Chua's beautiful eyes widened in shock. I accidentally smashed my face into a wall. Heidao whispered hoarsely. Chao Chua, adhering to the principle of not exposing others' hardships, nodded and said, Be more careful when you walk next time. Oh, then I'll go to sleep first, Chao Chua said. In the third cabinet of the house, take the medicine and apply it. Thank you, Sectmaster. Chao Chua glanced at Adao's retreating figure before turning her gaze to the lights flickering by the lake. This kid is something. Even Adao has suffered major defeats twice. But Adao holds grudges, and Lei Ling will pay dearly next time. Outside the Red Star Commerce Guild, Lei Ling looked at Mei Gue and asked, Sister Mei Gue, does the Red Star Commerce Guild have a basement? There's the gyms downstairs. Rose leaned against the car window, puzzled. What's wrong? Then I'll go to the basement. That house can't be lived in for now. Only after saying this did she get out of the car. If Adeo knew about that place and tried to ambush him there, he'd definitely get beaten to a pulp. There were too many people at Red Star Commerce here. She wouldn't dare act recklessly, because their kind didn't dare make a move in front of ordinary people. Arriving at the Red Star Chamber of Commerce basement, Lei Ling tossed Duan Yuer aside and finally faced the mirror, applying acupuncture needles. After working the needles for a while, he placed a hot towel over his face and simply lay on the ground. Rose sat beside him and said, Lily is here looking for you. Lei Ling snapped impatiently. Your daughter despises me now. I won't see her. After all, her catching him racing against Su Yunxi and getting cozy, then suffering humiliation, she definitely wouldn't let it slide. Lily says her bureau chief wants to see you. What? Lei Ling quickly removed the hot towel, the swelling on his face fading noticeably. Why does their bureau chief want to see me? During his previous detainment at the police station, Ma Yuanshao had taken quite a liking to him. Lei Ling could distinctly sense that. I don't know either, so you'd better go check it out. Rose pursed her lips. Lei Ling rolled his eyes and said, Then I'll wait for the swelling on my face to go down. With that, Lei Ling began acupuncture on himself while looking in the mirror. Then he went upstairs. Yao Lily sat on the office sofa. Seeing Lei Ling approach, she gritted her teeth and said, "You've been mooching off my mother this whole time?" Lei Ling nodded. "Yeah, eating soft rice tastes sweet. No idea why the bureau chief wants to see you," she said as she stood up. "Come with me to the bureau." "Did Director Ma say what it's about?" Lei Ling asked curiously. "It's about the 50 million kilowatt-hours of electricity that vanished from Jianyang City tonight." Lei Ling's heart tightened. "Did Director Ma find out about me? Is this a trap to make me turn myself in? Can I not go?" Yao Lily turned to look at Lei Ling. "If you don't go, Director Ma said he'll come personally to invite you." Lei Ling sighed. "I cover my tracks so thoroughly. How could they have found out?" "Enough. Honesty brings leniency, while resistance invites severity. Go explain the situation." Chapter 50. I give up West District Police Station. Ma Yuanchao watched Lei Ling walk into the lobby and approached him, patting his shoulder. "Xiao Lei, come upstairs with me." Lei Ling forced a smile and asked, "Boss, what exactly do you need from me?" Glancing at him with a chuckle, Ma replied, "No need to fret. You'll understand once we're upstairs." Lei Ling was utterly speechless. How could he not be nervous? He had stolen almost 100 million kilowatt-hours of electricity from Jianyang City. Would they dissect him for research? Entering the massive conference room, 70 or 80 police officers stood up in unison, their eyes fixed on him. This scared Lei Ling so much he took a step back. Damn, were all these people here to study me? One slice per person, and I'd be carved into minced meat. Ma Yuanchao patted Lei Ling on the shoulder. "Don't be nervous, Xiao Lei." Lei Ling's mouth twitched slightly. "I'm a bit socially awkward, let alone with so many police officers around." He grabbed Lei Ling by the arm. "You know about tonight's sudden blackout in Jianyang City, right?" "I know." Lei Ling nodded stiffly. Immediately, the two walked up onto the high platform of the conference room. Only then did Ma Yuanchao speak up. "Earlier at the bureau, you weren't affected by the electric baton. Do you have some immunity to electric current?" Lei Ling couldn't quite figure out what Ma Yuanchao was getting at. "It's just a little bit. Touching a live wire would still knock me out easily." "Really?" Lei Ling nodded. "Really? You picked up a power strip. Touch it." Lei Ling shrank his neck, feeling the stares of 70 to 80 police officers, including SWAT members, all fixed on him. Bracing himself, Lei Ling said, "Chief, you're not going to electrocute me to death, are you?" "Don't worry. We have doctors here," the man replied with a smile. Lei Ling took a deep breath and reached his fingers toward the power strip, deliberately not activating his 9 revolutions golden body technique. Instantly, Lei Ling's entire body convulsed violently, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Ma Yuanchao promptly disconnected the power strip. Lei Ling collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. Doctors immediately rushed to attend to him. A full 5 minutes passed before he slowly managed to sit up. "Chief, what exactly are you trying to do?" There is absolutely no way he could admit to something like this, unless he wanted to spend New Year's Eve dining with the interesting folks in prison. Ma Yuanchao picked up 2 electric batons. "Has the charge weakened on these?" "A bit, but it's still potent enough." Without hesitation, Ma Yuanchao flicked the switch and jammed the batons into Lei Ling's body. Lei Ling's face twisted slightly, though not as intensely as before. "Leader, please stop with the electric shocks." Ma Yuanchao finally released the stunned baton and chuckled. "Take a seat in the front row next to Yao Lily. We're having a meeting." With no choice, Lei Ling obediently sat in the front row, posture rigidly straight like a disciplined schoolchild. "Comrades, Jianyang City has experienced several incidents of electrical evaporation totaling nearly 100 million kilowatt-hours. This is theft of state resources and must be severely punished. The municipal government has issued strict orders to all departments to identify who's behind this. As you all know, apart from our Bureau 749, there exists another group of people in this world. Whoever they are, once identified, they must be apprehended, no matter what backing they have. None compares to ours, because what stands behind us is the nation itself." Everyone began to applaud. Lei Ling's lips twitched slightly before he joined in the clapping. Of course, Whoever solves this case will earn substantial credit. The reason I invited Lei Ling here is so our West District Precinct can take the lead in cracking the case. He possesses a unique sensitivity to electrical currents. Officer Lei should help us apprehend the killer quickly. Xiao Lei, can you help us with this? Only then did Lei Ling understand what was happening. Damn, scared the living daylights out of me. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lei Ling immediately stood up. Since the leadership values me, I'll be like a brick, ready to be placed wherever needed. It's my honor to help solve problems for my superior. Since childhood, I've dreamed of becoming a people's hero who apprehends criminals. The crowd chuckled softly. This guy's skill at flattery was truly top-notch. Ma Yuanchao smiled and said, "Since you're willing to assist us, that's excellent. Rest assured, once this case is solved, we'll award you a bonus and present you with a certificate." Lei Ling nodded earnestly. "You can count on me, sir. I'll spare no effort until my dying breath." Ha ha ha. Ma Yuanchao walked forward, slapping Lei Ling on the shoulder with a laugh. "It's not that serious. But can you sense that person with the electric current now?" Lei Ling furrowed his brow. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Holy shit, there's a scapegoat. Didn't that middle-aged man from the Duan family say he would summon their experts? Even if they brought 30 or 40 men, I wouldn't bat an eye. Not even 100 could shake me. Lei Ling said with a solemn expression, "Chief, I got electrocuted just now, and my perception has weakened. Moreover, I've always been particularly sensitive to electric currents since childhood, provided the source is close to me." Ma Yuanchao nodded and said, "All right, report to me immediately if anything comes up." "Yes, Chief." Many more matters were discussed during the meeting. After it concluded, Ma Yuanchao looked at Yao Lily and said, "Lily, your next task is to accompany Lei Ling and coordinate with the Bureau. Lei Ling is our greatest hope for cracking cases. Don't slack off, understand?" Yao Lily clenched her fists. "Chief Mai." The thought that this guy had a fling with Rose and was now getting so close to her made her skin crawl. "Is there a problem?" Ma Yuanchao's expression turned stern. "None." Yao Lily immediately straightened up, her already striking figure becoming even more pronounced. At the entrance of the West District Police Station, Lei Ling, cigarette dangling from his lips, acted as cocky as ever and barked, "Yao Lily, I order you to escort me home." Yao Lily clenched her fists. "Are you asking for a beating? Dare to repeat that again." Lei Ling immediately turned to look at Ma Yuanchao, talking at the door. "Boss, Yao Lily is threatening me." "Yao Lily." Ma Yuanchao looked over, his face darkening. "Yao Lily, if you don't want this job, there are plenty of people who do." Yao Lily quickly reached out to pat Lei Ling's shoulder, forcing a smile. "Director Ma, I was just joking with Lei Ling, who knew he'd take it so seriously." Ma Yuanchao's expression softened. "Xiao Lei, Yao Lily does have a bit of a fiery temper, but she's a good person at heart. The reason I assigned you to work with her is mainly because of her mother's connections. There are times when it's inconvenient for us to intervene, but she can handle it." Lei Ling wore a smile. "Chief, I know Yao Lily was just joking. Who knew she'd take it so seriously? Honestly." "Good night, Chief," Lei Ling said as he walked toward the car, waving over his shoulder at Director Ma. When Yao Lily turned around, she glared furiously at Lei Ling, grinding her teeth with an audible gnash. She immediately changed her expression in the car, gnashing her teeth and saying, "You snitch on me? What are you, a fucking elementary school kid?" Lei Ling swiftly rolled down the car window and opened her mouth. Yao Lily's face was full of terror, immediately leaning over in panic to cover Lei Ling's mouth. "I was wrong. Please don't report me. I surrender," the old woman pleaded.